India is a laundromat for Russian oil, right? We buy the oil, we process it, and we sell it out. Now, who benefits from that? America benefits, by the way, as well from that. Otherwise, there'd be an oil shock. John Rosamondo, I just wanted to come back to you for a quick further comment. You would have seen what's been reported in the papers in the last 24 hours. The New York Times had a very interesting piece on, the potential breakdown between Modi and Trump, on how Trump apparently insisted that he brought an end to the war, the mini war between India and Pakistan. As war correspondents, Shiv and I can assure you that that's just not the way it happened, because we track this minute by minute. We've spoken to everybody there is to speak to in this system. And yet Trump absolutely, totally insists on this. Do you believe that it's this narrative on Op Sindoor and who ended it, right? The mini war between India and Pakistan, which has brought down the level of the relationship?
Well, I think talking to my sources, that's a big part of it. A lot, there seems to be a lot of egos going around. With Trump wanting more "quote unquote" gratitude from India for ending the war, and I think that President Trump really needs to back down a bit, because he's turning our greatest asset in Asia and push in alienating India. So I would ask the president to back down, because he's not doing anything that's in American interest or in the interest of stability and countering China.
All right, not doing anything in the interest of stability and interest in China. All right, thank you all very much for being with us. We're going to move on with our coverage, and what we are now going to actually do is just remind our viewers of what we are looking at and why today is such an important day. In just a little while from now, approximately an hour, it's 9:30 a.m., right?
That's right.
Is when President Xi and Prime Minister Modi meet in Tianjin. It's a one-on-one meeting. They are, of course, there for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is a very important regional body. Be that as it may, when Modi meets Xi, and given the history of the relationship in recent times between both countries, it's critical, particularly since both sides have indicated they want to reset. I would suggest that the economic aspect of this is very, very important.
Yeah.
China has said that they're willing to assist India as far as rare earths are concerned, fertilizers, chemicals, tunnel boring equipment. These are things that India needs. Border trade in those 3 or 4 points will be open. And of course, direct travel, air
Flights,
travel between China and India, which hasn't been around for a while. Right, that's going to almost certainly start. And for us, it's big because the Chinese are being very, very open about, let there be more yatris.
Yeah.
Let's open up more of the religious, the pilgrimage sites. And, that's a low-hanging fruit, as it were.
I think the challenge is going to have to be about moving beyond cynical gestures, and for this to be more than, as Sana very correctly put it, a tactical thought, just a sort of visible, thinly layered kind of engagement between India and China. The pressure will be on both sides to make full use of the kind of joint belligerence that both countries face from the Trump administration, and have something to show for it in Tianjin. That's the pressure that's going to be on both of them. But the important thing, Vishnu, is also, and we're going to have some diplomats on our coverage in a short while, is that nothing is over until that statement actually comes out. Up until the last moment, and you've covered summits of this kind, discussions are on and unlocked
arguing
until
with
the
each
last
other.
minute.
They keep arguing with each other,
Removing
saying, no,
language,
remove this
adding
word.
stuff.
No, we have a problem with this word, with this line. Please change this.
Absolutely.
And between the Chinese and us, sometimes it's lost in translation. Right? There have been statements in the past where the interpretation of a statement between Mandarin and English is just subtly different. But in the context of the relationship, that can prove to be very, very problematic indeed. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi received a warm welcome in Tianjin from musicians playing classical Indian instruments to the strong diaspora community, hailing Modi's leadership and governance. This meet is crucial as the tensions between the countries linger over border concerns. China's growing support for Pakistan's military, as we mentioned, during Op Sindoor, and a tiff over water distribution specific to the Brahmaputra is a cause of concern. Here's a key report looking ahead at what may happen.
A red carpet welcome in Tianjin for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His first visit to China in 7 years. Soon after touching down in Tianjin, Prime Minister Modi met the Indian diaspora. He also enjoyed an Indian classical music performance by Chinese musicians.
That was the Tin Tihai that you heard. Yes, Tin Tihai. Why don't you answer? Tell me, what is it that made you choose Indian culture and tabla to learn? Not a very popular percussion instrument chosen by women. So why did you decide to choose the tabla?
Because I think tabla it has the most complex and logic rhythm of the world. Because actually I am a Chinese shampoo player. In China, shampoo called Yangqing, it's in a different shape. So my PhD paper was focused on the improvisation of Indian classical music.
This visit follows nearly a year of calculated engagements. And now, Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. But with tensions still lingering, can the two Asian powers bridge the trust gap and realign their strained relationship? From border tensions to security risks, the India-China trust deficit runs deep. Add to that China's deepening military ties with Pakistan that were highlighted during Operation Sindoor, and India's security concerns have only intensified. Although China condemned the Pahalgam attack, its double standards were on full display on the global stage, professing solidarity with India, all while arming a terror state. The Prime Minister's visit also comes as China recalibrates its foreign policy amid growing friction with the West. A sweeping trade war has only isolated Beijing further. And with the United States seen as a common rival, is China seeking genuine ties with India or just building alliances to counter the American pressure?
Trade routes are reopening, people-to-people ties slowly rekindling. But as both India and China test a diplomatic reset, the big question remains, can both India and China move past the mistrust, or is it merely a diplomatic and a geopolitical convenience for Beijing?
And joining us live from Tianjin this morning, continuing our coverage with all that's happening on the ground from the SCO venue, in fact, is Gauri Dwivedi, our executive editor. She and Aditya were the first Indian crew on the ground. A historic day. You know, Gauri, no matter what anyone says, the analysts are right. We should be cautious about what to expect from this reset. But it's an important day. There is no doubt about it. You're at the venue now. What's happening? Not long to go before the big meeting between Modi and Xi.
Indeed, and let me start with now to both Shiv and Vishnu in the studio and our viewers around the world watching this coverage. Yes, it's a very important day, a very historic day, simply because this is a meeting that is taking place in the backdrop of all that both of you have been talking about, the context, both from the trade point of view, the political headwinds point of view, and the national security concerns that both of you have highlighted. In 7 years, Prime Minister Modi is here in China. There is a highly anticipated bilateral meeting that will take place in just about an hour to go. And this is the SCO venue. Around the world, journalists have been coming. And the only question that everybody is asking is, what will come out of this summit? So trust me, this is a meeting, this is a bilateral that the world is watching. Every international journalist, every international expert that has spoken to here, since I came to China, the only thing they've asked is, what do you think is going to come out of the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping? So we are tracking this, the world is tracking this, and so is Donald Trump as well. So three important things that we need to sort of highlight here in the coverage as we wait for the meeting and the big messaging to come out of it. One needs to be cautious of the fact that there's been progress, but there's also been incremental progress, more in the people-to-people aspect of this relationship, and the contentious issues do remain. And let's also keep in mind that SCO, when it was started, had security as its undercurrent, tying China and some of the core countries that joined it way back when it was Shanghai 5, so to say. So security is a very important layer of these discussions. How much of that is likely to happen in the bilateral discussions, even in the summit level discussions, remains to be seen. And the third important point that I want to, of course, also mention is that this happens at the time when the Trump tariff, the headwinds with regard to Trump administration, not just tariff, but also the shrill rhetoric that's come in. Even if the NYT report, it's still not confirmed, it has been validated by any of the governments. But the messaging, the timing, it sends that shrill message. And I think those headwinds coming in from the Trump administration are also likely to be factored in some of these discussions that will take place here.
Gauri, do we have any idea how long the two leaders might meet? Is there a time which has been allotted? And do we expect a joint statement? I doubt whether there's going to be a press conference, but will there be a joint statement?
No, there's no joint statement lined up as far as we know right now, Vishnu. In terms of the timing, it is expected to be about 40 odd minutes is the ballpark figure that we are told. And as far as details are concerned, that is something that we will get to know during the course of the day. But I guess that is only when the second bilateral will also be finished. That's when we'll get more details of it. Prime Minister Modi also has a bilateral with Myanmar, but that's later in the day.
Yeah.
But specific to the this important meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, a statement is not expected to come out as of now. And in terms of key takeaways, I think that is something only during the course of the day that we'll get more details of.
Okay,
No, but that's interesting, Gauri. You're saying no joint statement, no press conference. We would get details.
Press conference will take place in the evening. I said that.
Okay.
Yeah, press conference.
So
will
press
take place
conference in the evening.
by the External Affairs Ministry.
By the Foreign Minister, for Foreign Secretary?
Yeah, that will take place in the evening. That's expected to be about 6:30 p.m. IST. It's 9 p.m. here local time. That's when it will take place in the evening. I think that will be summing up the two bilateral meetings that the Prime Minister will hold.
All right. So that's absolutely key. We'll get a clear idea of what's taking place.
So those are the facts for now. Let's put that caveat right now. Those are the facts for now. If things change in the next 51 minutes and they decide that the timings are going to change, or there is going to be a brief statement or maybe a joint statement, we don't know. But as of now, as Gauri is reporting from the SCO, there is no joint press conference or joint statement lined up at this point of time. And let's be very clear, Gauri is standing right in front of the SCO venue, NDTV reporting live from there. We're getting inputs from inside, outside, from the Indian team, from our contacts within the Chinese government.
No, but Shiv, it is an issue. I won't use the word issue. It is interesting.
For sure.
That there is not going to be a joint statement.
Yeah.
So this to me indicates that in as much as there may be some sort of progress, it's not going to be at the level where both sides are coming together and saying we have jointly agreed on something. What will happen by the end of the day is India will say that, all right, these were the discussions which were held. This is what we have decided to do in a very matter-of-fact way. But the fact that you don't have a joint statement, at least not yet, right, is indicative to me. And I think that's an important point.
Let's see what Gauri thinks about. Gauri, the two sides, as we understand it, were trying to negotiate the possibility of having something to say or something to share jointly, when the two leaders meet in China. Obviously, it's not easy at all. But if there is going to be no joint statement, probably all of those announcements will come in the Foreign Secretary's briefing then.
That is what the expectation is so far, Shiv. And, two things I would like to say. This is something that many within the establishment are saying, and many, in fact, close to the ME have also been pointed out, that let's not forget that this is actually an SCO summit meeting taking place in China. It is not a bilateral visit to China. That's a very important distinction to be kept in mind. Also, some of the contentious issues, there may be only incremental progress there. And that remains to be seen as to how much of that can be highlighted at the bilateral level. And there's also discussions that would have taken place for a summit declaration to be adopted, right? So that also is something that needs to be kept in mind. This is a summit declaration that comes after Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh walked out of the defense minister's SCO meeting, where he did not participate and did not accept the SCO declaration then at the defense minister's level. So some of those discussions
we would want an explicit mention, Gauri, on terrorism in the SCO declaration, right?
Yeah.
That position of ours will never change. So that is an expectation of New Delhi's, right?
Of course, that will never change. And as far as terrorism is concerned, as far as Pahalgam is concerned, one also needs to keep in mind that these discussions are happening after that, after Operation Sindoor, after Pahalgam. after India sent out a new normal that any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. So those are the changes and after which this meeting is taking place. So for then, in terms of expectations, the sense would be to probably keep them more tempered, simply because the progress may be more incremental rather than game-changing in its nature.
There can be no negotiation
larger.
on mention of terror in any statement that comes out of the SCO. We saw Rajnath Singh actually walk out from the defense minister's iteration of what happened at the SCO in Tianjin. We'll keep a track of that. Gauri, enjoy the day. It's going to be a big one for you there in Tianjin. We'll keep coming back to you. The SCO venue right behind Gauri and Aditya. They're going to be inside the next time we probably speak to them. We're going to take a very quick break. Only 48 minutes to go for that big meeting between Modi and Xi. Come right back. NDTV is on the big story today.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. कि हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made.
That
sir.
is also Indian.
Yes, sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे। करेक्ट।
लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पे पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। सर हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन अप। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
be it NDTV, will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Huge day absolutely for India and China. In about 40 odd minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets the Chinese President Xi Jinping in Tianjin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet. It's an important bilateral meeting between the two leaders. It's scheduled to go on for just under 1 hour. Will there be some sort of progress in terms of the India-China relationship, which has really been fairly awful since the Galwan clash of 2020? We'll find out all of that. There is a press conference which is going to be held later on this evening where we'll know the big takeaways of what India and China have achieved. But for now, let's take a look at what's been happening in Tianjin and the warm reception that the Prime Minister received from the Indian diaspora there.
We're reporting from the SCO summit here in China. In a few minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping would be meeting. There will be a tango between the tiger and the dragon. But what will this result into? Will the mistrust be forgotten? What about the trust deficit? There are a few Indians who have come here. Right outside, you can see the venue. They're waiting for the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. They welcomed the Prime Minister last evening here in China. Let's try and find out from them what they are here looking forward to. आप मुझे बताएं, please tell me that what are you looking forward to when you meet, Prime Minister here? And do you think that this is the time that India and China need to come together and give a response to Trump?
Yeah, this is the right time to give the answer to the Western countries. How South countries, how China, India is moving towards something new, something innovative. There are lots of business opportunity between China and India. If this summit has some good bilateral, then you will see the Western country will come to this region and they will come to India, and then we need to put more tariff on that. So this is the answer to the Trump. He should. Yesterday, you have seen that how people from Indian community have greet the Modi. So now the world is going to see how Modi will move. This is the time. This is a real time for India. This is the we are on path of World Guru,
All right.
Vishwa Guru.
All right, we are on the path of becoming the Vishwa Guru. That's what people and the Indian diaspora mean here. And they're saying that this will be a loud message to Donald Trump. Let's see what really happens at the SCO meeting. For NDTV, we'll be bringing all the live updates. This is Aditya Rajkol reporting live from the SCO summit here in China for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा टेलिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
India's defence game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready, stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025, Warfare in the 21st Century.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power.
What is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's proud.
All right, well, just 35 odd minutes before Prime Minister Modi meets the Chinese President Xi Jinping, as we wait to see, and we hope to have some images of that and get details through the afternoon on what really transpired in those talks as India and China get into a reset mode. Let's take a look at what the Prime Minister has actually told a Japanese newspaper, which asked about, the prospects of this meeting. Remember, the Prime Minister headed to China from Japan, where he's had a very successful visit. He says that India seeks a stable, predictable and amicable bilateral relationship with China. India and China are neighbors and the two largest nations on earth. In terms of population, the ties are crucial for a multipolar Asia, and a multipolar world can have a positive impact on regional and global peace and prosperity. It is important for India and China to work together, and working to bring stability to the world economic order is important. India is ready to advance bilateral relations as well. On President Xi's invite, India, in other words, the Prime Minister, is traveling to Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, and positive progress is being made in our bilateral ties, and there is an effort to enhance strategic communication to address our developmental challenges. So that's what the Prime Minister has told the Japanese newspaper ahead of his visit to Tianjin. That's where he is now, and that's where in 34 minutes from now, he's set to meet the Chinese president. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech.
Good morning and welcome to our viewers in India and across the world. In exactly 31 minutes from now, it's a meeting which the whole world will be looking at. Prime Minister Modi meeting the Chinese President Xi Jinping. In 2020, there were violent clashes in eastern Ladakh. The relationship went into a free fall, but there's an attempt now at a massive strategic reset.
We're going to give you analysis, live coverage from Tianjin in China, and we're keeping it absolutely real. No over-the-top coverage. We're going to be giving you the facts. We're going to give you the reality between India and China, because this is one relationship where you don't want to step across what is actually on the ground.
You don't like the word atmospherics, do you?
The atmospherics are fine. We're going to be showing you all of those atmospherics, and there are going to be lots of atmospherics in Tianjin, but we keep a very close eye on what the national interest is going to be as far as India is concerned. Let's get a look at the headlines first.
There's a key Modi-Xi bilateral just minutes away now, 30 minutes away. A bilateral that signals a new phase in India-China ties amidst the US tariff threat. NDTV brings you all the updates from China and keeps an eye on Washington as well, who will be quite clearly watching.
Putin has landed in China. Remember, this is the SCO summit, not a bilateral. In an interview, Putin has slammed discriminatory sanctions by the Trump administration. There's a key Modi-Putin bilateral in Tianjin at the SCO tomorrow.
An interesting development ahead of the Prime Minister Putin meeting bilateral tomorrow morning. Narendra Modi has spoken to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's conveyed and has conveyed India's commitment to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine conflict.
This is what I must tell you, that this is a key takeaway for us, that in less than 50 weapons, we were able to achieve conflict domination.
Huge exclusive at the NDTV Defense Summit yesterday. Indian Air Force Vice Chief says 50 missiles fired by the Indian Air Force in Operation Sindoor. And that was all it took to drag Pakistan to the ceasefire table. And it's only 30 minutes to go, less than 30 minutes to go for the big Modi-Xi bilateral. It's a meeting that is expected to start at about 9:30 today. We are told it could last about 40 minutes. The two leaders will be, of course, joined by their teams and interpreter as well. The Trump tariff war widely seen to have not only accelerated but added a special flavor to this engagement between Modi and Xi. Many are calling it a reset, a reboot, a renewal of ties between the two countries. It comes after 7 years. It comes after the Ladakh standoff between India and China as well. And we've got Aditya Raj Kaul and Gauri Dwivedi on the ground in Tianjin, Vishnu, this morning, tracking the last 30 minutes before this big handshake.
So, Aditya, let me come across to you first. What are we going to actually see? Is this happening deep inside? Will video be released presumably at some stage? Will we get a sense of what actually transpired in these talks? And finally, the big question, do we expect a breakthrough or something less than that?
Well, good morning to you all from the SCO venue here. In a few minutes from now, the big handshake happens between Modi and Xi Jinping, Vishnu and Shiv. But clearly, there's been a lot of talk about, the reset of the ties really diplomatically. I won't go that far. That's a far-fetched thought as of now. I would, in fact, say that this is slow beginnings that are being made. And of course, just like Shiv says, that we need to thank Trump and the White House for, trying to hasten this entire process, really. But there's been a lot of mistrust, honestly, on a serious note. Apart from Galwan, the Pakistan being supported by the Chinese intelligence and the way during the Operation Sindoor they were supporting them has been noted by New Delhi very, very seriously. And that is one of the instances that will be quoted here during the meeting about the Chinese support to Pakistan. There needs to be condemnation on terrorism. There cannot be any differentiation between good terror and bad terror. The cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistan needs to be condemned in the presence of the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif here at the SCO meeting. But, apart from that, people-to-people contact, of course, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra beginning after many, many years. Apart from that, a direct flight between Delhi and Beijing. The hydro sharing of statistics is very key and needs to be implemented. Mind you, there's only consensus that's been achieved. Those 5 points that were suggested during the Wanghi and Ajit Doval meeting a few days back in New Delhi. But there's a lot that needs to be implemented in practice that needs to be awaited. I see some headway when it comes to people-to-people contact.
Yeah.
But, major decisions or major strategic maneuvering will certainly not happen here. It would be much more than what we saw in Kazan. There have been several meetings already. But I would say bigger than the China-India meeting, the Modi-Putin meeting is something that could perhaps have much more when it comes to headlines.
In fact, I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Aditya and Shiv, about that. Here you've got Volodymyr Zelensky and Prime Minister Modi having a phone call where, India says that we want peace as far as Russia and Ukraine is concerned. Navarro made that remark, that silly remark, that the path to peace goes through New Delhi. New Delhi, in a sense, has never disputed that. We've had our Prime Minister go to Kiev. I was there for that, trying to ensure that there is a peace.
He kind of preempted that, looks like.
But it is quite interesting that tomorrow Putin and Modi have a meeting. They'll be talking about all sorts of things. If Prime Minister Modi were to reach out to the Russian president and say, get on with getting this peace happening, then India might actually have a role. And if things do work in that way, then perhaps Washington will not be as irritated about us importing Russian oil, which will happen irrespective or not of whether Washington is irritated. I'm just trying to see if there is a jigsaw over here which works and forms a particular shape. Aditya.
Well, certainly. Of course, it's a big meeting between Putin and Modi. This Modi is one of the leaders, all across the globe who went to Moscow, who went to Kyiv and met both Putin and Zelensky and spoke to them about peace. Modi is one leader who actually spoke about not just about this is not being an era of war, but also how solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. That became the mantra of the G20 in 2023 at Bharat Mandapam, where a historic consensus was achieved. But we have come a long way from that time. There's been continuous, shelling that's been happening, rockets being fired, a lot of killings in Ukraine. As I said earlier, the US president came on this flank of building on peace and ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. But in the last 6 to 7 months, nothing really has been achieved, apart from the Alaska summit, which came out with veiled threats, etc. But nothing concrete came out of it. So Modi-Putin meeting is very, very critical. And Zelensky's huge social media post clearly indicating that he has reached out to Modi ahead of the SCO meeting clearly is the indication of the fact that Zelensky and Ukraine have faith in India, have faith in the largest democracy in the world, that we can certainly play a critical role in building on the peace momentum when it comes to Ukraine.
What were the noises you were hearing there in Tianjin and the other parts of China, Aditya, when the Zelensky social media post arrived? That was a little unexpected. We do know the two leaders have engaged, but it landing, the Prime Minister taking that phone call in China, right before this meeting, a couple of days after Pete Navarro said all those very aggressive things, calling India a strategic freeloader, saying, the path to peace passes through Delhi. What were Chinese journalists and others you were speaking to saying?
Well, Maharaja of tariffs, of all. I mean, such statements coming in from there, the bullying that's been happening. Everyone is noticing this. I mean, the American media has taken, American media has reached here at the SCO summit. In fact, I was traveling with one of the top channels of the US here, who have flown in here from Hong Kong, and their whole idea was around the tariffs. That how is India going to deal with the tariff threat, and that when tariffs have really been implemented, and who knew within 24 hours everything is going to completely change, Shiv. It's not merely tariffs; it is India's increasing role in global standing, and of course how India has been approached by several countries, including the Ukraine president. For the peace process really to begin. So we'll have to wait and watch what Modi really conveys to Putin, because it's not just about peace, it's about tariffs, it's about a lot that's been happening all across. So main SCO summit and the joint declaration would happen today, but the larger message, the larger headline and the big developments in the strategic policy maneuvering is about the Modi-Putin meeting really. What is going to happen from that? Will there be some kind of a joint statement? Will there be some announcements on the trade that India and Russia plan to do in the coming days?
Priyanka, how will Washington be watching this meeting between Xi and Modi?
Well, Washington, Trump will definitely be watching. We can expect an immediate post from him on his Truth Social platform. That's what I predict. But the reason why Trump is calling India out, right? Jaishankar is talking about these double standards. But what Trump is saying is that India is actually uniquely profiting from Russian oil. There's many countries, as Dr. Jaishankar said, that buy Russian oil. So why should India be singled out with such high tariffs? But India is one of the only countries that is consuming it, buying it, and then refining it and selling it to other countries. So
including the US.
Is that we are one of the only countries that is profiting from the war. Now, that is why he's trying to impose these tariffs to gain leverage. But this is an incredible chance for PM Modi to meet with President Putin. He has a meeting with him at this summit. It is an incredible opportunity for Modi and Russia to actually use their relationship and try to influence Russia to stop the war. That might be, and that's probably what the call from Zelensky was also about.
Aditya, can we just, the four of us over here, go through the problems we have with the relationship with America? Number one, we're a laundromat for Russian oil. Number two, we're a strategic freeloader. Number three, the war to peace.
Maharaja of tariffs.
Maharaja of tariffs. The path to peace between Russia and Ukraine passes through New Delhi. H-1B visas are a problem. Students told 4 years, take your degree and get out, right? Illegal immigrants bound in cuffs and sent back in a not too polite way. I'm not sure I necessarily disagree with that, but that's something which has irked a lot of people over here. What else? And of course, the big Op Sindoor peace. The big Op Sindoor
forget the
peace.
democracy lessons that we get from the US and the annual religious reports, religious freedom reports.
Oh yeah, and freedom of press, by the way.
That's right. Journalists also have restrictions, but that applies to journalists from all over the world applying over there.
And there are restrictions now.
But at the same time, there's very few countries that are, of course, a lot of countries are buying the oil. We're not, the US is not saying anything about that. A lot of countries are using it for their own use. But India is one of the only people or one of the only countries that's profiting from it because we're selling it. That's exactly what Trump is saying. This, according to Trump, is why India is being unfair because we're acting like a middleman and profiting off of a war.
But the United States is buying some of that oil. That's the hypocrisy here.
There would be an oil shock, Shiv, if India were to stop that. And I'm not saying that you're justifying it, Priyanka. I'm only saying that this entire argument being raised in the United States, it's a frivolous argument. There would be an oil shock if India stopped importing Russian oil. There would be oil inflation quite possibly. Who uses refined Indian oil? It's not just India. Countries around the world do that. And it's helped. In the past, the US has said, okay, fine, go ahead and do it. Why has this emerged all of a sudden? Aditya?
Yeah. I mean, the Americans have facilitated it. And now suddenly they take a U-turn. The former US ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, had put out a huge statement saying that, yes, we understand why India is doing this and we encourage India to do it. And why this complete U-turn now? So this has shocked Indians because there is a strategic bilateral global partnership between India and US. A strategic partnership and sanctions cannot go all together. So I think there would be, strategic calculations that would be made by the White House as well. Perhaps it's time that there needs to be a course correction. But with Trump, you really do not know whether that will happen now or not.
Aditya, Shiv is a big friend of Trump's, and he was debating with me a little while earlier. If we ran a prominent caption, Nobel for Trump, things might change.
Guys, by the way, Trump, Vishnu is right, Trump is a good friend. I'm a big admirer of him. I've been hearing murmurs, guys. Priyanka, weigh in on this first. About Trump's planned visit to India later this year for the Quad. What's going on? We've been hearing rumors. There have been some reports. There have been some corrections. I can only imagine what's happening in your WhatsApp, Aditya. But Priyanka, what are you hearing?
He might. There are a lot of rumors, but everything is unconfirmed. As you know, Modi and Trump do have a lot of respect for each other. Yeah. Trump has said that Modi is a very, very tough negotiator. There is a lot of mutual respect over there. And keep in mind that tariff wars at this point, it is still under negotiation. So I think that the Trump-Putin meeting right now at the SCO summit is very, very strategic, and it might actually determine whether Trump makes a very friendly visit to India later on this year.
I think everyone's holding off on, taking any decisions that go beyond the next 30 minutes. I think we can all be very sure about that, right, Aditya? Nobody's going to say, I'm going to come or I'm not going to come to India yet. They're going to see how things play out right now.
It would be nice if a few of us, if you're talking about coming and going from one country to the other, were actually privileged to travel to China. In my case, I wasn't given a visa. But
that's another story. But sure, one thing is sure that, if Trump doesn't come to India, he's going to miss on the chole bhature and kundru that you love so much. So,
among many other things. But yeah, you're right. I think Team Trump that has been in some ways sort of unleashed to say all these very unsavory things about India. Is going to weigh its options, see how things really roll before taking a decision. The Quad summit is scheduled for later in the year, so there's some time for that. But there are all these moving parts that need to be looked at, whether it is Xi Jinping, whether it is Zelensky, whether it is Putin, all of those things, where they fall, what meetings take place at the SCO, what phone calls take place after this. Will there be another escalation from the White House or from Team Trump's advisors while the Prime Minister is at the SCO today and tomorrow? That's something that cannot be ruled out as well. So we'll have to look at all of those things. Let's open it up a little bit. Priyanka and Aditya continue to be with us from China and the US. Let's open it up. We've got many more experts and analysts joining us on our coverage to help us decode what is essentially a pretty complicated affair. But before I go to them, a quick look at the timeline. October 21st is when there was a pact between the two countries to resolve the border conflict. Now, these are big words because this border conflict, as you know, has been festering for a very long time. Let's move that forward. October the 23rd, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi met in Kazan in Russia. That was seen to be the beginnings of the reset that we're seeing move forward right now. November 19th, last year, the External Affairs Minister and Wang Yi, the Foreign Minister of China, had met. This was the first of a series of meetings that has spilled over into this year. Let's keep moving this forward as fast as possible. June 25th to 26th, Rajnath Singh was in China for the SCO meet. That particular meet didn't go very well over protests by India that Pahalgam had been expunged from that joint statement. In June, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra actually began with the first group of pilgrims going into Tibet for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra at that point. And this was seen to be a very visible sort of de-escalation diplomatically between the two sides. August the 18th, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was here in India. He met with the National Security Advisor, the External Affairs Minister, as well as the Prime Minister. And this was something that pretty much cleared the decks for what we're seeing happen in Tianjin right now. The Prime Minister is in Tianjin right now, and that meeting is going to take place just about 15 minutes from now is when the big Modi-Xi bilateral takes place. Vishnu, we're joined by a lot of experts. Let's open this up now.
I've got some breaking news coming in just now, an update from Tianjin. The meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi is expected to start shortly. So that's the big breaking news we can actually talk about right now. This is information that I've got coming in from the Indian delegation in Tianjin, where the Prime Minister and President Xi are expected to start their meeting shortly. The meeting, as we've been reporting, will last approximately 40 minutes. So it's supposed to start in 12 minutes or so. It could start any time now. So essentially right on schedule. So that's what's all set to take place. Let's have that breaking up. An update from Tianjin that the meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi shortly. So that's what we've been waiting for. Let's go across now to Aditya Rajkol. Aditya, go ahead. We've got this update coming in. What do we expect? Are we going to see lots of video? Is it going to be played out prominently? What's the sense you're getting?
Well, yes, any time now that Prime Minister Modi would be meeting Xi Jinping, big bilateral happening, after Kazan, the positive headways that were made last year in Kazan would be taken forward. There have been a couple of meetings in the past as well between Ajit Doval and Wang Yi, and of course between Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart. Of course, a lot is being said about the reset in the ties and a big test between India and China currently. But if you speak to foreign policy experts who've been tracking China for a very long time, they do not expect a major announcement likely after the bilateral. They expect the positive momentum in the fields of people-to-people contact really to be taken forward, perhaps to be implemented, including the direct flight between Delhi and Beijing. And of course, already we've had the headway on the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, which has been started, and the hydro statistics that need to be shared between the two countries could be implemented as well. But when it comes to the boundary question, that remains a big major concern for India. Where not just the boundary and the transgressions that have repeatedly happened, all is not well in eastern Ladakh as well, apart from the status quo that's in place currently. Apart from that, the Chinese have currently, in the past, repeatedly changed the names of villages in Arunachal Pradesh. That's a huge concern for New Delhi, that there was a strong statement by the Ministry of External Affairs. So these are concerns concerning the sovereignty and the security of the country that certainly will not be compromised. That remains a big red flag.
Aditya, very quickly, have the two leaders arrived at the SCO venue? Just checking on that.
Well, my information is that the bilateral is not going to happen at the SCO summit venue. It's going to happen at the hotel where Xi Jinping is staying.
Yes.
The Prime Minister is moving out of his hotel, which is the Vanda Vista Hotel in Tianjin, and then moving towards the other hotel where the Chinese delegation is. And there the meeting will begin any moment in the next 10 to 15 minutes, which will go on till 30 to 40 minutes. And perhaps by later tonight, at around 6:30 p.m. India time, there will be a press conference by a senior diplomat of India to give us details on what really happened and transpired in the bilateral.
Okay.
All right. The latest update is from the sources in the External Affairs Ministry is that meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi will begin shortly. Let's open this up, shall we, Shiv? Adil Brar, China expert, joins us. We're also joined by David K. Johnson, senior journalist, Namrata Hasija, a research fellow with the Center for China Analysis and Strategy at the Stimson Center, and Mitali Nikore, who's an economist. Namrata, let me come to you first. Do you expect anything substantial out of this visit, or is it just a sign of confidence between India and China? Namrata, go ahead. Yeah. All right, we'll come back to Namrata in a moment from now. Let me take that across to Mitali Nikore. Mitali, do you believe that the economic ties between India and China are a low-hanging fruit, that there may be something as far, for example, as rare earths are concerned?
No, absolutely, Vishnu. I mean, if we look at the trade deficit that's currently on between India and China, it's at its highest point that it's been since the last almost 10 years. The ministry, in fact, released data very recently, and in fact, it points out that currently the trade deficit between India and China stands at almost $100 billion, and that's not really in our favor. So therefore, it is definitely in our interest to start to push towards joint ventures and joint explorations, more investment and co-investment from Indian and Chinese companies. However, this will take a lot of trust building and a lot of work, because a lot of companies in China who are involved in, say, rare earths, or who are even involved in semiconductor or renewable energy or even solar cell manufacturing, are in fact government-backed state-owned entities, and therefore it becomes important that the government-to-government relationship is fixed first before we start talking about co-investments and trade.
Adil, how are you reading it? 7 minutes to go for this. We here, of course, on NDTV are putting out all the facts. There tends to be a great deal of hype when it comes to an India-China sort of reset. But obviously, these are very, very complicated engagements. There is a context to this particular one, given everything that's happening with Trump. You're in Taipei right now. How are you seeing this handshake that's coming up?
Thank you, Shiv. At the moment, the way I think China looks at this engagement with India is that they want to build the confidence that was, building up over the last few months, and they want to continue that momentum, as the last speaker also mentioned. But the key thing that China wants from India is that there are certain aspects of the SCO where India can play a major role in terms of, moving forward. The joint statement, India has questioned the issue of joint statement in the past. They've raised questions about terrorism. So these are some of the sticking points that China wants to get over so that they can move forward and have a successful SCO meeting at the moment. And in terms of the bilateral relationship, we have seen there are many sticking points like trade. There's a huge deficit with China. There's also the issue of visas. The direct flights that both sides are talking about starting haven't really started. So there's a lot of symbolism here, but actually delivery on some of these key things has not been done yet. So that's what they are going to discuss. And China hopes that India can come the halfway that they are also going to walk.
David K. Johnston, the fact that India and China want to reset in their relationship, does that impact the broader India-US strategic partnership, which appears in the last few days to essentially be on hold?
I think you're seeing the early stages of a complete reworking of the world trade order. The incompetence and the illegal tariffs that Trump has put forth have created a whole series of decisions, which this is one of the most important, about let's reorder trade instead of having U.S. dominance of the trade around the world. China has been the biggest beneficiary so far of the utterly incompetent practices of the Trump administration. And China believes that it should be the dominant power in the world. No question about that. It has its own agenda here to pursue. And so long as Donald Trump remains as the American president with his policies that are all based on his ignorance of economics, his belief in mercantilism, which was discarded hundreds of years ago as an economic theory, we will see further efforts by other countries to develop their own pacts. We're seeing Europe and Japan working on new trade agreements. And what we could end up with at the end of the day are trade zones from which the U.S. is excluded rather than being a dominant factor. And this is simply, this meeting, this rapprochement is a very early stage in that realignment of the pattern we've had for the last half century.
It's interesting because there are always all these expectations from an India-China engagement at any level. But one has to be pretty realistic, even if you accept that there is a special context and a special sort of flavor and a complexion to this particular engagement. It is one that arose from the Kazan handshake that happened in October last year. But everything that's happened in the last 2 weeks has completely changed the context of what's happening. Namrata, if you can hear me now, go ahead, give us your sense. 5 minutes to go for that scheduled bilateral between Modi and Xi Jinping. How are you reading this? A tactical thaw between the two countries, confidence building, or something more?
Sorry, I have not can't hear your question. Can you please repeat?
Okay,
we'll try and fix these technical issues, and we'll come back to you in a little while later on. Mitali Nikore, the fact of the matter is that India and China, despite all the problems that we've had, do remain close economic partners in terms of the trade, which has never really gone away. Do you really expect that to step up at the very least? Because at so many levels, India and China economically are connected.
No, absolutely, Vishnu. I think for the Chinese particularly, India offers a very, very promising new market, because even though the exports of China to India or Indian exports from China are nearly 100 billion right now, but that doesn't mean that the market cannot grow. There are new areas, particularly in renewable energy, infrastructure, even defense equipment, where there is a lot of cooperation that's possible. And even on the services side, India can gain from aligning with China on the new AI discoveries that China is working on and the AI and ML missions that China has launched. So I think there's a lot to gain in terms of mutual work.
David, quick question to you. There was a phone call between Volodymyr Zelensky and the Indian Prime Minister yesterday that was unexpected. It wasn't the two leaders had spoken just a few days ago, but they've spoken again yesterday. Modi has this Putin bilateral scheduled in China tomorrow. Do you think there's going to be a response or a comment from Trump? He's been saying a lot. He's been saying a lot through Pete Navarro as well. What do you think is going to come out from the White House?
Yeah, Donald, whom I've covered for 37 years, has been very quiet the last couple of days, and I think he's more concerned with domestic matters. But Zelensky has been very active, and I'm not surprised he reached out to Prime Minister Modi, because he's in a very precarious position. And any thought that Vladimir Putin, unless forced by the rest of the world to stop, is going to cease his effort to conquer the free people of Ukraine and put them under the Kremlin's boot, I think is foolish. It's very clear what he intends to do. It's very clear that Ukraine is not his total target. He wants to rebuild the old Soviet Union, at least geographically. And he's very clearly a war criminal. He's been indicted as a war criminal. That's why he can only go to certain countries. Otherwise, he's subject to arrest. So in the background of all of this, though, never lose sight of the fact that what's happening all over the world, the instability in the world, is because Donald Trump doesn't know anything. He knows nothing of world history, of economics. He's a con artist. He's the greatest con artist in the history of the world. He doesn't understand anything about conflicts between countries. And one of the best indications of that is higher tariffs on India, the 7th largest trading partner of the US, than on Pakistan, a country with a well-developed history of working with terrorist organizations, often contrary to the interests of the United States. What else screams the incompetence of Donald Trump? By the way, you guys said something earlier that is not factually correct. The United States does not have a shortage of oil. We are energy exporters at this point. For every 5 barrels produced by Saudi Arabia, the U.S. produces 6 or 7 barrels. We have a surplus of energy, fossil fuel energy.
Interesting. Okay, that's an important fact that you've put on the table. I just want to a quick heads up to all of our viewers tuning in that the scheduled time for that Modi-Xi bilateral has arrived. So we'll have we'll have a confirmation any moment now about whether the two leaders are meeting right now at that hotel in Tianjin, China. Images, of course, will come in a little later. It's a closed-door bilateral, as you can imagine. The two sides will be speaking. It's supposed to be a 40-minute conversation. Adil, the context of takeaways, there's always talk of, what do you expect? We are hearing there isn't going to be a joint statement, or a joint press conference. There's likely to be a briefing later in the day by the Foreign Secretary. Any expectations from this? Anything concrete at all?
Remember, Shiv, last June we had the SCO summit and Prime Minister Modi decided to skip that. And having Prime Minister Modi in China is a big win for China, for Xi Jinping personally. And they're going to host a big military parade in just a few days. And this is the whole symbolism in the context of what China wants to achieve from this SCO summit. We may not have the joint statement. It doesn't look like there will be one. But just having Prime Minister Modi in China, physically traveling for this summit, sends a big message to Washington, especially that China is not alone. There are differences between India and China, but there are also certain areas where India and China can work together despite their difficulties. And that's what will be the message that Washington will take away from this.
I just wanted to go back to David for a moment. David, I take your point about the US being a net exporter of oil. I think the point that we were trying to talk about was America's import of refined oil, a part of which, as I understand it, does come from India. India has been shipping approximately 265 billion of oil in the US, with America as a key destination. Last year, it was at about $38 billion. That included items like diesel, petrol, blending components, fuel oils, and aviation turbine fuel. I mean, this is extraneous to our broader discussion, but I think that's the point that's been made over here.
Yeah, you're exactly correct about that. The U.S. is in this bizarre position, and it goes again to the utter incompetence of the Trump administration, that it is objecting to the oil being refined and resold by India, that it's getting at a great discount. India is getting oil from Russia at about 20% below the world price. And the U.S. is indeed importing some refined fuels from India and other places. But overall, it is not have a shortage. It has a surplus
not at all.
Of energy.
Yeah.
But in all of this, keep in mind that the leaders in China, who are very smart, highly educated people, look upon the Trump administration as their opportunity to step forward now and become the leading country of the world.
Yeah.
India and China 500 years ago were the two wealthiest nations in the world, and they're both on the rise. And the leaderships in both of those countries are highly competent, highly educated people, trained in diplomacy, trained in geopolitical issues. That's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't know what happened in Pearl Harbor in 1941. I mean, I don't know how anybody in the world could not know the event that launched what was a European war into World War II, but he didn't know that. That's an example of how completely out of touch he is and how poorly educated he is.
You're right that he's been quiet for the last couple of days, obviously preoccupied with domestic issues in the United States. But everything's happening right now in Tianjin in China. We'll have a confirmation shortly about that bilateral taking place, starting off between Modi and Xi Jinping. We've got a piece on what the Indian diaspora in China thinks. As Adil Braj just said, very important message that the Prime Minister has physically traveled for the SCO summit. We were the first to report that here on NDTV. Let's just show you that piece here by Aditya Raj Kaul on the ground in Tianjin.
We're reporting from the SCO summit here in China. In a few minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping would be meeting. There will be a tango between the tiger and the dragon. But what will this result into? Will the mistrust be forgotten? What about the trust deficit? There are a few Indians who have come here. Right outside, you can see the venue. They're waiting for the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. They welcomed the Prime Minister last evening here in China. Let's try and find out from them what they are here looking forward to. आप मुझे बताएं, please tell me that what are you looking forward to when you meet Prime Minister here? And do you think that this is the time that India and China need to come together and give a response to Trump?
Yeah, this is the right time to give the answer to the Western countries, how South countries, how China, India is moving towards something new, something innovative. There are lots of business opportunity between China and India. If this summit has some good bilateral, then you will see the Western country will come to this region and they will come to India, and then we need to put more tariff on that. So this is the answer to the Trump. He should. Yesterday, you have seen that how people from Indian community have greet the Modi. So now the world is
All right, breaking news now. We can confirm that the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping has begun. We'll get Aditya Rajkol in just a moment. Exactly on time, Shiv.
Yeah.
And we're first to break on NDTV, this big story that's now happening. We'll bring you images, video of that as soon as we get it, which should be any time now, Shiv.
That's right. On time, 9:30 a.m. is when that bilateral has begun. You're hearing it first here on NDTV. Vishnu obviously plugged in with his sources both in India and China. This is the first bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping since the Galwan clash in 2020. It's a very, very big bilateral. There are lots of expectations, but they are being calibrated and tempered because of the realities, obviously, that exist between the two countries. There's a huge number of things to discuss. At this point, we understand that the meeting will last about 40 minutes. It's behind closed doors, obviously, but there will be images here on NDTV anytime now. Very, very shortly, there will be that Kodak moment, that photo op where the two leaders actually shake hands and pose for the cameras. So we will get you those pictures first here on NDTV. So keep looking at your screen because this is the big handshake of the year. It has been accelerated, it has been catalyzed by what's been happening between India and the United States. But this is quite independently and quite separately a relationship that has been through a great deal of historic turbulence in the last 5 to 6 years. And that's the reason why what happens in Tianjin today will radiate out and shape the India-China relationship in the years going forward. Vishnu, big news break by you here.
I think what is interesting, Shiv, and just again confirming for our viewers that the two leaders are now talking, is very much premised on what was agreed on a couple of days back between Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, and Ajit Dovala, our special representative, and also Mr. Jaishankar. What have they agreed on? They have agreed on special representatives mechanism on the boundary question to keep more on that. More talks between the National Security Advisor, the External Affairs Minister, etc., etc. There will be a water resources cooperation effort as well. China has agreed to lift restrictions on the export of fertilizers, rare earth materials, and tunnel boring machines to India after this meeting a couple of days back. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra was resumed. It will become bigger right now. The granting of visas for nationals of either country, direct flights between India and China. Now, that's one part of it. The other part of it is the big issue. There is only one massive issue between India and China,
the border issue,
which is the boundary.
Yeah.
Delimitation of the boundary. There has been a renewed thrust in referring to the 2015 bilateral agreement between India and China. Once again, the two sides are going back to agreements which have existed to ensure that there is peace. The word de-escalation is now seeing use again, as also disengagement. Disengagement is when soldiers who are eyeball to eyeball move back a little bit, they move away from their contact points. De-escalation is when you look at the larger issue. So now, in those talks in New Delhi a few days back, there has been an agreement that, look, right, let's get back to the larger picture, and for that we need political direction from our leaders. Presumably, that political direction is being addressed over here. Now, that doesn't mean that India and China say it's all over, we're all friends, and this is the...
No.
It's not a boundary, it's a border, no. But there will be direction. And so we're going to have to see if it's low-hanging fruit or something larger.
Okay, is it going to be low-hanging fruit or something larger? We will know in the next maybe 20-25 minutes. I'm guessing the first indications from this meeting will come out. There will be lots of analysis of body language, about the initial comments, the public comments, whether there's going to be a joint statement. As of now, there is going to be no joint statement. But Aditya Rajkol is on the ground in Tianjin. Priyanka Deo joins us from Chicago. Aditya, a confirmation that the meeting has begun. Just take us through very quickly what you've been hearing. No joint statement expected as of now. It's going to be a 40-minute conversation, Aditya.
That's right. We can confirm from ground here at the SCO summit that on the sidelines, the first big meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi has begun. This is at the hotel where the Chinese president and the Chinese delegation is staying in the city. And of course, there's a lot being said about, discussed about the Modi-Xi Jinping meeting. What will be the result of it? Will there be some major announcements or decisions that will be taken? As per my sources, clearly no. There are no joint statement that is expected. What we do expect, however, is that some headway will be made, some positive direction towards people-to-people contact, towards some beginnings of structured bilateral cooperation to an extent in the framework of the people-to-people contact. Of course, there are many irritants, including that of the border in eastern Ladakh and the provocations that have come in. There hasn't been any kind of a consensus that's been achieved there, apart from the status quo that continues. There is, of course, the question of the delimitation that Vishnu pointed out. And apart from that, the continuous support of China towards Pakistan on terrorism. This is one major issue that will be discussed as well. The issue of the Delhi, Beijing flight is under works. There are a lot of technical details that the flight operators need to discuss in detail, threadbare, that need to be implemented. And of course, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra and the hydro statistics sharing is a very critical component of this bilateral dialogue. So this is the SCO summit, and the big headline from here is the SCO summit, not the bilateral, clearly, because this is just one of the meetings that are taking place here. I've spoken to several diplomats, here last night at dinner, who are positive, who are saying that, this is a meeting in a positive direction, but certainly not much can be expected out of one meeting that is taking place here on the sidelines of the SCO. Perhaps there needs to be a planning for a bilateral visit either to New Delhi or Beijing later this year or early next year. Now that we know that Quad may or may not happen, that's a question hanging in the air. There is certainly more bilateral cooperation that is expected between India and China. And of course, reiteration of the bilateral between India and Russia as well. But the key meeting between Modi and Xi has already begun. Within the next 30 to 40 minutes, we have more clarity with the first pictures coming in of the body language, of the tenor, of the way these leaders are speaking. We'll wait if any initial comments will come out of it. But clearly, a big development, Modi and Xi meeting here in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO meeting. We saw some positive momentum from the Kazan last year, and then a series of meetings between the leaders of the both countries, and now the top leaders meeting here in Tianjin. Clearly a significant development that the Americans and several Western countries would be also observing very closely.
All right. So in terms of meetings that are taking place, it's not just the one over here with President Xi. He'll be meeting the Myanmarese leader, Prime Minister Modi, later today. There was some talk about a meeting with the Iranian leadership. Are you hearing anything on that, Aditya?
Works. If it isn't a bilateral, then it will be a pull aside. But confirmation is only, Vishnu, about the three bilaterals that will happen. First one has begun between Modi and Xi Jinping. This will be followed by the bilateral with Myanmar. And tomorrow is that big day when Putin and Modi will be meeting, and this will be before Modi takes off for New Delhi. So clearly, these three are the formal structured bilaterals that will happen. But there are dialogue underway with Iran as well. If it isn't a bilateral, as I suggested, it could be a pull aside or a brief meeting between the top leaders of India and Iran, because India is certainly working on the rebalancing factor also. There is going to be a lot of rebalancing. Globally, India is seen as a very close partner of Israel, strategically speaking. There are defense ties, ties in technology, agriculture, water, but there's also historic ties with Iran. There is the Chabahar port as well, and a lot of communication that has continued between India and Iran during the recent 12-day war. And India spoke to both the leaders during that time as well. So clearly, India's significance as a peacemaker is of importance at the SCO summit. Zelensky reaching out, and now there is talk of the meeting between the Indian and the Iranian leaders.
Priyanka, you think Trump's going to have something to say in the next few hours about this this conversation that's taking place in China right now, or perhaps he's going to wait till the Putin conversation tomorrow? I mean, he's been pretty quiet for the last couple of days.
When does Trump have nothing to say? Of course, he's going to have something to say about it. But I think that he is going to wait until tomorrow, because tomorrow is a bit more relevant, and he's going to wait to see how Modi is handling both Xi as well as Putin tomorrow. And then I think he might make a statement on his Truth Social. So, I mean, keep in mind, this is one of the few multilateral forums where India, China, and Russia are literally sitting at the same table, attending the same summit without the US being present at all. So for India, it is a platform to engage with China without conceding and also to build influence among Central Asian nations where China and Russia are dominant, which might sway what the conversation is about tomorrow as well. So I think that this is a significant opportunity for Modi to elevate his global stature and potentially position himself for a Nobel Peace Prize. So the Truth Social post may be about that.
Shiv and Aditya, let's just go through two key parts of the statement which was made in Delhi when Wang Yi was over here, because I think this visit and this bilateral now taking place is literally premised on these two statements. I'll read it out. The need to take a political perspective of the overall bilateral relationship while seeking a fair, reasonable and mutually acceptable framework for settlement of the boundary question in accordance with the agreement on political parameters and guiding principles for settlement of the India-China boundary question signed in 2005. Lots of words, but essentially Wang Yi and Ajit Doval basically saying that India and China have now gone back to the 2005 India-China boundary question issue, that agreement between both sides, because after Galwan, all previous agreements were thrown away. I mean, we were almost at a state of war. So they've gone back to the basis upon which they want to figure out the problems. And number two, setting up an expert group under the working mechanism for consultation and coordination on the India-China border affairs to explore, quote, early harvest in boundary delimitation in the India-China border areas. Now, the word early harvest, Aditya, came up in the Chinese readout as well. So they actually do want some takeaways. I mean, how would you look at these 2 points as being the basis of the talks taking place now?
Well, certainly there's been a positive headway. There's no doubt about that. And as we've discussed, the Trump tariffs have only tried to speed up the entire process of India and China trying to rebalance and think of getting together. I think Wang Yi meeting with Ajit Doval was very, very critical. That set the tone of the meeting between Modi and Xi here on the sidelines of the SCO. And the 5 points that were agreed on, 2 of them that you elaborated about the working committee and the expert group on the boundary question. And of course, on the sidelines, on some people-to-people contact measures are very critical. So on the boundary question as well, we do expect some headway taking shape here. The formation of that expert group and the working committee will look into a time-bound resolution, at least in some areas. But will it happen? How long will it take is something that we need to wait and watch. But certainly China has proposed about the early harvest and about the boundary question. And this we speak even as Modi and Xi are meeting right now. There's a lot happening inside that room, and we're waiting for the details of the same. It's a big, big development with 2 major economies meeting together, discussing, among other things, trade as well, and resetting of the ties to begin with in a positive direction. As Priyanka said, Trump and the entire Trump administration would be watching it very, very closely. He's been unrealistically very, very silent these couple of days, but certainly we do expect some troubling remarks from him, perhaps tomorrow.
Because I agree with Priyanka. I think tomorrow is a little bit more relevant.
I want to hear what Navarro has to say. I'm not interested in Trump. I want to hear what Navarro has to say after Modi meets Putin. I think that's going to be more interesting.
I think Navarro may have been a little stumped by Zelensky's phone call yesterday to the Prime Minister, and maybe he's still figuring out what to do, and maybe his team has said, let's wait for the Putin meet, and then maybe we'll have a more well-rounded kind of response, or maybe he'll just think of something more racist to say. But Vishnu, I wanted to ask you, because you've tracked the boundary question for a long time. You've seen all the twists and turns firsthand as well, more than any of us. And I'm not saying that because you're older than any of us, but I'm just saying.
He just rubbed it in and said that he wouldn't.
but I just want to say, it is the least low-hanging fruit. Let's be very clear. I think we can agree on that. The boundary question is the most aggressive issue between the two sides. It is the biggest issue between the two sides. It is the most stubborn issue between the two sides. You know, India and China have gotten close to talking about a new approach and a new mechanism. You know, how many committees have we heard about, Aditya, in our entire life that have sat and talked about this issue? But Vishnu, your perspective on that. We're least likely to see any visible kind of headway as far as the boundary question is concerned, despite all the noises and language being used in statements so far.
No, you're quite right. I think they will make more noises and more statements saying that we are now going to talk about de-escalation. We are now going to talk about delimitation. Just the use of the word delimitation is a huge step forward considering what we've seen. But this is not stuff that's going to be sorted out. Look, the difference is, look at the East. India, in Arunachal Pradesh, it is our state. China says it's their state. They go about, as Aditya was mentioning, renaming parts of Arunachal Pradesh in Mandarin. That certainly will not work for us. There are areas over there where which are very sensitive. The Chinese have been building up along those border areas, in areas which India claims to be our own. So that's a huge issue over there. Somebody has to budge. Is India going to budge? Is China going to budge? We've seen violent clashes in Arunachal Pradesh as well. We've seen a massive build-up of Chinese air bases on their side, not just to the north of Arunachal Pradesh, but in the fingers, east of the fingers area, which lies to the east of Arunachal Pradesh. The central sector, much more settled, much more peaceful. And, you know, I mean, if there is...
Central sector is Uttarakhand, etc., right?
Yeah, it's much more settled, much more peaceful. And I think, you know, there is a great deal more that is possible. That is a real low-hanging fruit in saying that, okay, fine, we are more or less sorted out over here. You know, let's ensure that that remains. Eastern Ladakh, right? The fact of the matter is that after 1962, in fact, even before 1962, after 1959, beyond a certain point, India has not really been able to move east. The China, what they have done right now is that they have pushed their claim line to what their 1962 claim line was. And that is where the new line of control, as it were, in Eastern Ladakh lies. Now, in the last couple of years, the good thing, and we forget about this, which has taken place, is the creation of buffer zones. For example, on the north bank of the Pangong Lake, between Finger 3 and Finger 8, is an area which India says is ours, China says it is ours. So they very smartly said that neither side is going to occupy that area. In Galwan, we claim that you know, the bend of the river in the Galwan Valley is ours. China says no, it's ours. So neither side does that. They're several hundred meters behind. And that has happened in other places as well, right? So that's a smart way in the Hot Springs area, for example, where both sides have de-escalated their tensions. But what we now want is a movement over here, because you don't just want buffer zones, you want some sort of disengagement over here, some sort of boundary over here. You can call it a line of actual control, but it's not a buffer zone. It then just sort of improves the status of that. So can that be done? Again, that's something both sides will have to agree on.
And the point that everyone needs to be reminded is when the Galwan clash happened, and Aditya, I'll bring you in on this, it was the first time that there had been a significant violent escalation between soldiers on both sides since 1975. You know, since what happened in Nakula in Sikkim. That was the last time shots had actually been fired between the two sides. And even though no shots were fired in Galwan, you know, the ferocity of the clash, which left 20 people dead on the Indian side, over 40 dead on the Chinese side, according to some reports, was one of the worst sort of non-war clashes between the two sides. So that needs to be kept in perspective as well, Aditya, that we are just 5 years out from what was, let's face it, one of the worst breakdowns in security on the border.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. There's no compromise when it comes to sovereignty or security, especially of our armed forces who are protecting and at the LAC all across. What happened in Galwan was unprecedented, unheard of really in many, many years. In more than 4 decades, first, you know, very, very gory violence being reported, violent clashes in which we lost 20 of our brave hearts. And there were unprecedented losses on the Chinese side, which never really came out in open. At least the exact number did not come out, or the martyrs were not given the farewell that they really deserved. But the question really here is that, will we forget Galwan? Clearly, no. We will not forget Galwan, and we will certainly point out that there's much more that needs to be decided, that needs to be told to the Chinese about the sovereignty issue, about the boundary issue, but there needs to be some positive steps that need to be taken. Clearly, nobody expects that within a span of a few months or a years, there can be a resolution of the boundary question, particularly in eastern Ladakh and all across the LOC. But certainly, the Chinese need to be much more pragmatic in their approach. These boundary question talks that happen between the special representatives Ajit Doval and Wang Yi clearly cannot be only diplomatic measures. There needs to be much more, and there need to be steps that need to be taken, not just formation of the expert committees and the working groups, but there needs to be practical on-ground steps taken by the militaries of these both countries. And that will only happen when China realizes that you can't always have an expansionist tendency. But when you have historical ties with India, you need to build on that momentum, especially in this time in history.
No, absolutely. And that's salami slicing of territory, which we've seen not just along the frontier with India, but what has taken place in the north of Bhutan. A completely, totally 100% defenseless country, in the Doklam area, since both sides actually moved back. I was in China several years back when the Doklam issue, Aditya, was being resolved. I was actually on CGTN TV. And then in a panel discussion, I found the Chinese anchors being particularly aggressive towards me. In the course of that recording, Shiv, in the course of that recording, an agreement was arrived at. And within the next 5 minutes, the tone of the anchors was extremely conciliatory with me.
Interesting. I mean, I think that also, the story you've just told us, Vishnu, also shows that the talks between India and China, whether they're going to arrive at something that nobody expects, happens until the last minute. I actually want to, try and understand what happens inside these meetings, Vishnu. Who all are inside that room? Aditya, inside that room, inside that the venue at that hotel in Tianjin where the two leaders are meeting right now, who all are in there with them? Just so our viewers know.
Well, there's no confirmation on External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, that I can tell you. We're not sure if Jaishankar is there because
all right, we've got the first pictures on air, Aditya. You can keep going, but we've got the first pictures on air of the Prime Minister arriving at the venue for that. Vishnu, this is the Prime Minister arriving at the venue for that bilateral.
Yeah. Remember, it's not taking place at the SCO venue, as Aditya was mentioning. It's taking place in the hotel where President Xi is. Prime Minister Modi has gone in over there and with his delegation. So these are the very first pictures, and we've got it first on NDTV of the Prime Minister of India arriving in Tianjin in the hotel where President Xi is, where the talks have now been going on for the last 28 minutes.
So the first pictures, Aditya, the Prime Minister arriving for the bilateral. We'll have the picture of the handshake any moment now, Aditya.
Well, absolutely. The first picture breaking here on NDTV of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving for the first big bilateral, the handshake between the tiger and the dragon, the tango that happens within those 40 minutes of meeting that is taking place right now. But Shiv and Vishnu, you asked me a question about the bilateral, what really happens, who all are there. Most of the things that happen during the bilateral are already discussed. But this is a last-minute approach by the top leaders to have that kind of a bonhomie, and that bonhomie result in some kind of a positive measures that could be announced at the last minute. But most of the other stuff, the diplomatic stuff, has been discussed by either the foreign secretaries or the diplomats at the lower level or the ambassadors as such. Apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, NSA Ajit Doval is very much here. We have the India's ambassador to China, Mr. Rawat here. And apart from that, Vikram Misri, the foreign secretary, is also here in attendance. There are counterparts. We saw the visual of the China's ambassador to India also welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday. As I said, there is a huge question mark whether External Affairs Minister Jaishankar is here or not. Because there were some reports that he would be traveling to Europe. We'll have to wait for the visual of the meeting to come to confirm that. But these are the first visuals amid the tariff announcement of Trump, of Prime Minister Narendra Modi now not just reaching China, but approaching...
Okay, we've got live pictures. Aditya, first live pictures of the meeting here. There's no audio in these pictures, so we're going to talk over them. Okay, there is no audio, just so our viewers know that there is no audio in these pictures. That's Prime Minister Modi along with Xi Jinping. First images of the handshake again here on NDTV of the two leaders shaking hands and their two delegations sitting down for this very, very important bilateral. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is also visible there in those pictures, along with Prime Minister Modi. Wang Yi is there with the Chinese president. These are the first pictures of that bilateral. There's a quick glimpse of the handshake between the two leaders, which we'll put on your screen also in just a minute. Vishnu, first pictures.
I would assume the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is there as well, but this is just historic. It's the first time you've got an Indian Prime Minister in China since the Galwan clashes of 2020, which were fatal clashes. The fact that you've got them sitting down in conversations, in talks, that is absolutely huge, what is taking place. Now, let's be realistic, as we've been saying, that, don't expect very much. But I think the fact that you've got the leaders talking to each other, it's been preceded by a huge process, which has resulted in them coming to the stage, a process where the special representatives on the border issue have met Wang Yi and Ajit Doval, where both the leaders have said that, we have decided on all sorts of mechanisms to deal with the boundary issue, but we leave it now up to our political leaders to give us the guidance let us expect an early harvest, quote unquote. These are the words which have been used. Will there be that early harvest? I would suspect it may not be something very large on the border or boundary issue. If there is something, I would suggest it's on a part of the border or boundary, but perhaps it may not be that. But I will tell you what is likely to happen. Further statements on trade between India, air travel, religious sites, more of them opening up in China. The Chinese have no problems with that per se. We expect more of that taking place, which would be in the context of the relationship very, very big. But it's the economic part of the relationship, the trade, the rare earths, the fertilizers, the chemicals, the electronics. India needs all of that. China is a world leader in manufacturing over there. Despite all of the problems that we've had with China, remember, throughout this period, trade between India and China at many levels has continued. It's not enough to say that, we switched off TikTok and therefore the relationship from an economic standpoint went off. That's not the case. Shiv, I would like to know what actually happens of TikTok.
Yeah,
if you ask me, that's a fairly low-hanging fruit to be sorted out over.
Not just a low-hanging fruit, but one of possibly the widest possible interest. When it comes to populations across the country, because let's face it, this is a young country. The banning of TikTok took a heavy toll on the online community as well. There has been talk about TikTok being unbanned. There was a rumor recently which the government actually denied.
But some people got it.
Is that even on the table? We don't know. We don't know if that's on the table, Vishnu. But if it is, it's no small thing. TikTok is a huge
it connects millions of people, around the world.
We don't know if it's on the table, but it's big. Yeah,
I don't think it's going to happen that soon, quite frankly, because there's that entire concern in India at so many quarters about, Chinese IT systems and social media infiltrating into the Indian setup and the impact that may have. Some of the fears are exaggerated. Some of them perhaps may not be. That's another sort of aspect of all of this. But just look at the pictures. I mean, who would have thought, 5 years after our soldiers were killed in action, Chinese soldiers killed in action in Galwan, there would be this situation where they're shaking hands. But Shiv, this is the point I was making. It's not a massive, there's no hug over there, right, which is Modi's style. There's nothing beyond a polite, courteous gesture among two, very formal. Very formal is how I would characterize this. Very businesslike, right? And then getting down, a hand of friendship, a formal welcome, then both sides getting down, delegation level talks.
And Vishnu, also remember one thing, very formal, very procedural in many ways, cordial of course, polite. They both got smiles on their face.
And that's it, nothing more than that.
And we will read much into body language, even though Xi Jinping tends to be quite an inscrutable leader. This is a country that plays a lot of mind games. These things are usually never representative of what's really happening beneath. Okay, Ambassador Ashok Kantha is with us. He's just come out with a book as well on India-China relations. Ambassador Kantha, very warm welcome to you. You've joined us live just as these pictures have dropped in, sir, of the handshake between Modi and Xi Jinping. I'm not sure you can see the pictures yourself, but you can well imagine.
No, I can see pictures.
You can see the pictures. Tell us, tell us what's going on. How do you read what's happening between the two leaders in this sort of photo op, but also the larger question of what you're expecting from this engagement, sir?
Well, photo op, I think Vishnu has characterized it quite well. It's a sort of business-like, matter-of-fact handshake. Neither side showing too much exuberance. I think that's very befitting. It's an important meeting, no doubt about it. The Prime Minister is visiting China after a gap of 7 years and under unusually difficult circumstances when our relations with the USA are under considerable stress. And there is a process of rebuilding relations with China, which is unfolding. But, this is going to be a step-by-step process. There are difficult challenges. I heard earlier you discussing TikTok and those apps which were banned. That is just partly illustrative of the nature of problems, but partly also concerns we have vis-a-vis China.
Yeah.
Security concerns, other concerns. So this will take time. What we are doing now, as I can understand, a dual track approach. On one side, we are putting greater primacy on border related issues. During last meeting of special representatives, we agreed to explore, early harvest and also, start the process of discussions on principles of de-escalation. And in parallel, we will move ahead with what we call people-to-people contacts and economic engagement. But if I could just enter a word of caution there, since you were referring to early harvest earlier, this is something that we had explored with China. This is a Chinese proposal. At that time, it was limited to Sikkim sector alone. And after very careful consideration, we had turned down the proposal.
No, but Ambassador Kantha, could you clarify? Sikkim has a border, right, with China?
Yes.
And Nathula Pass is the major pass through where the border stands. And then east of that, of course, is Doklam, which is Bhutan, as far as we are concerned. So in terms of low-hanging fruit, or what the Chinese actually call early harvest, those words find mentioned in our agreement, in our document as well, what are the other parts of the boundary which can be made into a border?
Vishnu, if we go as per understandings contained in Agreement on Political Parameters and Guiding Principles, April 2005, I happened to be lead negotiator for that. It envisages a package approach where we look at all sectors of boundary. We were not inclined to look at piecemeal approach limited only to Sikkim sector. As a wire media, we had discussed possibility. At the minimum, we must settle both Sikkim and middle sector. Then we can leave eastern sector and western sector.
This is absolutely amazing. We've got the person who led the negotiations in the 2005 India-China boundary question on our screens right now, and that's what's been referred to in all of the sort of mentions, the documents a couple of days back. So the parameters and guiding principles for settlement. The fact, Ambassador Kantha, that they're actually talking about that, right? Because everything was thrown away after Galwan is by itself significant, right?
I think that's very significant that, the consensus which was reached between National Security Advisor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi in their capacity as the respective special representatives in boundary question reaffirmed Agreement of 2005 on political parameters and guiding principles. So essentially, it involves a negotiated political settlement. And certain principles and parameters have been agreed, and we should adhere to them. I think they are very important, and from our point of view, they are good markers.
But Ambassador Kantha, in as much as you talk about the 2005 agreement, which was, of course, landmark, we've seen the Chinese violate that in letter and in spirit through salami slicing of territory, not just territory India claims, but look at what's happening in Bhutan, across the Himalayan frontier. It's something I've spent years outlining through satellite imagery. It is an absolute fact. So, is there willingness to go back, sir, to 2005? Is it an acceptance of the fact that what they've been doing will stop?
No, I'm not at all convinced that that's going to stop. I think we have to go by their action on ground rather than their sort of assurances. And action on ground has not been very encouraging, though of late I must say that the border areas are relatively peaceful. But there has been no progress toward de-escalation, so we still have troops deployed in very high numbers, which is not a happy situation. So, point I'm trying to make that some people are arguing in terms of reset in relations. I think that will be unrealistic. Some people arguing that there must be a sort of Russia, India, China strategic convergence to counter USA. Again, that doesn't quite gel with objective realities. So let's improve relations with China. Let's seek what Prime Minister called stable, productive, and constructive relationship with China, which is very important, but with our eyes wide open.
All right, we've got
some audio from that meeting. Let's listen into the bilateral.
इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। एसेंसी चीन द्वारा SCO की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद।
I just wanted to go back to Ambassador Kantha for a moment. Ambassador Kantha, since we are now talking about the 2005 agreement being the basis upon which these talks are taking place, and since you were lead negotiator, and it's an agreement I know quite well, Article 7 of that says, and I quote, this is language which you had worked on, in reaching a boundary settlement, the two sides shall safeguard due interests of their settled populations in the border areas. Why is this important? This is important because what China is doing is that they've been building villages in areas, including in areas which we claim to be our own, making villages over there, right, 100 home villages, and then saying that this is ours, and therefore they are going around Article 7 by saying that this is our settled population. I make a village, I therefore claim I have a population there. Does this not violate the letter and spirit of this?
But just to give you background, why we were keen on, this was our proposal that we must safeguard the interest of us settled population because, as you know, Chinese would like us to see Tawang and some other areas. To safeguard that, we pushed them. This was literally the last article of the agreement to be agreed upon. I'm aware of what they're doing, so-called Shaokhang or wellness villages they're setting up. Well, most of them are not on our side of the line of actual control. Boundary, yes, because they're doing in Aksai chain also areas which we believe belong to us. But in terms of changing the alignment of line of actual control, so far, I don't think there has been any big impact. They are constructing these villages on a much lower scale. We also have our Vibrant Villages program. They are sort of solidifying their control because these are really dual-use villages. They're not just villages. They're also meant to be part of their defense strategy. So we have to monitor it very closely. If they try to develop certain villages on our side of line of actual control, we must prevent that. I'm aware that in Bhutan, they are developing villages on Bhutanese side of the boundary.
Yeah, very much so. Ambassador Kanta, one more question, because I think it's important that we get into the nuances of the boundary discussion between India and China. In Arunachal Pradesh, we have the McMahon line. That is the boundary as India sees it. And now there is a line of actual control in Arunachal Pradesh as well. The part I don't understand is, when did we have an LAC in Arunachal Pradesh which was different from the McMahon line? I thought at one stage they were synonymous.
Yeah, actually, if I could explain, China also agrees that the line of actual control is basically along McMahon line boundary. But we differ on interpretation of McMahon line boundary. Our interpretation is that it's the highest watershed in the area, and this was, Henry McMahon's idea also, as explained in his final memorandum. Whereas China would like us to transpose very small scale maps on current metric maps, which is illogical. This will lead to some areas which are on our side of LAC being disputed, including Sumdrongchu Valley. It falls in that category. You are aware of all controversy on Wangtung and what happened at 6 at 7.
So therefore, there is a line of actual control. In other words, up to that area we dominate, and we don't. And conversely, so there are areas within our interpretation of the boundary which are occupied by the Chinese, which they claim to be their own, and which we don't necessarily physically dispute.
These are very small pockets, which we call under adverse possession of China. And also I referred to Sumdrongchu Valley, and there's adjoining Namkachu Valley. There are some area there. There's another pocket called Longju is there.
Then some parts of Xiaomi as well.
Asafila, they do enter, but no, they're not controlling as such, but they do enter. So these are pockets, but by and large, we are controlling up to line of actual control.
Ambassador, great speaking to you. Thanks very much for joining us. Thanks very much indeed. Shiv.
Okay, very, very interesting discussion on the micro details of the border between India and China. We don't know if there's going to be any kind of announcement over what the two countries plan to do as far as their long-standing border dispute is concerned. But as of now, the big picture radiating out from Tianjin is this one. Business-like, cordial, polite, very, very formal. None of the the usual kind of hugs that you see in Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy. It's never happened between these two leaders. We've got to be very clear about that. But this is not a reset. It isn't a reboot either, but a tactical defreeze between the two countries, with both sides seeing benefit in trying to normalize things between the two countries. President Trump has played...
Prime Minister. And we are just going to play out
on what he said in that what he said in this meeting, Vishnu.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, I think Vishnu's got some audio playing. Let's just try
we'll try and get that audio out for you in a moment.
I think that's what we've already got on air, Vishnu.
Yeah, let's play
out what the Prime Minister has said in that message at the Bilateral.
And he tweeted it out just now.
Yeah. Let's play that out.
All right, we'll come to that in a moment, but these are remarks made during the meeting of the Prime Minister with President Xi Jinping. That is out now. We will try and sort of bring you details of that in just a few moments from now.
You guys are just not able to keep
But let's continue with our programming on this. We will try and get you what the Prime Minister has said. This is important because the meeting now has gone on for, I would suggest the meeting might actually have ended, but we will try and confirm that in a little while from now. Let's listen into what the Prime Minister said.
हमारे गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कयान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई थी। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू की। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए हैं। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। एक्सेलेंसी, चीन द्वारा SCO की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद।
All right, so a cordial statement over there from Prime Minister Modi saying that he sort of welcomes working with China closely in a cordial spirit. And we're going to play that out again, listen to a little bit more. But those are just introductory remarks. Einar Tangin joins us as well. Rubinder Sachdev, a foreign policy expert. General KJS Dhillon, as well as Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya. Thank you all very much for being with us. Einar Tangin, this is the moment that all of us have been waiting for. Your thoughts on the first remarks of Prime Minister Modi, which, in Hindi, he seemed to say that he seemed to suggest that both countries need to work together in a conciliatory spirit. I think that's the initial statement. By no means the sum and substance of what has been said, but your thoughts.
Yeah, this is a moment of optics. It's really, I think, sending a very strong message to Washington, D.C. For their kind of arbitrary actions towards India, which I don't think anybody in India can concretely tell me why Donald Trump has turned on a relationship that in his first term he was trying to nurture. That's one part. But the other part is the longer lasting one, and that is the relationship between these countries, but not only these countries. Remember, Donald Trump has put tariffs on 180 countries, including some penguins who are quite confused. So at this juncture, India has an opportunity. It was the one that's India started the non-aligned movement. We are at a time when a bully is, striding the world stage, literally trying to take everyone's lunch money for no apparent reason. Right. India can stand up to it. India has been the balancing power both at the SCO and BRICS. And I would suggest that the reason that Washington is acting the way it is that it wants to pummel New Delhi into submission. It's concerned that if India leads the non-aligned world and tells the United States that that's the end of it. You can impose tariffs as much as you want, but they have to be uniform across all nations. You're not going to divide us in that old colonial game of having us go against each other. This would include China and Russia and many others. But it's an opportunity to stand up, to be counted, for Modi to take the mantle of leadership. And I think this is really what keeps Washington up late at night.
I just wanted to introduce Professor Sierra Claire, who also joins us. Go ahead, Shiv.
Professor Clegg, welcome, and to all of our guests as well. I see Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon also with us this morning. An important day. On NDTV, we keep it real. We do know that the media in general tends to overhype what can be expected from engagements of this kind, but we keep it realistic. There is cautious optimism. There's some good headway being made, a smiling handshake between two leaders, just 3 months after a mini war between India and Pakistan, where a largely Chinese arsenal was used against India, Chinese intelligence was used, is always going to be good news, because India has consistently said that it is committed to positive relations with China. The Prime Minister has said it at this bilateral as well. Professor Claire, how are you seeing this meeting and what lies ahead?
Yeah, I think, of course, India has to engage with China as well as, other countries in Asia, just as the U.S. engages with China. I'm not sure of the significance of this organization, the SCO. Some people are talking about that it's sort of supposed to be a counterweight to NATO, although we haven't really seen any indication that they would be capable of doing anything in that regard. So, as you said, the Prime Minister is there and he's talking to the leader of China, and the U.S. as well has maintained dialogue with the leader of China.
General Dhillon, as a soldier, are you, I don't know if suspicious is the right word, are you wary of all of these developments?
Shiv, good morning, and good morning to the fellow panelists and all your viewers. See, all these are very good things which are happening. SCO meeting, the Prime Minister going to China and interacting with them for first time in the last 7 years, especially after Galwan, especially after Sindoor, which you referred to, where Chinese technology and Chinese intelligence were used against Indian state. So having said all that, and the border or the LSA issues, which were being very nicely brought out by Ambassador Sharda, being not resolved to the fullest. But having said that, what brings to the table in this SCO meeting is it's a 43% of world's population together. It's 1/4 of a world's global economy. And that is what is the composition of this group. But again, none of them have a shared objective with each other as part of this group. India is the only practicing democracy, 100%. Rest of them are only democracies in, bits and pieces. But as it is, we are in the times of uncertainty in the policies. We are in the time where, world is being shaken to multipolarity. And the multipolarity, the three major poles, the three major nuclear powers, Russia, China, and India, are part of this group. So all these are things, but we have to tread with caution. We have to tread with caution on long-term sustainable realignments.
Sure.
One meeting does not make a way for the long-term realignments. It takes a lot of self and mutual confidence. The mutual trust is missing. There's a trust deficit, especially after the LSA incidents and Operation Sindoor, and of course the long-standing boundary dispute. Having said all this, I look at this meeting as a very positive thing and hoping for positive outcomes. But as they say, it's all very good, but keep your powder dry. That is the most important thing as a soldier. We should never let our guard down because of peace things are being talked. We have a history of Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai and then 62. So I will end it at that because we must go ahead with these meetings and these initiatives. But we must be self-reliant in defense.
Okay.
The forward movement is that the two sides are engaged, and as long as they remain engaged, and let's remember, Vishnu, that the two sides have remained engaged and held periodic rounds of talks right through their entire standoff.
Military level talks in dozens of rounds.
That's right, dozens of rounds of
keep
talks.
the peace essentially on the ground, very tactical level, this area.
Yeah. Let's get a word in from Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, President of the Center for Digital Economy Policy Research as well. Dr. Bhattacharya, that meeting is still on, we understand, between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping. Much has been said by way of what the takeaways might actually be. But how are you, as an overview, seeing this handshake and what it might lead to?
Just as in domestic politics, there are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies, and the Lieutenant General was kind of hinting at that. Similarly, in geopolitics, there is no permanent enemy and no permanent friends. It'll keep shifting. Are we moving from the Russia camp to the US camp to the China camp? or moving towards the Russia camp. Well, the fact of the matter is we are 16% of the global population. Now, within the SCO, if you look at it, between Russia, China, and India, we are 95% of the SCO economy. We are a significant part of the landmass. And therefore, it is basically a grouping which is around the interest of Russia, India, and China, and others will be falling in. And it's for the others to decide whether they want to be part of this grouping or they want to be part of the US grouping. But one of the sobering thoughts is that the US is still larger in terms of economy than the key members of SCO. So the SCO is more turning out to be a counterweight to the US. Most people who have a beef in terms of most nations who have a beef with US are moving toward SCO. So if you look at the key economies, it's Russia, it's China, it's Iran. These are the economies which are the biggest in SCO besides India. And all of them seem to be having an adversarial relationship with the US. So it's turning out to be, what Quad was for China, SCO is turning out to be for US. So it's a very interesting development. It will also attempt to create some kind of an economic bloc because that's really the need of the hour. One of the reasons why India has very enthusiastically gone for SCO.
Let me just interrupt you for one moment. I've got an update from Tianjin. The meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi is now over. It's 10:31. What time did the talk start? 9:30.
9:30, yeah.
So it's gone on for an hour.
Yeah.
It's gone on for an hour. It was meant to be 40 minutes. It's gone on for an hour. Hopefully, we'll get a word on, and Aditya Raj call with us as well now. Aditya, do we have Aditya?
Yeah, he does. He's with us.
All right, Aditya, the update is that, as you would know, is that the meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi is now over. It's gone on for approximately 50 minutes. In the little statement that we heard from the Prime Minister, which we're going to play out once again, they were reading from prepared notes, obviously. They tend to do that. But do we have any idea, basic stuff on what they may have discussed?
Yes, Shiv and Vishnu, the meeting continues. Nobody had expected this. We had expected that it will be 30 to 40 minutes. It's been more than an hour
Aditya,
already.
I can confirm it's just ended.
Okay.
50 minutes it's ended. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's
been
just
about
ended.
60 to 62 minutes long meeting between the Chinese President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, that initial 1.5 minute initial statement by the Prime Minister giving a crux of what's happened over the last 1 year since the Kazan meeting, where, of course, there was some positive headway. And he referred to the recent border management meeting also between Wang Yi and, of course, Ajit Doval. Ajit Doval is very much present there. And that meeting was in many ways to set the foundation of this particular meeting in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO. We expect that implementation of the direct flight between Delhi and Beijing, apart from that, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra that has already taken place and has been welcomed by the Prime Minister and the Indian government. And apart from that, there is relative peace right now. There's a status quo after the border management talks. But this needs to be taken to the next level, not just the expert groups and the working committees, but also implementation down on ground. But there are various technical details that one has to go into, and these are military level engagements that need to also happen side by side with the diplomatic talks that are happening. So we expect a statement that will come out, whether this will be in the form of a text or we will see a foreign secretary speaking towards the evening. That needs to be clear. But we do know that there is a press conference from the India's Ministry of External Affairs that will take place around 6:30 p.m. India time. It will be around 9 p.m. here in Tianjin. But yes, all eyes on what are the agreements that have been made and what exactly would be the consensus and the roadmap that India and China arrive at from here in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO.
Aditya, stay with me. I want to on that point. I wanted to bring in Einar Tangen on this. Mr. Tangen, what would you say would be an acceptable outcome according to you? At this point, we understand there isn't going to be a joint statement. There will probably be a press conference later, by the two sides separately, maybe. In your view, speaking of specifics, what would be a good outcome?
Well, I like the image of an early harvest, but in order to have a harvest, you have to plant seeds. I think those were planted back in October. And right now, what they're trying to do is figure out how to make those. So drawing down the number of troops on both sides of the borders, I think would be very good on the security front. As I said, it'll take time to build trust on both sides to get past the narratives that have developed over these many years. On the economic side, I expect more progress. It's transactional. It fits very closely with the fact that Modi has talked about what happened since last October, and there are promising things already in progress, as was mentioned, rare earths, tunnel boring machines, fertilizers, etc. These are all things that are positive, but they have to be built on. So hopefully there'll be more than just how a few things listed that will be put out. Start talking about frameworks, especially in terms for India's sake, how to manage investment by Chinese firms who are anxious to go out, how to deal with technology transfers, which would be very, very useful for India. India has a massive labor dividend that needs to be used. China is not in a position anymore to do that kind of work because of the relatively higher wages. So these are two countries who are poised to work together. But beyond that, please do not lose sight of the fact that this is not a meeting solely about China and India. It is really about a whole bunch of nations who are now very, very concerned. And SCO is not like NATO. NATO is an organization that looks for external threats, identifies them, and says they're the enemy. SCO says that the threats that countries need to be looking at and band together on are internal threats: extremism, terrorism, separatism. These are the types of things that I think are realistically the more concerned. So they're not interested in putting together large armies to face off against each other. They're concerned about maintaining stability, especially in a time.
No, but Ayana Tangen, let me come in on that point on terrorism. What India really wants is a clear statement of terrorism which impacts India from Pakistan. That's been difficult. Yes. We've had our foreign minister, was it our foreign minister, Shiv? Our defense minister, who walked out of an SCO defense ministers meet recently, didn't walk out. I mean, there was no agreement.
Refused to sign the statement.
Refused to sign the statement because it wasn't explicit enough on where terrorism impacts India. It comes from Pakistan. So therefore, if we do talk about terrorism, it would be a disappointment here in New Delhi if there wasn't explicit mention of the role of Pakistan.
All right. And it would be a disappointment to everybody. Remember, terrorism is not something that exists just in India. All right. This is something that exists around the world. It is a common danger. That's what SCO does. I mean, if from China's point of view, they always wonder why India is concerned about terrorism only if it affects India. In Balochistan, there have been many more people killed and bus attacks, singling out men, executing them on the side of the road, etc. But there has been no cry out that this is an international issue and that it needs to be addressed, and that if you do not sign on to it, you are in essence supporting terrorism. So I think what your countries have to do is to talk about terrorism to get to its root causes. To, if there are state actors, expose them. Have investigations. Make sure that if you do not trust China to do it, have somebody else you do trust do it. Have Russia do it. Make sure that whoever is behind these are severely exposed and punished. There's no question about that. I mean, the whole point of SCO is to battle that. The difficulty is you have long-standing enmities between countries. Those need to be resolved, or you're going to have this situation where, once again, the colonial powers are using these divisions in order to divide and conquer.
Okay. Rubinder Sachdev, let me come across to you next. All right, we don't have him. General Dhillon, would you like to take that question on terrorism? And say, as a soldier who's fought terrorism, as a corps commander, and even before that, we are very clear about this. And this isn't for a moment to suggest that India doesn't look with concern at terrorist incidents elsewhere in the world, but we have our own interests. We've suffered greatly. As a soldier, you fought terrorism. What Ayana Tangen mentions is Balochistan as well. and as to sort of make the point that Pakistan suffers from terrorism. But how would you look at that remark by Einar Tangen?
Thank you, Vishnu. And firstly, coming specifically to your question and the comment made by the previous panelist, what is happening in India, the terrorism is being sponsored by Pakistan as a state machinery. The terror hubs of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed and other groups are prospering in Pakistan openly. They are there with their names, and the global terrorists are roaming around free in Pakistan openly. And Pakistani nationals, Pakistani citizens are coming into India, pushed in by the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan ISI, having trained them, having equipped them, having financed them. Pakistani nationals are coming inside Indian territory and carrying out terrorist acts. Now, this is different from Balochistan freedom fighters who are the sons of the soil fighting against the Pakistan government inside Pakistan with their inherent homegrown aspirations. Now, these two can't be equated and they can't be hyphenated. Let the world be very clear about this. India's terrorism is sponsored by Pakistan, trained in Pakistan, equipped in Pakistan, financed in Pakistan, manned by Pakistanis, headquartered in Pakistan, and pushed with the active support of Pakistan Army under ceasefire violation inside Indian territory. Now, there's a difference here. A Balochi freedom fighter, son of the soil, aspiring to create an independent state within Pakistan, fighting that government is absolutely a different thing. They can't be equated, and let there be no doubt about it.
Okay.
Now, having said
go ahead, General.
Other thing which I expect, okay.
No, General, carry on.
The other thing which I expect from SCO meeting is more, like someone said earlier, early harvesting is, jo ho sakta wo kare. The disengagement has happened in few areas. I would expect the disengagements on the line of actual control and the international boundary to be complete in all sectors, and we go back to a particular deadline. Thereafterwards, the confidence building measures and further deliberations can bring us the ultimate solution. If you're thinking of ultimate solution in this meeting, I don't think that will happen. First and foremost step is disengagement at all the points of conflict, including the Fingers area, including Galwan and other areas. That is the second thing which I expect from this meeting. And first one, of course, we discuss the terrorism, where Pakistan must be called out. And as Vishnu had just said, our defense minister refused to sign the defense minister's meeting document because Pakistan was not named. And Balochistan reference, as done by the previous panelist, was made. So we are very clear on that. And third thing, which may not be my domain, is that we need to bring down the trade deficit, which is now nearing 100 billion, to offset the tariffs which Trump administration has enhanced. And that would be a good neighborly gesture where the trade deficit is brought down. We are able to export more items to China. And then people-to-people contact, as was also brought out during the introductory remarks by the anchors, that also must also increase. So these are few reliable or realizable expectations. And most important for India is Pakistan's act of terror against India must be called out.
Einar Tangen, do you want to respond to that?
I'm surprised that somebody in the military is defending terrorism. You might say that these are freedom fighters, but the fact is when they pull people off of boats, a bus, and indiscriminately shoot them in the back of the head, I don't think that's military. These are civilians. And I'm shocked, actually shocked, that you would even think that that's appropriate to defend. Now, they might have their own ideas about independence, etc. But the means are terrible. That's like saying that somehow somebody doesn't like India, they have the right to execute people who are just going on a peaceful pilgrimage. In terms of this idea that somehow, the general thinks that everybody needs to do something for India. That's nonsense. You don't make a trade by saying, what are you going to give me? All right? There has to be mutuality. You did not mention one thing where India was going to do something for China. You assume that somehow everyone needs to bow down. And this is the parochial view which is holding India back. India needs to be a leader. It needs to think beyond itself, to go back to this time when the non-aligned movement was started, when it meant something. This is the culmination moment when India can step forward, be a major player, change the world, deal with the bully in Washington, not sit around and saying, what are you going to do for me?
Okay, hang on a second. General, do you want to respond to that? India needs to have something on the cards for others, in this case, China. It's not enough to say that we want this and we want that.
No, absolutely. So China's beef with India is that we have not the market.
General Dhillon, go ahead. Yeah.
Bigger point of equating terrorism in India with Balochistan movement. So that is not state-sponsored. Indian terrorism is state-sponsored by Pakistan, funded, equipped, trained, at the cost of reputation, I'm saying. And Pakistani nationals are coming inside Indian territory and doing the terror acts. And these two cannot be equated, and this is what I have to respond. Otherwise, yes, when you are engaging with a country of two sizes, which are 1/6 of the world in their own domain, China and India, we both have 1/6 of the world's population. Naturally, there will be give and take. Bilaterally, there will be give and take, but on the point of terrorism, we are very clear it is Pakistan which is the fountainhead of terrorism all over the world.
Okay, Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, you had a point to make. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mistook you that the question is for me, and I was agreeing that there are issues that China believes is open from India's side. The border issue is one of the points, which is what the Lieutenant General was talking about. We need to obviously sit down and resolve it. It is tricky. We haven't been able to resolve it for over 70 years. But hopefully, between India and China, if we resolve some of these border issues, perhaps we can have India emerging as one of the poles in the world. And obviously, as we keep saying, it's a multipolar world. We can't be putting.
All right, I'm interrupting you now because we've got some breaking news on what exactly has taken place in the meeting. And it goes like this. In his opening remarks during delegation level talks with Prime Minister Modi, the Chinese President Xi Jinping has said, "It's a great pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Prime Minister. I welcome you to China for the SCO summit. Last year, we had a successful meeting in Kazan." There's more over here. Prime Minister Modi says, and I quote, "An agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed. Direct flights between the two countries are also being resumed. The interests of 2.8 billion people of both countries to our cooperation. This will also pave the way for the welfare of the entire humanity. We are committed to taking our relations forward on the basis of mutual trust, respect and sensitivity." Jayajit, would you like to reflect on this, on what the Prime Minister has said?
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly what we were discussing when the breaking news came in. It is a significant step forward if we can resolve the border issues once and for all. And whatever the changes have happened on the border, we understand villages have been put in on the border from the Chinese side. And therefore, some of the agreements that were put in earlier, they kind of become questionable. But if there is a resolve from both sides to really sit down and resolve it, it'll have significant impact on trade between US and between China and India. We are roughly about 30% of the global population, and therefore we should be able to move the center of the economic world and center of the world in that sense towards this part.
All right, we've got another soundbite now coming in, I think of the Prime Minister or of President Xi. Let's just listen in.
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Gala, and the China-India relationship had reset and started anew. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation since made new progress.
All right, so that was just a statement from Xi welcoming Prime Minister Modi. Let me go back to Einar Tangen. Just some very basic statements over there, but I found the excerpt which we now have from Prime Minister Modi interesting. where he says, and I quote, an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management, and the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed. So that we know has been resumed, so that's great. But the key part, the key takeaway is that an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. Your thoughts?
I think that's not a complete solution. I think what they're talking about is a mechanism to address the troop drawdown. So I don't see this as a major issue. It's just saying, look, baby steps, one step at a time. Trust is important. Trust was destroyed on both sides. And at this juncture, you have to rebuild it. You have to have a mechanism to do that. You have to have communications. And I think that's what he is conveying. And I think it's the right message.
We've also got more of what the Chinese president has said. This is an English translation of his opening remarks. I quote, "The world is going towards a transformation. China and India are two of the most civilizational countries. We are the world's two most populous countries and part of the global south. It's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and the elephant to come together." China said this in the past, and I think this is the spirit upon which these talks are taking place. Let me take that back to, who else do we have? Let me take that across to some of our other panelists. Sierra Claire, would you like to come in over here, Professor Claire, on this bonhomie between India and China based on these statements, which we're getting on a real-time basis? Your thoughts?
Yes. Well, China and Russia and all of these countries constantly repeat this talking point about the world is changing and China's going to be the leader, or Russia's going to be the leader, or whoever. But the facts on the ground haven't changed. The U.S. remains India's largest trading partner. That's not going to change anytime soon, despite the tariffs. And, the U.S. Is a very important partner to India and other nations in the global south, on important security issues like terrorism, maintaining peace. So I just don't agree with that statement. But as I said earlier, I think it's natural to have a dialogue with China. But China is not a very trustworthy partner. So any agreements or any dialogue that happens, I think the U.S. is very skeptical of those type of things coming from China.
Einar, Tangin, how would you respond to that?
Obviously, Claire is not an economist. When you have 50% tariffs, that in essence makes sure that there is going to be no trade, at least from the Indian side. So, it will impact the economic and also the political relations between these two countries. And if she's blind to the fact that that's why Modi is there and that's why these statements are being made, you can live in denial, but it doesn't necessarily change the facts. I'm surprised that she would say that, China is an unreliable partner, when in fact it's the U.S. unreliability which is pushing all of this. It is Trump's actions which have coalesced the BRICS grouping and also other countries. And as well as the SCO. I mean, I don't know how she can come to the conclusion, well, we don't like it, so therefore it doesn't exist. That ostrich approach doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. And given what Washington has done and continues to do in terms of its verbiage and actions against India for no apparent reasons, and she doesn't seem to want to explain why that is, this is going to continue. I mean, belittling a country like India, which is of such great importance to the future in terms of markets and labor, it doesn't even make any sense. So at this point, I would discount a lot of what she said. I don't think it was very factual.
I've got more of what President Xi says. He says, and I quote, "This year marks the 75th anniversary of China-India diplomatic relations. Both nations need to handle our relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective. We must also step up to our historic responsibilities to uphold multilateralism, a multipolar world, and more democracy and international institutions, and work together for peace and prosperity in Asia and around the world." This is an area where there's no dispute, Sierra, between India and China. we want strategic autonomy. The word strategic autonomy wasn't sort of mentioned over here, but I think a multipolar world is synonymous with strategic autonomy, which countries like India and China seek. That's not necessarily the way America thinks, but that's something which may be the basis on organizations like BRICS going forward. A multipolar setup, is that something America might accept?
I think that that America and President Trump view India as a sovereign nation, as they do China and as they do Russia, as evidenced by Trump directly negotiating with Putin just a couple weeks ago. So the idea that America is trying to bully India or trying to force India to do anything through tariffs is just not true. India is a sovereign nation, and they have the option to make a trade deal with the Trump administration, which the administration continues to engage with India on that, and has shown that they want to ultimately normalize trade relations with India. These tariffs are specifically targeted about the Ukraine war. And, President Trump, that's how he engages in the world. He doesn't apologize for American strength. He embraces it. And India has benefited from that, as have many countries, because he's ended 6 wars in the past 6 months. So you really can't pick and choose when you want to use American strength and when you don't. He wants to end the Ukraine war.
Sierra, I must interrupt. If one of the wars that Trump claims to have ended is the mini war between India and Pakistan, that's just factually not correct. It just didn't happen that way. I mean, it's a ludicrous claim.
Several wars that he's been a key piece in ending or resolving disputes.
Were you including the one between India and Pakistan, which on a weekly basis he says that he ended, when we can tell you as independent journalists, both of whom happen to be covering national security, me for 30 years, Shiv for 25 years, that is not the way it happened. Trump did not bring India to the ceasefire table or Pakistan. It was Pakistan that came to the ceasefire table. There were very important conversations between the US Vice President and Indian leaders over here, but the peace process wasn't because of that. The peace process happened because Pakistan said, let's end it. It's not because America told India, you end it as well. They may have suggested that, look, guys, work it out. But India was not bound by that American call for peace, which was a very decent and expected call for peace. But Trump seems to say that he ended the war. He didn't.
I don't think President Trump says that he ended the war alone, but he certainly includes it as one of the disputes that he was, a key piece in bringing about the resolution of it.
All right. Okay, fair enough. Any further thoughts from Einar Tangen before we move ahead? Einar?
Well, you've heard it. I mean, you're just trying to rewrite history. Trump was not a key player in this. This was something beyond him. And if you start looking at all the, quote, wars that he's ended, they're still fighting. So you tell me what there's lots of rhetoric, but what's the reality? And this is the problem. This idea that she says that the U.S. is not bullying the world when you send out 180 letters, including to penguins, saying that you're putting tariffs on them. This is not a diplomacy. This is not responsible statecraft. This isn't even an economic a solution. It is just pure bullying. The biggest kid in the classroom going around and stealing people's lunch money. It's disgusting.
All right.
We have Xi Jinping saying that the elephant and the dragon should come together. He says it's vital for the elephant and the dragon to come together. We, of course, prefer to call ourselves the tiger, I think, which is more.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with the elephant.
There's nothing
the
wrong
elephant
with
is
it.
an immensely powerful animal.
There's nothing
Shiv
wrong.
and I have had a disagreement about this yesterday. I wanted imagery of an elephant and a dragon, and he insisted that it should be a tiger and a dragon.
I see mind games in that, but let's play out what the Chinese president just said.
相互成就伙伴，实现龙象共舞，应当是中印双方的正确选择。
China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We're the world's two most populous countries, and we're also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
All right, so important statements there from Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi. Xi saying we are the world's two most populous countries, part of the global south, vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and the elephant to come together. He spoke about multipolarity. That's something which, Shiv, India and China have no dispute on. We both want a multipolar system.
Definitely have no dispute on, but, I just want to strike a note of caution, as we always must when it comes to India and China, because many of these things sound like they've been said before, and they have, between India and China. The last 5 years between the two countries have been a historic low, the lowest low since the 1960s and 70s. And therefore, this handshake has to be seen in that context. There is an intention towards an early harvest. Over the next 6 to 7 hours till this evening, we will know what those early harvest issues might actually be. Vishnu's talked about some of them. Most of them are likely to be, economic deliverables between the two countries. The seeds were sown, as Einar Tangen said, in Kazan. Whether those will be articulated today, I think is going to be the key question, because the optics are good, the cordiality is good, the mood, the body language, all of that is fairly predictable, nothing out of the ordinary here, business-like, procedural, nothing over the top, because this is, after all, India and China. But the key question is really going to be, have the two sides managed to align on some of the more diversionary sort of realities of this relationship? As Vishnu in detail said in that conversation earlier, the boundary question, are we going to see anything more than just what the Foreign Office spokespersons have said so far? Because if it comes from Modi and Xi Jinping, Vishnu, that's a big deal. So that's one thing for the spokespersons.
They are the deciders. They are the deciders.
Absolutely.
And the words which were used both by the Chinese earlier and India was early harvest. So early harvest in the context of something to do with the boundary is what we are all ultimately hoping for. Will that happen? Let's wait and see. A quick look at the headlines at this hour. That crucial Modi-Xi bilateral meeting has happened in Tianjin. It lasted for 50 minutes. It ended a short while back. The Prime Minister's key message during that bilateral meeting, it's a message of mutual trust. There must be peace after disengagement at the border. Xi says that the elephant and dragon must come together.
परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
Putin is in China as well. He arrived yesterday. He slammed the US sanctions. The Modi-Putin bilateral is tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping have held a bilateral meeting lasting approximately 50 minutes on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Tianjin. This is absolutely huge. It comes in the context of Galwan. Remember, in 2020, there were fatal clashes, military clashes between India and China in eastern Ladakh. Relations plummeted to a near-war situation between the two nuclear neighbors. But now there appears to be a rather deliberate reset. They've held a bilateral, the leaders on the sidelines of the SCO. It lasted more than 50 minutes. It's the Prime Minister's first visit to China after 7 years. Speaking at the meeting, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, after the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created, and that an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. So he used the word disengagement, right, Shiv?
Yeah, he did, and that's interesting because does it indicate that there is possibly going to be some kind of a takeaway as far as the boundary question?
Or there has been disengagement.
Yeah,
is how this is.
He said that in his comments at the bilateral itself.
So you see, again, for the benefit of our viewers, there are two things over here. It's so important to remember: there's disengagement and there's de-escalation. Disengagement is when soldiers move away from their eyeball-to-eyeball contact in areas where Indian and Chinese soldiers are really high-altitude places in Ladakh and elsewhere, face off. That's disengagement when they move back. They move back just a little bit. And then there's de-escalation is when they move back hundreds of kilometers possibly, and then de-escalation itself is part of resolving the boundary issue. What the Prime Minister has said, and I quote, after the disengagement on the border, that seems to indicate
the first layer.
At least in some places, there's been some disengagement. An atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. So these leaders, Shiv, are operating in their talks with that having been achieved.
Yeah, the two places where complete disengagement hasn't happened yet, even at the smallest levels, of course, are in Demchok and the Depsang plains in the north. But the other areas, disengagement has been successful. That's what the Prime Minister is actually acknowledging here. The key question now that the two leaders have met, of course, is what the early harvest takeaways might actually be. Will they manifest in the form of some kind of a statement or a comment from the Foreign Office in China? Certainly will have some aspects of that in the Indian Foreign Secretary's press conference, which comes up at about 6:30 p.m. India time tonight. So we'll have some aspects of that. But I can guarantee you that NDTV's Aditya Rajkol and Gauri Dwivedi, our team on the ground in Tianjin, will have an early warning, an early start on those facts as soon as we start getting them in. They're speaking to their sources, in case you wondered, right now in Tianjin. So they'll be plugging into this coverage in just in a few short moments from now. We're going to have more experts joining us as well. But I want our viewers for a moment to look at these pictures. This is not the first time that Xi Jinping and Modi have shaken hands. They've met many times in the past, even since Galwan. They have met on different occasions. They've met in Bali, they've met in Kazan, they've met elsewhere. But this is the first time in 7 years that the Prime Minister of India is traveling to China, and is the first engagement of this kind since the Galwan clash, since the standoff began in eastern Ladakh. So the context of this conversation is extremely important, as are, Vishnu, the words that have been used by the two leaders. The Prime Minister talking about disengagement, Xi Jinping talking about how vital it is for the elephant and the dragon to come together.
There's another thing, and I'm reading out exactly what the Prime Minister has said. An agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management, and that India and China are, quote, committed to taking our relations forward on the basis of mutual trust, respect, and sensitivity. So I would suggest that they are working towards fixing the border situation. Now, it's a huge border. We don't know what exactly they're talking about. Ambassador Ashok Kanta, who was with us a little while back, somebody who negotiated the 2005 agreement, said that for India, it was not one part of the border and not another part. It's the whole shebang that needs to all come together and be fixed. But the fact that India and China are back to talking about delimitation and the boundary itself and finding a solution, to me, is huge. Now, they've not spelled it out because I don't think they've gotten there. But I do believe, Shiv, with the Prime Minister saying that, then that is the political impetus which the special representatives of India and China, when they met in New Delhi recently, were talking about. That impetus has been given. And so now the people on the ground, the bureaucrats, the military leaders, the special representatives, the foreign ministers, they have their job assigned to them.
That's right, that's right. They've been given those first indicators, and they now need to create those next steps as to what the relationship is going to look like maybe 6 months from now. And the other key question that's weighing on my mind, Vishnu, is, and I wonder if we'll get a confirmation or a view on that, is about Xi Jinping visiting India. Is that going to happen at some point? in the foreseeable future? Has there been an invitation extended? Will there be a summit next in India between the two sides? Remember, and this is something that requires constant reminding, that this bilateral meeting between the two leaders is happening on the sidelines of the SCO. So it's not like the Indian Prime Minister has traveled to China for this bilateral. He's there to attend the SCO summit, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit, and amidst that, this bilateral is taking place. But will there be a pure bilateral, a bilateral that's not linked to any other summit? Could that involve Xi Jinping being invited to India in the next few months or within the next year? We don't know. That's a question that we're going to try and get some clarity on. Gauri Dwivedi is live with us from Tianjin, from the SCO summit venue. Gauri, interesting comments coming in from the Prime Minister as well as Xi Jinping. The Prime Minister talking of disengagement, Xi Jinping talking about how vital it is for the elephant and the dragon to come together. Your initial thoughts on these comments? Very interesting pictures, very interesting words, Gauri.
Very interesting picture and an extremely interesting choice of words, Shiv. And also that tells you that as far as the two sides are concerned, priorities, roadmap and focus for the relationship may not be as aligned as we think. For us, there are some bigger concerns that still remain unaddressed, so to say, which is regarding border, which is regarding our national security concerns that we've raised on several occasions and continue to do so. As far as the Chinese president is concerned, there is a reason why he said and made those three very important remarks. First and foremost, when you impress upon the shared and the culture and history and civilizational connects of the two countries, you want to try and sort of bridge some of the contentious issues and try and demarcate the relationship between one aspect, which is around trade, culture, connectivity, and the second around, of course, defense and national security, which is what the effort has been. However, for India, it's a holistic picture. That's the first thing. Second thing, he made a very important comment about international organizations. Remember, this is also China's effort to try and create a parallel economic order, try and send out a message to the Western Bloc that, we are trying to create a parallel bloc right here. The military parade is also to be seen in that context. Okay. So his effort and his comment about international organizations
All right, hold on a second.
need to be seen in that
Gauri,
context.
I'm interrupting you because the Prime Minister is addressing in his Mann Ki Baat. Let's just listen.
मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई भैया।
थैंक यू सर। नमस्कार सर। जय हिंद।
साथियों, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना देश की एकता, देश के विकास के लिए बहुत जरूरी है और निश्चित तौर पर खेल इसमें बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। और इसलिए ही तो मैं कहता हूं, जो खेलता है वो खिलता है। हमारा देश भी जितनी टूर्नामेंट खेलेगा उतना खेलेगा। आप दोनों खिलाड़ियों को, आपके साथियों को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आपने यूपीएससी का नाम तो जरूर सुना होगा। ये संस्था देश की सबसे कठिन परीक्षाओं में से एक सिविल सर्विसेज का एग्जाम भी लेती है। हम सब ने सिविल सर्विसेज के टॉपर्स की प्रेरणादायी बातें अनेक बार सुनी है। ये नौजवान कठिन परिस्थितियों में पढ़ाई के बाद अपनी मेहनत से इस सर्विस में जगह पाते हैं। लेकिन साथियों, यूपीएससी की परीक्षा की एक सच्चाई और भी है। हजारों ऐसे उम्मीदवार भी होते हैं जो बेहद काबिल होते हैं। उनकी मेहनत भी किसी से कम नहीं होती, पर मामूली अंतर से वो अंतिम सूची तक नहीं पहुंच पाते। इन उम्मीदवारों को दूसरी परीक्षाओं के लिए नए सिरे से तैयारी करनी पड़ती है। इसमें उनका समय और पैसा दोनों खर्च होता था। इसलिए अब ऐसे होनहार विद्यार्थियों के लिए भी एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया गया है और इसका नाम है प्रतिभा सेतु। प्रतिभा सेतु में उन उम्मीदवारों का डेटा रखा गया है जिन्होंने यूपीएससी की अलग अलग परीक्षाओं के सभी चरण पास किए, लेकिन अंतिम मेरिट लिस्ट में उनका नाम नहीं आ पाया। इस पोर्टल पर 10,000 से ज्यादा ऐसे होनहार युवाओं का डेटा बैंक मौजूद है। कोई सिविल सर्विस की तैयारी कर रहा था, कोई इंजीनियरिंग सर्विस में जाना चाहता था, कोई मेडिकल सर्विसेज के हर पड़ाव को पार कर चुका था, लेकिन फाइनल में उसका सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ। ऐसे सभी उम्मीदवारों की जानकारी अब प्रतिभा सेतु पोर्टल पर उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है। इस पोर्टल से प्राइवेट कंपनियां इन होनहार स्टूडेंट्स की जानकारी लेकर उन्हें अपने यहां नियुक्ति दे सकती है। साथियों, इस प्रयास के नतीजे भी आने लगे हैं। सैकड़ों उम्मीदवारों को इस पोर्टल की मदद से तुरंत नौकरी मिली है और वो युवा जो मामूली अंतर से रुक गए थे, अब नए आत्मविश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज पूरी दुनिया का ध्यान भारत की तरफ है। भारत में छिपी संभावनाओं पर दुनिया भर की नजर है। इसी से जुड़ा एक सुखद अनुभव मैं आपसे साझा करना चाहता हूं। आपको पता है कि आजकल पॉडकास्ट का बहुत फैशन है। विभिन्न विषयों से जुड़े पॉडकास्ट को भांति भांति के लोग देखते और सुनते हैं। बीते दिनों मैं भी कुछ पॉडकास्ट में शामिल हुआ था। ऐसा ही एक पॉडकास्ट दुनिया के बहुत फेमस पॉडकास्टर लैक्स फ्रीडमैन के साथ हुआ था। उस पॉडकास्ट में बहुत सारी बातें हुई और दुनिया भर के लोगों ने उसे सुना भी। और जब पॉडकास्ट पर बात हो रही तो बातों बातों में ऐसे ही मैंने एक विषय उठाया था। जर्मनी के एक खिलाड़ी ने उस पॉडकास्ट को सुना और उसका ध्यान मैंने उसमें जो बात बताई थी उस पर केंद्रित हो गया। उन्होंने उस टॉपिक से इतना कनेक्ट किया कि पहले उन्होंने उस टॉपिक पर रिसर्च की और फिर जर्मनी में भारतीय दूतावास से संपर्क किया और उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखकर बताया कि वो उस विषय को लेकर भारत से जुड़ना चाहते हैं। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि मोदी जी ने पॉडकास्ट में ऐसा कैसा विषय कह दिया जो जर्मनी के खिलाड़ी को प्रेरित कर गया। ये कौन सा विषय था? मैं आपको याद कराता हूं। मैंने पॉडकास्ट में बातों बातों में मध्य प्रदेश के शहडोल के फुटबॉल के क्रेज से जुड़ा एक गांव का वर्णन किया था। दरअसल 2 साल पहले मैं शहडोल गया था, वहां के फुटबॉल प्लेयर से मिला था। पॉडकास्ट के दौरान एक सवाल के उत्तर में मैंने शहडोल के फुटबॉल खिलाड़ियों का भी जिक्र किया था। यही बात जर्मनी के फुटबॉल खिलाड़ी और कोच डिटमार बायर्सडॉर्फर ने भी सुनी। शहडोल के युवा फुटबॉल खिलाड़ियों की लाइफ जर्नी ने उन्हें बहुत प्रभावित और प्रेरित किया। सही में किसी ने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी कि वहां के प्रतिभाशाली फुटबॉल खिलाड़ी दूसरे देशों का ध्यान अपनी ओर आकर्षित करेंगे। अब जर्मनी के इस कोच ने शहडोल के कुछ खिलाड़ियों को जर्मनी की एक एकेडमी में ट्रेनिंग देने की पेशकश की है। इसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार ने भी उनसे संपर्क किया है। जल्द ही शहडोल के हमारे कुछ युवा साथी ट्रेनिंग कोर्स के लिए जर्मनी जाएंगे। मुझे यह देखकर भी बहुत आनंद आता है कि भारत में फुटबॉल की लोकप्रियता निरंतर बढ़ रही है। मैं फुटबॉल प्रेमियों से आग्रह करता हूं कि जब समय मिले वे शहडोल जरूर जाएं और वहां हो रहे स्पोर्टिंग रिवॉल्यूशन को करीब से देखें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, सूरत में रहने वाले जितेंद्र सिंह राठौड़ के बारे में जानकर आपको बहुत सुखद एहसास होगा, मन गर्व से भर जाएगा। जितेंद्र सिंह राठौड़ एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है और उन्होंने एक ऐसी अद्भुत पहल की है जो हर देशभक्त के लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों से वो उन सभी जवानों के बारे में जानकारियां जुटा रहे हैं जिन्होंने भारत माता की रक्षा में अपने प्राण न्योछावर किए हैं। आज उनके पास प्रथम विश्व युद्ध से लेकर अब तक शहीद हुए हजारों वीर जवानों के बारे में जानकारियां मौजूद है। उनके पास शहीदों की हजारों तस्वीरें भी हैं। एक बार एक शहीद के पिता की कही गई बातें उनके हृदय को छू गई। शहीद के पिता ने कहा था, बेटा गया तो क्या हुआ, वतन तो सलामत है ना। इस एक बात ने जितेंद्र सिंह जी के मन में देशभक्ति का एक अद्भुत जुनून भर दिया। आज वो कई शहीदों के परिवारों के संपर्क में है। उन्होंने करीब 2,500 शहीदों के माता पिता के चरणों की मिट्टी भी अपने पास लाकर रखी है। ये सशस्त्र बलों के प्रति उनके गहरे प्रेम और जुड़ाव का जीवंत उदाहरण है। जितेंद्र जी का जीवन हमें देशभक्ति की वास्तविक सीख देता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आजकल आपने देखा होगा अक्सर घर की छतों पर, बड़ी इमारतों पर, सरकारी दफ्तरों में सोलर पैनल चमकते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। लोग अब इसके महत्व को समझ रहे हैं और खुले मन से अपना रहे हैं। हमारे देश पर सूर्यदेव की इतनी कृपा है तो क्यों न उनकी दी हुई उस ऊर्जा का पूरा उपयोग करें। साथियों, सोलर पावर से किसानों की जिंदगी भी बदल रही है। वही खेत, वही मेहनत, वही किसान, लेकिन अब मेहनत का फल कहीं ज्यादा है। ये बदलाव आ रहा है सोलर पंप से और सोलर राइस मिल से। आज देश के कई राज्यों में सैकड़ों सोलर राइस मिल लग चुकी है। इन सोलर राइस मिलों ने किसानों की आय के साथ ही उनके चेहरे की रौनक भी बढ़ा दी है। साथियों, बिहार की देवकी जी ने सोलर पंप से गांव की किस्मत बदल दी है। मुजफ्फरपुर के रतनपुरा गांव के रहने वाली देवकी जी को लोग अब प्यार से सोलर दीदी कहते हैं। देवकी जी, उनका जीवन आसान नहीं था। कम उम्र में शादी हो गई, छोटा सा खेत, 4 बच्चों की जिम्मेदारी और भविष्य की कोई साफ तस्वीर नहीं। लेकिन उनका हौसला कभी टूटा नहीं। वो एक सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी और वहीं उन्हें सोलर पंप के बारे में जानकारी मिली। उन्होंने सोलर पंप के लिए प्रयास शुरू किए और उसमें सफल भी रही। सोलर दीदी के सोलर पंप ने इसके बाद जैसे गांव की तस्वीर ही बदल दी। जहां पहले कुछ एकड़ में जमीन की सिंचाई हो पाती थी, अब सोलर दीदी के सोलर पंप से 40 एकड़ से ज्यादा क्षेत्र में पानी पहुंच रहा है। सोलर दीदी के इस अभियान में गांव के दूसरे किसान भी जुड़ गए हैं। उनकी फसलें हरी भरी होने लगी है, आमदनी बढ़ने लगी। साथियों, पहले देवकी जी की जिंदगी 4 दीवारी के भीतर सिमटी हुई थी, लेकिन आज वो पूरे आत्मविश्वास से अपना काम कर रही है। सोलर दीदी बनकर पैसे कमा रही है और सबसे दिलचस्प बात की, वो क्षेत्र के किसानों से यूपीआई के जरिए पेमेंट लेती है। अब पूरे गांव में उन्हें बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाता है। उनकी मेहनत और दूरदर्शिता ने दिखा दिया है कि सौर ऊर्जा सिर्फ बिजली का साधन नहीं है, बल्कि ये गांव-गांव में नई रोशनी लाने वाली एक नई शक्ति भी है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 15 सितंबर को भारत के महान इंजीनियर मोक्षगुंडम विश्वेश्वरैया जी का जन्मदिन होता है। उस दिन को हम इंजीनियर्स डे के रूप में मनाते हैं। इंजीनियर सिर्फ मशीन नहीं बनाते, वे सपनों को हकीकत में बदल देने वाले कर्मयोगी होते हैं। मैं भारत के हर इंजीनियर की सराहना करता हूं, उन्हें अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, सितंबर में ही भगवान विश्वकर्मा की पूजा का पवित्र अवसर भी आने वाला है। 17 सितंबर को विश्वकर्मा जयंती है। ये दिन हमारे उन विश्वकर्मा बंधुओं को भी समर्पित है जो पारंपरिक शिल्प, कौशल और ज्ञान विज्ञान को अनवरत एक पीढ़ी से दूसरी पीढ़ी तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। हमारे सुतार, लोहार, सोनार, कुम्हार, मूर्तिकार, बढ़ई मिस्त्री हमेशा से भारत की समृद्धि की बुनियाद रहे हैं। हमारे इन विश्वकर्मा बंधुओं की मदद के लिए ही सरकार ने विश्वकर्मा योजना भी चलाई है। साथियों, अब मैं आपको एक ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग सुनाना चाहता हूं।
तो ये जो मानपत्र में आपने लिखा है, ये स्टेटों के बारे में मैंने जो कुछ किया या हैदराबाद के बारे में हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने जो कुछ किया, ठीक है किया, लेकिन आप जानते हैं कि हैदराबाद का किस्सा इस तरह से हमने किया, उसमें कितनी मुसीबत थी। सब स्टेटों के साथ, सब प्रिंसेस के साथ हमने वायदा दिया था कि भाई कोई प्रिंस का, कोई राजा का हम अलग फैसला नहीं करेंगे, सबका एक हिसाब, जैसे सबका होता है ऐसा उनका भी। लेकिन उनके लिए हमने वहां तक अलग समझौता किया।
साथियों, ये आवाज लौह पुरुष सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल की है। हैदराबाद की घटनाओं पर उनके स्वर में जो पीड़ा है, उसे आप महसूस कर सकते हैं। अगले महीने सितंबर में हम हैदराबाद लिबरेशन डे भी मनाएंगे। ये वही महीना है जब हम उन सभी वीरों के साहस को याद करते हैं जिन्होंने ऑपरेशन पोलो में हिस्सा लिया था। आप सबको मालूम है कि जब अगस्त 1947 में भारत को आजादी मिली तो हैदराबाद अलग ही स्थिति में था। निजाम और रजाकारों के अत्याचार दिन ब दिन बढ़ते जा रहे थे। तिरंगा फहराने या वंदे मातरम कहने पर भी मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता था। महिलाओं और गरीबों पर अत्याचार किए जाते थे। उस समय बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने भी चेतावनी दी थी कि ये समस्या बहुत बड़ी बनती जा रही है। आखिरकार सरदार पटेल ने मामले को अपने हाथ में लिया। उन्होंने सरकार को ऑपरेशन पोलो शुरू करने के लिए तैयार किया। रिकॉर्ड समय में हमारी सेनाओं ने हैदराबाद को निजाम की तानाशाही से आजाद कराया और उसे भारत का हिस्सा बनाया। पूरे देश ने इस सफलता का उत्सव मनाया। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आप दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में चले जाएं, वहां आपको भारतीय संस्कृति का प्रभाव देखने को जरूर मिलेगा। और ये प्रभाव केवल दुनिया के बड़े शहरों तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि इसे छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी देखा जा सकता है। इटली के एक छोटे से शहर कैंप रोतोंडो में ऐसा ही देखने को मिला है। यहाँ महर्षि वाल्मीकि जी की प्रतिमा का अनावरण किया गया। इस कार्यक्रम में वहां के स्थानीय मेयर सहित क्षेत्र के अनेक अहम व्यक्ति भी शामिल हुए। कैंप रोतोंडो में रहने वाले भारतीय मूल के लोग महर्षि वाल्मीकि जी की प्रतिमा लगने से बहुत खुश हैं। महर्षि वाल्मीकि के संदेश हम सभी को बहुत प्रेरित करते हैं। साथियों, इस महीने की शुरुआत में कनाडा के मिसिसागा में प्रभु श्री राम की 51 फीट ऊंची प्रतिमा का भी अनावरण किया गया है। इस आयोजन को लेकर लोगों में बहुत उत्साह था। सोशल मीडिया पर प्रभु श्री राम की भव्य प्रतिमा के वीडियोज खूब शेयर किए गए। साथियों, रामायण और भारतीय संस्कृति के प्रति ये प्रेम अब दुनिया के हर कोने में पहुंच रहा है। रूस में एक मशहूर स्थान है व्लादिवोस्तोक। बहुत से लोग इसको ऐसी जगह के रूप में जानते हैं जहां सर्दियों में तापमान -20 से -30 डिग्री सेल्सियस तक गिर जाता है। इस महीने व्लादिवोस्तोक में एक अनूठी प्रदर्शनी लगी। इसमें रूसी बच्चों द्वारा रामायण की अलग अलग थीम पर बनाई गई पेंटिंग्स को भी शोकेस किया गया। यहाँ पर एक कंपटीशन का भी आयोजन हुआ। दुनिया के अलग अलग हिस्सों में भारतीय संस्कृति के प्रति बढ़ती जागरूकता देखकर वाकई बहुत प्रसन्नता होती है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में इस बार इतना ही। इस समय देश भर में गणेश उत्सव की धूम है। आने वाले दिनों में बहुत सारे त्योहारों की रौनक होगी। उन त्योहारों में आपको स्वदेशी की बात कभी भी भूलनी नहीं है। उपहार वही जो भारत में बना हो, पहनावा वही जो भारत में बुना हो, सजावट वही जो भारत में बने सामान से हो, रोशनी वही जो भारत में बनी झालरों से हो, और भी ऐसा बहुत कुछ। जीवन की हर जरूरत में सब कुछ स्वदेशी हो। गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है, गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है, गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है। इस भाव को लेकर हमें आगे चलना है। एक ही मंत्र, वोकल फॉर लोकल। एक ही रास्ता, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। एक ही लक्ष्य, विकसित भारत। साथियों, इन खुशियों के बीच आप सभी स्वच्छता पर जोर देते रहें, क्योंकि जहां स्वच्छता है वहां त्योहारों का आनंद भी और बढ़ जाता है। साथियों, मन की बात के लिए मुझे इसी तरह बड़ी संख्या में अपने संदेश भेजते रहिए। आपका हर सुझाव इस कार्यक्रम के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। अपना फीडबैक मुझ तक जरूर पहुंचाते रहें। अगली बार जब हम मिलेंगे तो और भी नए विषयों की चर्चा होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made.
That
sir.
is also Indian.
Yes, sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे। करेक्ट।
लिम्बर आप में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खांडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। आगे सर। हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन ऑफ। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ। फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा टेलिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको?
Good afternoon. The big story that we continue to track now for the last several hours, that crucial meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping. The first visit of Prime Minister Modi to China in 7 years, and the first one certainly to China since the Galwan clash. India and China are in the midst of a reset. The images on your screen tell a story of the two neighbors trying to attempt that reset. Now, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves on just how big things will ultimately be, but there does appear to be clear political impetus to try and work through some of the most vexing issues, including the boundary issue. The Prime Minister has said, and I quote, "An agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed. Direct flights have between the two countries are also being resumed. The interests of 2.8 billion people are linked to our cooperation. This will also pave the way for the welfare of humanity. We are committed to taking forward our relations on the basis of mutual trust, respect, and sensitivity." He says, "Last year in Kazan, we had a very successful, fruitful discussions and gave a positive direction to our relations. After the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created." So they are talking about disengagement, but I think both sides are now looking at de-escalation, which is the larger issue. Disengagement meant the face-to-face sort of scenario along the line of control between Indian and Chinese soldiers. But de-escalation is the larger process, which ultimately would result in delimitation of the boundary itself, a formal border between India and China being created. We are still, I would suggest, many years away from that. But they are now referring to the 2005 agreement between India and China, which was a document that they referred to before the Galwan clash of 2020, and they're trying to build up on that. So there is impetus. It's not as if this meeting, and it wasn't expected either, would really result in anything more than that, a direction that's been given. Xi Jinping says the world is going through transformation. China and India are the two of the most civilizational countries. We are the world's two most populous countries and part of the global south. It's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and the elephant to come together. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the China-India diplomatic relations. Both nations need to handle our relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective. We must also step up to our historic responsibilities to uphold multilateralism, a multipolar world, and more democracy in international institutions, and work together for peace and prosperity in Asia and around the world. So that's what the Chinese president has said. I'm joined by Tara Kartha, Rahul Karan Reddy, Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev, and Gurcharan Das. Mr. Das, let me come to you first. Cautious steps, but I think important. Do you believe that as a first step, the really low-hanging fruit is the economic relationship between India and China? Is that being reset?
Well, I hope so. It's looking good. And, you know, our mindset, I hope, is taking in the fact that there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies in politics and international relations. Smart nations quietly, humbly pursue their national goals without distraction of egos, boundary disputes, and such things. So as Xi Jinping said, that the dragon and elephant now are coming together, I hope that the economic relations will be separated from other issues that concern our country. And an immediate step I would recommend would be that we encourage, the way we encourage Western companies, we encourage Chinese companies to come to India, to set up business and to, in other words, to come and make in India. What we call China Plus One now is China Plus One for Chinese companies to come here and export from here and bring their best technologies. And therefore we must give people easy, we have had a very difficult time. We have not even been giving visas to people, employees of people we needed, experts we needed for the iPhone manufacture, etc. I hope all this will go away and that we will have joint ventures and be flexible, that if they're exporting, allow them the kind of equity we allow other companies to have. Ultimately, our goal is to create masses of jobs. Viksit Bharat is our goal. Therefore, our Chinese policy, security policy, political policy, economic policy should be 7.5% growth.
Okay. Let me go across to Tara Kartha. Dr. Kartha, I think this one statement by the Prime Minister was important. After the disengagement of the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. So disengagement has taken place. You know, I mean, no one really knows to what extent, but presumably soldiers in most areas aren't eyeball to eyeball. And so therefore now the stage has been set for the larger process, de-escalation. Do you think that's what this visit is actually about? To sort of give the instruction to the bureaucrats, special representatives, foreign ministers, foreign secretaries, military leaders, that go ahead and start sincere conversations on de-escalation?
Well, I'm hoping it is. But to be, well, absolutely honest, I don't think that's, I mean, I think that's going to take a while, because there is a lot of other things apart from, I mean, this is a great step. The fact that you've had, you know, at Depsang and Demchok, you've had this deal with. There are other areas which are still contentious. What is important is what is backing up the Chinese troop movement. There's a huge amount of not just infrastructure, movement to the borders, creating this, you know, the villages across, creating radar stations across. All that is taking place. You know, so it is a long haul, but it is encouraging.
Okay.
What I actually wanted to say was what the previous speaker said. I think that was a very important point on getting Chinese companies access to India to export. I drive a Chinese-made car in terms of wants for that. That's a great thing, right? But the point is,
Tara, you drive a Chinese car. Did you say that?
It's a Chinese R, and it's your Rover, the company which makes Chinese cars. They've been locked out, but it's a pretty good car. But that's on the lighter side. But
Tara, that's a headline for me. Tara Kartha drives a Chinese car.
Well, it is actually the UK company which has got the Chinese one, which is
okay. Fair enough.
Right. But see, the problem here is when we say, the biggest problem is this huge, deficit you have in terms of trade with China, right? For the Prime Minister, for him, economy comes first, right? This is a huge problem. The question is, what are you capable of sending across? Right. What is Indian industry capable of sending across? Your R&D, and I've been saying this again and again, and I'm glad it's been raised in Parliament also. Your R&D is 0.88% of GDP.
Sure.
Look at Japan, for example, 3.6% of GDP. You have to bring up your own industry.
All right. Okay. Everybody hold on for a moment. I'm coming back to this discussion after this short break. Stay tuned.
India's defense game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defense Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready. Stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honorable Defense Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defense Summit 2025, Warfare in the 21st Century.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried.
Welcome back. Well, we're going to continue tracking the India-US, India-China relationship in light of the images that you see on your screen of the Prime Minister meeting the Chinese President, his first visit to China in 7 years. India and China in the midst of a significant reset in the relationship. We'll come back to that in a moment, but it's not just geopolitics at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet being held in Tianjin, which is where the Prime Minister is. A humanoid robot is drawing attention at the summit and putting the spotlight on the technological advancements being made in China. The robot is named Zhao He and is proficient in English, Chinese and Russian, not just amusing but also assisting visitors at the summit. Aditya Rajkol interacted with the humanoid.
ये युग है एआई का, ये युग है रोबोटिक्स का, और तभी यहाँ पर सूखा
नाम की एक जो है रोबोट यहाँ पर सामने आई है। आइए कोशिश करते हैं इससे बात करने की और जानने की कि ये रोबोट क्या जानती हैं। 3 भाषाओं में बात करती है, अंग्रेज़ी में, चीनी में और रूसी में।
Where is everything? I'm functioning at optimal capacity today.
Well,
Thank you for asking.
ये कह रही हैं कि मैं पूरी कैपेसिटी में जो है काम कर रही हूँ।
7% efficiency with no latency issues detected.
Okay, got it. I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on India?
As an AI service robot, I do not hold personal opinions about countries or political entities.
Okay, what can you tell us about the SCO summit?
The 2025 Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit Media Center provides comprehensive services across 8 functional zones, including media workspaces, press conference areas, broadcasting facilities, and cultural exhibition spaces. Registered media can access broadcasting services, press conferences, official photographs, forum information, dining services, and technology exhibitions.
All right, thank you very much. So that was the robot here speaking to us about the SCO summit and what is expected on the sidelines. There's an SCO meeting that's going to happen, but there are also bilaterals. But when you ask opinion-related questions, there are no opinions really coming in. Well, we are in China. So clearly, not much coming out of this robot, but this is certainly a very interesting aspect that's come in here.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this
ma'am.
side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from sir AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made.
That
sir.
is also Indian.
Yes, sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of INSAS, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे.
अच्छा.
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे. करेक्ट.
लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें. बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है.
ओके आई कैन सर हाँ हाँ चलिए चलिए
फायर लाइन अप हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ फायर भर चलो सामने टारगेट अपना टाइम फर्स्ट 5 राउंड फायर
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS as well.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our big focus this morning, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping held a nearly 1-hour meeting in China that ended just a short while ago. It's the first time the Prime Minister has visited China in 7 years. And is it heralding a new dawn of friendship between India and China? And what does it mean for geopolitics? All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The crucial bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and China's Xi Jinping took place in Tianjin. The meeting on the sidelines of the SCO lasted 55 minutes and marks a major reset in ties between the two Asian giants.
परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
The Prime Minister says disengagement of Indian and Chinese forces on the border last year created this atmosphere of peace and stability, while Xi Jinping says it's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and he says the dragon and elephant need to come together. Modi-Xi bilateral talks take place amid the tariff war with the United States, a message of trust and friendship to the world, a global reform push. Can the reset in ties counter the tariff? And ahead of the SCO summit in China, Russian President Vladimir Putin has slammed the US sanctions as discriminatory. He says unilateral restrictions undermine global trade and stability. All right, some breaking news now coming in. News from China in Tianjin, where Prime Minister Modi has held a meeting with Cai Qi, Secretary of the Secretariat of the Chinese Communist Party. So that meeting is currently being held after the earlier bilateral with Xi Jinping that lasted nearly an hour. So another big development there with Prime Minister Modi holding this meeting with Cai Qi, Secretary of the Secretariat of the Chinese Communist Party. Now, earlier, as we said, the crucial bilateral took place. This is all happening on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Tianjin, in China. It's the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years to China. So the Prime Minister also holding this key meeting with the Secretary of the Communist Party. Well, let's take you through all the developments since the morning with the Prime Minister's key bilateral taking place with Xi Jinping. That was around 55 minutes, so nearly an hour is how long that meeting lasted. This is the Prime Minister, as we said, first visit to China after 7 years and the first after the Galwan clashes that took place, in which Indian and Chinese soldiers clashed, and we lost 20 Jawans in that, remember. So since then, this meeting, it's been a long way, and it's a start of a major reset in ties between the two Asian giants, and it comes at a time that India is facing sanctions from the United States. Tariffs have been doubled by Donald Trump to 50% and the reason said is because of India buying oil from Russia. So given these tensions that one is facing from the West, a very key meeting and a key bilateral between Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi, especially if we talk about the kind of statements that were made at the start of this meeting and those opening remarks. The Prime Minister said after the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. He also said an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. So, talking about how there has been that peace on the border since the Galwan clashes, a lot of developments, a lot of ground has been covered. He also added that India and China are committed to taking our relations forward on the basis of mutual trust, respect and sensitivity. So mutual trust emphasized there by the Prime Minister. Chinese President Xi Jinping lauded the India-China talks that took place last year in Kazan. That is where they had met earlier, because this is not the first time they're meeting. Remember, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping calling the talks in Kazan earlier as successful and said that we are the world's two most populous countries. It's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and he says the dragon and the elephant to come together. He says it's important for the world. So the Prime Minister also in those opening remarks did announce the resumption of direct flights between India and China. Already the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has resumed. So let's just listen in to those statements that were made before the bilateral.
हमारे प्रिय दोस्तों के स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कजान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई थी। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू की। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। ऐसे चीन द्वारा SCO की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद।
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Gala, and the China-India relationship had reset and the start of the new. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation have since made new progress. The world today is swept by one single-century transformations. The international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We are the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
All right, let's go across now to NDTV's Gauri Dwivedi, who joins us from there in Tianjin. And Gauri, several remarks made by both leaders, very positive. There's a sense of this, cautious optimism about India-China ties. Any more information, emerging from the bilateral that took place?
There's been limited information, Karki, that's come out. Of course, we've really been decoding the kind of body language here, the measured statements that have come out from both sides. But at the same time, we're talking about the specifics that both sides have pointed out. The Prime Minister making it very clear, mutual trust, a very important aspect that he stressed on. And also the people who were with him in that bilateral meeting, the entire delegation that comprised of National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and several others, of course, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri as well. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was not part of the deliberations, but indicating that what all could have potentially been part of that discussion. Now, all eyes on the official press conference that is slated to take place in a couple of hours from now. Remember, there's also very important bilateral that is set to begin anytime soon, which is the one with Myanmar. It will start in the next 2 hours or so. But as far as the India-China relationship is concerned, what one can say is that while contentious issues remain, this is incremental progress, and this is intent on the part of the two leaders to look at ways to build cooperation and at the same time address the contentious issues. Now, all eyes on what that roadmap is going to be and how soon those actionable points be identified by both sides to ensure that the momentum that the relationship has got now continues to remain so.
Absolutely. As you said, incremental progress. There is, this sense of cautious optimism. But let's also talk about how this meeting and this very key meeting comes at a time that India is facing, the tariffs and the sanctions from the United States. And this is a meeting that will be watched very closely the world over. We'll also, at some point, I'm expecting that there will be some kind of a statement coming from the United States as well.
Absolutely. What are the odds of Donald Trump being able to resist a post on Truth Social? Really, Gargi. Having said that, he also put out that very important post that came in New York Times just ahead of these meetings. Look at the timing. The NYT putting out that Donald Trump will not come to court, even though there's been absolutely no formal movement on that. As the host country, India has to first start extending invitations. There's a whole process to it. Even before any of that, NYT put out that report saying that Trump will not come to India for court. Now, what does that mean? That means that this is response. One would say jumping the gun, because you're actually responding even before any of these developments took place. But yes, the message, the intent that is on display here in Tianjin is going to see some sort of a response coming from the Trump administration. That's going to be very clear. What that will be, how sharp that will be, how staggered that will be remains to be seen, because this is something that's going to go on for 2 days. And tomorrow is when the all-important bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin will take place. Remember, a large part of the shrill rhetoric that the Trump administration has come out against India is with regard to purchase of Russian oil. So that is likely to only escalate tomorrow. But what one can say, Karti, is that as things stand right now, India and China are displaying an intent to ensure that they continue to rebuild the relationship and rebuild the trust deficit. How soon that will happen is anybody's guess. This is a long-term process, but the fact that there's intent on both sides is important. And also, Washington is watching this, West is watching this. And when they do, there is going to be some sort of a response that will come in. How soon? Well, I would probably say maybe from tonight onwards, India time, you'd start seeing some reactions coming in from Trump administration and his bully-in-chief, Peter Navarro.
All right. Thanks so much. Gauri Dwivedi there reporting from Tianjin. Well, let's now go across to our guests to discuss further what this now means for India, for China, for the world, for geopolitics. Thank you so much, Ratish Mehta, Senior Research Associate Organization for Research on China and Asia, joining us. Jinping, China expert, Associate Professor at O.P. Jindal Global University, and Namrata Hasija, Research Fellow with the Center for China Analysis and Strategy, Stimson Center. Thank you all for joining us on the program. It's been quite a morning, seeing that handshake, looking at the body language, then the kind of statements that have been made. Ratish Mehta, first to you, your comments on, all the developments since the morning that have taken place, and, this sense of cautious optimism and hope for, a new dawn, as it were, of India-China relations.
First of all, thank you for having me for this show. It is indeed true. The meeting today morning has been a historic one. So has Prime Minister Modi's visit to China. It comes at the backdrop of 5 years of very troubled relationship with Beijing, as well as in the past month and a half where there has been a lot of movement from Beijing as well as Washington towards New Delhi. But I think there is a slight tendency to misread the meeting as well as the visit as a whole, right? And the misreading is actually stemming from this idea of conflating or mixing up a strategic posture to a complete realignment of some sorts of for New Delhi's relationship with Beijing. Relations with China have seen some very troubled relations. The past 5 years, there has been a lot of mistrust, both strategically as well as structurally with Beijing. And this meeting should only be seen as part of a compartmentalized effort to take a step one by one. As far as the meeting is concerned for today, that took place today morning, of course, we understand there were some very big leaders representing India, but there were also some very important members of the Chinese party, Communist Party, representing the Chinese side, including Zhao Xi, who's Xi Jinping's right-hand man, as well as Zhang Shanji, who's the chairman of the NDRC, along with Wang He, who's the foreign minister. So there is a desire to reconcile relationships, but how quickly that relationship takes a positive upward turn is something that needs to be thought out carefully from the Indian side, because as we know, the relations with China have not always have always resulted in positive relations.
Well, to put it mildly, really, you're absolutely right. And that's why, even Gauri was talking about how, incremental gains and the Prime Minister emphasizing there's a need for mutual trust and respect. Gunjan Singh, your comments on that, yes, of course, we have been burned by China in the past, but given the situation now, what we are seeing from the West and, this the tensions with Trump and the tariffs that we are seeing, that is the reason that now we are looking to hopefully have better relations with China and, grow from here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel, first of all. But yeah, you cannot take away the Trump factor. Definitely, that's why everybody is very interested in what Modi and Xi are going to talk and how this relationship is going to go forward. But let's not forget, it's a meeting on the sidelines of SCO. Yes. It's still not a bilateral meeting. They're still not, primarily don't have space and mandate to discuss major issues. And as was mentioned earlier as well, it's the trust deficit. So Trump is definitely a common let's say, an agenda or a problem for India and China. Both are facing tariffs, both are struggling economically, and obviously it's a global economy which is in a flux overall. And also Prime Minister will be meeting Putin also tomorrow, so that agenda will also be seen how it goes ahead from there. But I'll still say it's cautious, right? It's a good effort, good I should say meeting, because it's a 7 years gap that China, our Prime Minister is visiting China, but they did meet last year as well on the sidelines. So it's not like they're meeting after a very long gap. Obviously, this meeting comes under the immediate implementation of the tariffs on India, which is 50% as of now, and obviously impacting our trade. And obviously, India-China trade is one place where we can work more and maybe improve relations. But we do have trade deficits with China as well, and there's a lot of bilateral also that needs to be sorted out. But it's the trust, and as was mentioned earlier, it's 75 years of bilateral relationship, diplomatic relationship, and we consistently have not had very good relations. There's always been roadblocks, there's always been hope, we always been cautious. And if we look at the statements as well, both the leaders are technically not talking about the same thing. India is still talking about the border and disengagement, and obviously looking at agenda that needs to be resolved for a proper reset of relationship. This cannot be termed as reset. It's still a meeting. Reset is a long drawn process. Galwan was definitely something which will take a long time to resume. And Chinese are still talking about flights and Mansarovar and people to people contact. So, and economy. So I think we still need to align where our problems are, who wants what, and both sides definitely need to sit together bilaterally to discuss that more.
All right. Just before I come to you, Namrata, I know you've been waiting patiently. Let's just listen into what a Chinese journalist had to say about the meeting that took place.
We're reporting continuously from the SCO summit here in China, and the big handshake between the Chinese President Xi Jinping and, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just concluded. It was more than 50 minutes meeting and some people-to-people contact and an unprecedented way forward between India and China. Who would have thought that 5 years after Galwan, there would be a reset in ties? Thank you to Donald Trump and the White House for making this happen. But joining me right now is a journalist from China, Chen, who is in fact the founder of the China Briefing News, who will speak to us more about the reset in the ties. Thank you very much, Chen, for joining us.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, please tell me, how do journalists in China see the developments between India and China? You know, there is the Trump tariff. It was imposed on China, and now the Maharaja of tariffs, Bob, against India, and a lot of anti-India statements coming in from the American side. What are your views?
I think for the U.S. tariff, huge tariffs against India, I think it's beyond everyone's expectation. Previously, we always believed India is an ally of the U.S., but now you have the over 50% of the tariff, and also the U.S. has forced India to open its more market, for example, the sensitive agriculture part. So I think that is a huge shock, and some people even call it kind of a betray. And for the China-India relations, I think as both sides agree that we are not affected by the third party, but we're also not targeting the third party. I think for Prime Minister Modi's 7 years, the first visit in 7 years to China, I think that is a milestone for the bilateral ties, especially as you said, it's kind of a reset for this bilateral ties. And I think as the two leaders have met to have this kind of strategic dialogue, I think that have paved a very strong path for the bilateral ties, and especially for the communications among different ministries and for the different levels. I think that is good for both sides, politically, economically, and also for the culture-to-culture and the people-to-people exchange.
All right, so those were comments by a Chinese journalist on the meeting that just took place. But coming to you now, Namrata, if you can also your comments on the meeting that has taken place. Everybody is very cautious, saying this is just the beginning. Let's not hold our horses, not get too excited over this. The body language has also been spoken about, the kind of it was not cold but very impersonal handshake. Xi Jinping's expression also, he does have that inscrutable expression, so maybe you're reading too much into it. But yes, your comments on the developments of this morning.
Thank you, Gargi, for having me here. And, observe Xi Jinping's body language when he's meeting President Putin. You will not see the same body language that he has, with Modi. There's always like a smile ear to ear that he has. And that's very rare for us to see, when he's meeting other leaders. As far as the meeting is concerned, calling it a reset, historic, milestone, I don't think I would use such words. Second, I don't think the Trump's tariff
but
is
reset,
the reason.
Wouldn't you agree to reset? At least all of you are being so, quite pessimistic. But hopefully a reset in ties, maybe?
We are being realistic. That is why you don't us, calling it
No,
all
of course,
these terms.
of course. Just the kind of statements that were made as well. Yes.
Yes, and also what I was saying that let's not give Trump a lot of credit behind this meeting. It's been 9 months. It was, the process started 9 months back. So that time, India was not facing the 50% tariff. So let's not give Trump that credit also that, he's the reason behind, this meeting. So it was 9 months back when the two leaders, countries started talking to each other. So it's been a very long drawn process that has resulted, in whatever we are seeing, the thaw or the little readjustment that we are seeing in India-China relations. So it took a really long time. Yes, the tariffs is making everyone look up to this meeting. That's another thing. But I would not say...
But there is a shadow of the Trump, the tensions, and therefore more, emphasis or more, really, looking at this meeting taking place.
Yes, and also let's not forget that it was the Chinese, Wang Yi who actually came here first discussing the special representative talks. But those are on border issue, right? But what did he discuss instead? Economy. So let's also figure out that it's economy that's pushing the Chinese, and it's their, economy right now, which has been under pressure for a very long time, right after COVID. That has resulted in them seeking a market. And India has been an answer to that. And that is also one of the major reasons that China has softened their stand when it comes to India. And it is, of course, their economy. That is why I'm saying again and again and stressing this, that special representative talks are for the border, but economy was discussed. So, and also let me draw your attention to a few comments that, came on Vaishon right before this meeting. And the comments from the Chinese side was that the differences between India and China are more fundamental than the, differences between India and the US. We have a lot of issues, and that is why, again, because you said, why are you not using that? They said we still have the one China principle, border issues, the Pakistan factor, influence in the global South countries, and India's suppression of Chinese products at home. And, the article itself says that there is no, common thing that is uniting the both countries. So that is why we have to be very cautious. Also, when Wang Yi came, let's not forget
I'm so sorry, we're completely out of time, but thank you so much all for joining us, and clearly all of you, agreeing that one needs to be very, very cautious and not. It's a meeting that has taken place, first visited after 7 years of the prime ministers there. Yes, there is a shadow of Trump as well on all these developments. But let's now get you this report from Tianjin, where there's a humanoid robot that is helping visitors. Take a look.
ये युग है एआई का, ये युग है रोबोटिक्स का, और तभी यहाँ पर स्यूखा नाम की एक जो है रोबोट यहाँ पर सामने आई है। आइए कोशिश करते हैं इससे बात करने की और जानने की कि ये रोबोट क्या जानती है। 3 भाषाओं में बात करती है, अंग्रेजी में, चीनी में और रूसी में।
Where is everything? I'm functioning at optimal capacity today.
Well,
Thank you for asking.
ये कह रही हैं कि मैं पूरी कैपेसिटी में जो है काम कर रही हूँ।
7% efficiency with no latency issues detected.
Okay, got it. I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on India?
As an AI service robot, I do not hold personal opinions about countries or political entities.
Okay, what can you tell us about the SCO summit?
The 2025 Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit Media Center provides comprehensive services across 8 functional zones, including media workspaces, press conference areas, broadcasting facilities, and cultural exhibition spaces. Registered media can access broadcasting services, press conferences, official photographs, forum information, dining services, and technology exhibitions.
All right, thank you very much. So that was the robot here speaking to us about the SCO summit and what is expected on the sidelines. There's an SCO meeting that's going to happen, but there are also bilaterals. But when you ask opinion-related questions, there are no opinions really coming in. Well, we are in China. So clearly, not much coming out of this robot, but this is certainly a very interesting aspect that's come in here.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. News and updates continue on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
India's defence game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready, stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025, warfare in the 21st century.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
opposition party.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case.
In the heart of India's farmlands, where age-old agricultural traditions still thrive, a quiet revolution is taking flight. This is the story of drones. For Damodar, the farmer in Telangana, the burden of manual spraying is a familiar one. The sweltering heat, the long hours, and the constant risk of inhaling hazardous chemicals are a dangerous reality for many farmers across India.
If you type in Google cancer train, everyday train goes from Punjab to Rajasthan for treatment of cancer patient, majority more than 90% of the farmers who are prone to cancer. Then we understood the problem. Today, the farmer does the activities like spraying when there's a pest and disease. When he sprays, he's carrying a 20 kg snack sprayers and he's inhaling and he's having food with the same hand and drinking water in the same environment. Because of that, there's the health hazard like a cancer. To reduce this health hazard, that's where we thought of doing these drones in agriculture and disconnect access, and so that drones can do the activities like a spraying in the start.
Damodar watches as the drone efficiently and safely sprays his field with pinpoint accuracy. This technology is up to 20 times more efficient than the traditional manual or tractor sprayers he has typically used, dramatically cutting spraying time while ensuring precision and, most importantly, keeping him safe from potential health hazards.
పూర్వం సంది మేము కూడా స్ప్రేలు అప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ స్ప్రేలే లేకుండే, తర్వాత స్ప్రేలు కొట్టేది. ఆయన సంపులు తీసుకొని ఒక డే మొత్తం కొట్టుకుంటే ఒక ఎకరం కొట్టుకునేది. దానికి ఒకటి నీళ్ళు మోయాలి, ఒకటి స్ప్రే కొట్టాలి, ఒకటి మందులు పోయాలి. అట్లా అయితే కష్టంతో ఉండే పని ఉండే. ఇప్పుడు రాను రాను పెట్రోల్ పంపులు వచ్చినాయి. ఆ పెట్రోల్ పంపులు కూడా ఇప్పుడు మూట అయిపోయినాయి. ఇప్పుడు ట్రాక్టర్ పంపులు వచ్చాయి. ట్రాక్టర్ పంపులు కూడా నానా రకాలు వస్తున్నాయి ఇప్పుడు. అవి కూడా ఇప్పుడు అదిగోంగా ఇప్పుడు డ్రోన్లు వచ్చినాక ఇంకా ఈజీ అయిపోయింది. ఇప్పుడు డ్రోన్ పైకి వెళ్ళి ఫస్ట్ డ్రోన్ వచ్చినప్పుడు పైకి వెళ్ళి పోతే ఎక్కడ కొడుతుంది ఏం కథ అని మేము దాన్ని అర్థం చేసుకోలేదు. ఒకటి రెండు సార్లు ఈ పక్క గ్రామాల్లో కొడుతుంటే చూసాం. దాంతో మాకు మంచిగా ఇంప్రూవ్ అనిపించింది. టైం అడ్జస్ట్ అయింది, ఖర్చు తక్కువైంది, వాటర్ కష్టం తక్కువైంది. అందు నుంచి మేము కూడా డ్రోన్లు వాడుతున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు ఇంకొక విషయం సార్, ఇప్పుడు మక్కా వేసినాం, అది 6-7 ఫీట్లలో ఎత్తు పెరిగింది. అందులోకెళ్ళి మనుషులతో కొట్టనీకే సాధ్యం కాదు. అది ఇప్పుడు ఈ డ్రోన్ అయితే అలేపులో పోతున్నది మీదకి వెళ్ళి. పురుగు కంట్రోల్ అవుతున్నది దానికి. ఇప్పుడు మనుషులు కొట్టాలంటే ఇంత 2 ఫీట్లు 3 ఫీట్లు ఉన్నప్పుడు అంటే రైతులు లేబర్తో కొట్టుకోగలుగుతాం. అది ఇప్పుడు 6-7 ఫీట్లు అయింది. తేడా కనిపిస్తున్నది. ఇంతకుముందుకు మన స్ప్రేలతో కొడితే ఇట్లా పోతుంటే ఓ పక్క పడేది, ఓ పక్క పడపోయేది. పడతాన పురుగు మంచిగా ఉండేది, పడంతాన మేసిపోయేది. ఇది అట్లా కంటిన్యూగా పోతుంది. ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే ఇది ప్రెషర్గా ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది. అది మనం పంపుతో కొడుతుంటే ముఖం మీద పడేది, ఈడ పడేది, మాస్కులు ఎన్ని పెట్టినా కూడా ఎన్నో రోజులు మేము హాస్పిటల్లో కూడా పోయి దాన్ని ట్రీట్మెంట్ చేసుకున్నాం.
Maruth's drones are DGCA certified and built for endurance and multiple payloads. They have developed what they call an aerial tractor, a single drone with multiple applications. The drone can be used for agri-spraying of pesticides and fertilizers, afforestation via seed ball dispersal, mosquito-borne disease control, fertilizer broadcasting, thermal fogging, crop health analysis to detect diseases early, and even crop health monitoring to provide detailed data on farm productivity. But the real innovation is in who operates them.
When we started the technology like drones in agriculture, we understood who will use these drones. Then we understood it's not the farmer who is directly going to use these drones. Because what we saw was the age group of this 20 to 40, it can be your 10th pass, polytechnic guy, ITI guy, or existing JCB guy, auto driver, cab driver who is in rural areas can adopt this, and a farmer can pay per acre, per usage. So what at the end farmer is paying 500 rupees, 600 rupees per acre, and he is utilizing these drones, and we are creating a small micro entrepreneurs in the village level. We call village level entrepreneurs. They buy these drones and they use this as a service or a rental to the end farmer. The end farmer can buy or use these drones like a pay per use or pay per acre kind of a model. So what the micro entrepreneur is able to do, a micro entrepreneur can do 20 to 30 acres.
Maruth isn't just supplying drones, it's building livelihoods. Through their DroneISA service model, they train local people to become certified pilots. The 5-day course enables these pilots to serve roughly 50 farmers on average in their respective communities. Today, Maruth has trained over 1,200 pilots in 2 to 3 years, established training centers in more than 15 states, and empowered thousands of villages and drone-based agri-solutions that are delivered by micro-entrepreneurs from within their own communities.
So any trainee who trains from us and goes back, we support them with all kind of technical questions, whatever they have with regarding to operating a drone, maintaining a drone, or all these things. Apart from that, if anyone feels that they have less practice or they are not confident enough to fly the drone, not confident enough to operate the drone in the different modes, we provide them a facility wherein they can come back to us, train on whatever they have been lacking or whatever they require specifically, and then go back and operate in those conditions.
This innovative approach has made Maruth a trusted partner for farmers and a recognized name at the national level.
Thanks to the central and state government, like I have met around 4 times the Prime Minister. First I met was when the locust attack happened, where we used drones. It was peak COVID time, and we could able to control entire Jaipur, Rajasthan region using these drones. That's where the first interaction started. Then he was very curiously trying to understand what are you were using these drones for and what you were doing it. That's why we started telling them. By then there was looking for a solution for reverse migration. Like how can you, people are coming to rural areas, how can you create employment at rural areas? Then we presented him how these drones can create more employment at rural area by providing a simple assistance like a loan or a subsidy, creating more employment opportunities at rural areas to the agri-graduates or to the unemployed youth, and also to the self-help women using these drones. So thanks to the Prime Minister and thanks to the state governments, where they are trying to provide through this loans and subsidies and creating more employment opportunities using these drones.
As Damodar Reddy heads home, he isn't just a farmer, he is a pioneer. And his example shows that when technology meets community, a new kind of harvest can begin. With a drone overhead and a new generation of entrepreneurs below, he's not just farming, he is cultivating the future. This is where India's food is grown, on millions of farmlands like this one. Rows and rows of thriving crops that will be harvested and sent to the market. But look again, this isn't an open field. It's an innovation that is changing the lives of India's smallholder farmers. This is Kheti's greenhouse in a box. Meet Upari Naresh, a smallholder farmer from Telangana. For years, his open field crops struggled against changing climate. His income as unpredictable as the erratic rains and oppressive heat. But today, inside his Kheti greenhouse, he's harvesting a thriving, predictable yield.
గ్రీన్ హౌస్ రాకముందుకు మేము అగ్రికల్చర్ చేస్తున్నాం. అగ్రికల్చర్ చేసేటప్పుడు పోల్ట్రీలు ఉండేవి, కొండపోచమ్మ రావడం వల్ల అవి క్లోజ్ అయినాయి. తర్వాత అగ్రికల్చర్లో సరిపోవట్లేదు, ఆదాయం సరిపోవట్లేదు అని చెప్పి మేము ఈ గ్రీన్ హౌస్ వేసుకొని ఈ గ్రీన్ హౌస్ ద్వారా ఎంతో కొంత ఉపాధి వస్తుంది కదా అని చెప్పి మనీ వస్తుందని చెప్పి ఇట్లా పని ఉంటుంది, తర్వాత మనీ వస్తుందని చెప్పి చేస్తున్నాం. అప్పుడు అంటే ఇంకొకటి అగ్రికల్చర్లో ఎక్కువ కష్టాలే ఉంటాయి. అంటే వర్షాలు కరెక్ట్ టైంలో పడవు. మెయిన్గా ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే కరెంటు చక్కగా ఉండదు, మళ్ళీ ఆ లేబర్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉంటాయి, వరదలు వచ్చి కొట్టుకపోవడం, ఏదో ఒకటి. అంటే అగ్రికల్చర్లో కంపల్సరీ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ చాలా ఉంటాయి. అనుకున్న దానికి గోల్కు ఈచ్ కాలేకపోతాం. రైతు అంటేనే అది ఇక కంపల్సరీ అట్లే ఉంటుంది. అది
Kheti was inspired by the idea to find a solution for the big problem of agriculture in India. Millions of smallholder farmers who India depends on for food are beset by climate-affected harvest and collapsing incomes. Their lives are amongst the hardest in the country.
Every year, extreme summers, every year, unseasonal rains, and so much of pest and disease was impacting our crops. That is when me and my friends decided to have this conversation across multiple states.
Kheti's goal, I think, was to make agriculture into a job-like income for smallholder farmers. We wanted to first understand what is the problem rather than creating a solution and then go and find the problem. So we just started talking to farmers and asked, what is your biggest challenge in farming? I think it was just that question, and then we just patiently listened to everything that came up. And while farmers were not using the exact word climate change, it was different aspects of climate change that was affecting their farming. When we started looking at this problem, the problem that we decided to marry ourselves to, which is how do we make smallholder farmers more climate resilient, we looked at a bunch of other technologies. We looked at drip irrigation, we looked at like weather resistant seeds, we looked at greenhouses.
Inspired by global greenhouse technology, but grounded in India's unique challenges, they knew a breakthrough was needed. Traditional greenhouses were too big and too expensive for the average small farmer. They had to innovate to build a solution that was local, affordable, and effective.
I guess the reason why we chose the greenhouse is because one, it had high proof of concept. Second, anything that grows inside the greenhouse is actually 100% attributable to the product. And it really solved like some of the key challenges that farmers were facing more holistically. So it solved the water problem by having drip irrigation included in our greenhouse package. It solved the pest problem because the greenhouse is a covered environment for plants. It solved some of the excess heat problem because our greenhouses have extra shading in it.
So existing greenhouses, that technology that existed were very big in size, and they were costing about 40 to 50 lakhs for farmers. We use some basic principles. In some terms I can say we used human-centered design, but what we actually use is jugaad. We used a lot of feedback from farmers, and we just co-built the structure.
So Khethi's flagship product is called the greenhouse in a box, which means that there is a greenhouse at the center of all of it, which is this physical hardware infrastructure that sits on a farmer's land. But the box basically includes a lot of these end-to-end services like input linkage, market intelligence, crop advisory, crop planning, pest and disease management, which make the greenhouse work.
Khethi's unique greenhouse in a box solution is 50% cheaper than traditional greenhouses and covers just 2% of a small farm. So farmers can continue open field cultivation while building a reliable, protected source of income. The development and customization of these climate-smart and farmer-centric greenhouses follows a rigorous process. Step 1 involves researching the crops, the farmers, and the possible structures. Step 2 is brainstorming with experts, manufacturers, designers, and agronomists to come up with greenhouse ideas that solves major pain points of the farmers. Then the designs are tested on software and simulations, and the fabricated prototypes are installed at Khethi's R&D facility near Hyderabad to address the issues and problems. In the testing phase, prospective farmers are invited to the R&D facility to provide feedback based on which a final design is chosen. Costs have been kept low with solutions like reducing the height of the greenhouse to the bare minimum needed by the crop switching from poly sheets to high-quality netting, which actually reduce the temperature inside the greenhouse, and to grow low-height crops that can be sold locally. The result? A greenhouse that costs less than Rs 1 lakh and delivers up to 7 times more food using 90% less water and far fewer pesticides. Incomes can more than double, providing farmers with a crucial lifeline against climate shocks. Khethi has now reached over 7,000 farmers across 9 states, including Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Eastern UP, and Odisha, providing climate-smart farming solutions tailored locally. This isn't just about hardware. Each greenhouse in a box is a complete solution bundled with irrigation, quality seeds, and fertilizer. But its most critical component is the human connection. A dedicated agronomist who provides expert advice on crop choices, pest control, seasons, and monitors progress.
On a weekly basis, we usually call the farmers and ask for the photos of those of their crop, so that we can just diagnose what kind of disease or what kind of pest that they are going through, and we recommend either pesticide or fungicide or fertilizer that should be given for the crop. The farmer who is currently starting his new GH or starting a new crop, we usually recommend English cucumber or some crops like spinach, which can be done in less than 3 months, and they can also earn their profit in less than 3 months itself.
మాకు ఆర్గనైజేషన్ అంటే ఇక్కడ మాకు విలేజ్ దగ్గరలో ఒక ఆయన ఖేతికి సంబంధించిన ఆయన ఉంటే ఒకటి పక్కకి వేసుకుండు రైతు పక్కకి వేసుకున్న రైతుతోటి మళ్ళీ మేము అది ఎట్లా వేసుకోలేదని చెప్పి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ తీసుకొని తర్వాత ఆయనను పిలిపించుకొని ఆయనకు ఫోన్లు చేసి పిలిపించుకొని తర్వాత ఫస్ట్ ఈ చిన్న పెద్ద నెట్ హౌస్ వేసుకున్నా, తర్వాత మళ్ళీ చిన్నది వేసుకున్నా. ఇక గ్రీన్ హౌస్ వల్ల ఏంటంటే మాకు ఒక 50% ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అయితే సాల్వ్ అవుతున్నాయి. అందులో మాకు 20,000 మిగులుతుంది 1 ఎకరాలో వరి వేస్తే. వరి కాకుండా మొక్కజొన్న పత్తి ఏది వేసినా కానీ. అదే మనం ఒక 5 గుంటలో ఖేతి ఈ నెట్ హౌస్ పెట్టడం వల్ల ఏంటంటే ఈ గ్రీన్ హౌస్లో దీంట్లో వచ్చేసి 20,000 పెట్టుబడి పడితే 70,000 80,000 పడుతుంది.
Back in Telangana, Upari Naresh's story proves that for India's farmers, the future isn't about simply surviving the climate crisis. It's about rising above it. And that is what Kheti's greenhouse in a box is helping them do. Before we end, let's talk about financial literacy. It's the foundation for long-term financial security, and that's exactly why IDFC First Bank launched the IDFC First Academy, a platform designed to make finance simple for every Indian. IDFC First Academy is a self-learning platform and it's absolutely free. It's accessible to all, customers as well as non-customers. Now, to ensure that it reaches a wider audience, the courses are available in Hindi as well, so that financial literacy is accessible to all. It covers aspects of personal finance, from savings and investments to insurance, tax planning, retirement planning, and beyond. To understand how this really helps, let's take an example. Investments. It's one of the most important areas for everyone to know as well as understand. And that's where IDFC First Academy will guide you. Simply, put an investment means setting aside money today so that it grows and works for you tomorrow. Investments don't just preserve wealth, they help create it. Now, there are many ways to invest: mutual funds, equities, bonds, fixed deposits, real estate, even alternate assets. But here's a question: do you know what really makes an investment smart? Or do you know how to calculate your net worth, that one number that tells you your true financial health? Or do you know what is debt, equity, hybrid, tax-saving mutual fund? And also to know which is the best mutual fund to invest in. All of this and much more is explained in a simple, interactive way on the IDFC First Academy platform across 3 levels: Foundation, Intermediate, and Advanced.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं, NDTV इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this
ma'am.
side, sir.
So this is a firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, sir.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is
also Indian
Yes,
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of INSAS, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे। करेक्ट।
लिम्बर आप यहाँ लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खांडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। आगे सर। हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन अप। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम फर्स्ट 5 राउंड फायर।
If it matters to you,
if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger. This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister Edapadi Palanisamy begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Our big focus today is the bilateral meeting that took place between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping in China. We'll get you all those highlights. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The crucial bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and China Xi Jinping took place earlier this morning in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO summit. The meeting lasted nearly an hour. Will it be a major reset in ties between the two Asian giants?
परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
The Prime Minister emphasizes mutual trust and respect, also says disengagement of Indian and Chinese forces at the border last year has created this atmosphere of peace. Xi Jinping says it's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and elephant to come together. And the elephant in the room, as it were, Donald Trump, Modi-Xi bilateral ties and meeting taking place amid the tariff war with the US. Can the reset in ties counter Trump? The monsoon wreaks havoc across North India, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand bearing the brunt. The Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat address today said natural disasters are testing the country and said and spoke about families who are facing losses. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping held a crucial bilateral on the sidelines of the SCO summit a short while ago. The key bilateral lasted for over around 55 minutes, and this is the Prime Minister's first visit to China. This is in Tianjin where the meeting took place, and it's his first visit after 7 years and the first visit after the deadly Galwan clashes that took place on the border of Leh Ladakh along the LAC there, where India lost 20 of its soldiers. And so will this meeting that has taken place, there's bilateral, and the kind of statements that both leaders made, will it see a start of a major reset in ties between the two nations? This comes at a time that India is facing sanctions from the United States with tariffs doubling to 50%. Now, speaking at the start of the bilateral, the Prime Minister in his opening remarks said after the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. He says he talked about an agreement has been reached between our special representatives, adding that India and China are committed to taking relations forward on the basis of mutual trust, respect and sensitivity. The Chinese president, on his part, lauded India-China talks in Kazan that took place last year. He called them successful, and he said that we are the world's two most populous countries. It is vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and elephant to come together.
हमारे प्यारे दोस्तों के स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कजान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। एफएमसी चीन द्वारा SCO की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू की। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है।
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Gala, and the China-India relationship had a reset and the start of the year. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation have since made new progress. The world today is swept by one-centric transformations. The international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We are the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
All right, let's go across to NDTV's Gauri Dwivedi, who joins us from Tianjin there in China. And Gauri, so a lot of scrutiny of this entire meeting, of whatever the body language was when the two leaders met, also the kind of statements that were made ahead of the bilateral taking place, any more details coming out, and a lot of emphasis on the importance of India and China's relationship.
Indeed, Gargi, details have been very few that have come out so far, sketchy details, because also let's remember this is not a bilateral summit, so to say. This is an SCO summit where the Prime Minister had a bilateral meeting with the President of China, but it was essentially the SCO summit for which he's here in China. Having said that, this summit also a lot of people feel sets the stage for continued dialogue and continued process of ensuring that the trajectory towards normalization remains on track. Because, let's remember that we're still some time away from the normalization times. That process may have started. It started last year with the SCO summit in Kazan. It was a short but an important interaction between the two leaders that's more sidelined, so to say. This is a structured dialogue that has taken place this time around. And when you talk about a structured dialogue, it had several pieces to it. And the fact that the border issues were on the table is an extremely important aspect of understanding that when you talk about the process from here on, the roadmap from here on, it may not be in the fast lane. Given the fact that contentious issues lie in the border management area. Now, how is that likely to shape up remains to be seen. But most importantly, what many feel is the fact that the two leaders met, the fact that the two leaders engaged with each other, and the fact that they are open to constructive discussion is indicative of the fact that they are willing to take this forward. Of course, there are several push factors. The geopolitical trade headwinds pushed by Donald Trump and his tariff war is acting as a tailwind, so to say, for these two leaders to look at avenues for cooperating more. But the fact that they are doing is extremely important and sends out a very important message to the world, not just with regard to India, China, but also with regard to Global South. And that's a message that Donald Trump needs to receive. And in all probability, we will see some reactions trickling in Washington as well, because a strong concerted message from Global South is probably going to elicit some sort of a response from the Trump administration as well, given the fact that it's primarily about the tariff war that really got the two leaders deciding on the path to collaborate more.
All right, thanks so much, Gauri, for joining us. Gauri Dwivedi, they're reporting from Tianjin. Now, let's go across to our panelists. Omkar Bhole, China economy expert, Organization for Research on China and Asia, joining us. Also, Dr. Jabin Jacob, Associate Professor, Department of International Relations of Shiv Nada University. Thank you so much both for joining us. And, a lot being made of this bilateral meeting that has taken place on the sidelines, yes, of the SCO summit. A lot of statements made by both the leaders talking about the importance of the relationship, the Prime Minister emphasizing the need for mutual respect as well. Omkar Bhole, first to you, your takeaways from what we've seen so far, a lot also being made of the body language, the handshake that we saw.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to the show. I think it is an important step towards tactical thaw in the bilateral relations, if not the strategic reset, as some of the experts have been saying. This meeting is important also because we have seen in the last year that after the meeting in Kazan, there were developments in terms of India-China relations. So one can only hope that there might be similar developments going forward in the coming months. About the handshake, as already have been mentioned in the show before by many experts, that it has been a very formal and formal gesture shown by both the leaders, as they are both aware that there have been several challenges in India-China relations in the past years. And even though India considers border problem as the most important or a prerequisite for normalizing ties in other sectors, there are other challenges if not equally important, but there are important challenges in economy sector in terms of China's dam building in Tibet, which has implications for India. So there is an awareness among both leaders as well as the other policymakers that there are several challenges that going to restrain normalization in the coming months or coming years, if I can say. But at least there is some progress or some signaling that has been shown by the top leaders that there can be or there is a political will in both countries that we need to have some sort of arrangement or management in ties.
That's right, Dr. Jacob, your comments, and a lot of the analysts are being extremely cautious, I would say, some bordering on pessimistic, saying, we've been burned by China in the past. But at this point, the way geopolitics is, given the kind of hostility we're facing from Trump, from the West, India doesn't have much, choice or room, as it were. And this is something that one would build on. But yes, a very cautiously optimistic approach is what's needed.
Well, number one, I think, yes, caution is well advised. We go by the record, not simply by summit meetings and statements that come out at the end of these meetings. We also have to see how these statements and how these decisions are followed up. And I think our experience with China, despite some very high-level meetings in the past 10 years or more, especially after the informal summits, has been disappointing, to say the least, or to put it mildly. So yes, caution is well advised. We have to wait and watch whether even the decisions that come out of this meeting. In fact, most of the decisions at this meeting are reiterations of what the special representatives talks, a few weeks ago concluded. So,
all right. In fact, I have some breaking news also now coming in. That there has been a statement from China on the Modi-Xi meeting, and the highlights really are that should not remain rivals is what the China statement on the meeting has said. Kazan meet marked the reset. That was the meeting that took place between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi last year in Kazan in Russia. Both countries shoulder responsibility. So this is the statement that is coming out after the meeting earlier today between the two leaders. And remember, as we're discussing that is it going to be the reset in ties? India needs to be cautious. A lot of welcome statements made emphasizing the relationship between the two countries. But let's tell you more about this statement that has come out from China after the meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi, that they should strengthen strategic communication and deepen mutual trust. So that's important, given mutual trust there being emphasized, because there has been a major deficit when it comes to this trust between India and China, especially given that various sticking points still remain. Ladakh has not been completely sorted, and Arunachal Pradesh is also there. So China talking about how there needs to be that mutual trust, and as long as they remain committed to the overarching principle of being partners, not rivals, and providing development opportunities, not threats for each other, China-India relations will flourish and move forward steadily. So quite a positive statement there coming from China after after the meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi.
Well, we are reporting live from the SCO summit, and it's a big breaking news coming in that the Chinese side has come out with a statement immediately after the Modi-Xi Jinping meeting. This is a big development. After 7 years, Modi coming to China and meeting the Chinese president. And I have Hule with me, who is the correspondent of the CGTN, who will give us more details on this breaking development that's coming in. Thank you, Hule, for joining us. I want to begin by asking you, what are the key points of the statement from the Chinese on the meeting that has just concluded?
Thank you for having me. Chinese President Xi Jinping just held a bilateral meeting with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and President Xi said both countries are partners, not rivals. We affirm this key message, and both countries are very Asian civilized countries, and they are two of the most populous countries in the world. They are both members of SCO as well as BRICS, so the countries should move forward and to boost their bilateral ties. This year marks the 75th year of diplomatic relations between China and India, and the two countries should boost the collaboration as key members of global South. So this shoulders the responsibility of upholding the multilateralism and global collaboration.
Over the last 5 years, Ule, we have had unfortunate developments in Galwan. There were clashes that happened, and there have been meetings on the boundary question as well. Your Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in New Delhi. He met Ajit Doval. So is there anything on the statement on the boundary question? Do you think such impediments were discussed as well?
Actually, during the meeting last year in Kazan, President Xi Jinping and Modi also met, and this time they also mentioned that the border issue shouldn't affect the bilateral ties.
It should not become an impediment. Yeah.
Exactly, and actually the two countries have already set up a high-level representation mechanism to solve this kind of border problems, and now the two sides have already settled down to move on, and they are going to move on to boost the collaboration. And also the direct flights between China and India will resume. More tourism, collaboration, cultural exchanges are expected.
Well, yes, it's a big development. That people-to-people contact is being reaffirmed by both the leaders of India and China. That's the latest we're picking up. One important question is also about the tariffs that's coming in from the US side. Continuous tariffs on India. Before that, it was tariffs on China. Do you think there would be more economic cooperation also between India and China in the coming days?
LEI, क्या है ये?
Raj Kaul, who joins us from Tianjin. Aditya, if you can take us through the highlights of the statement that has just been released on Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping's meeting.
Statement on the big bilateral and the handshake between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping. We're coming to you live from the venue of the SCO summit, on the sidelines of which this bilateral took place earlier in the day. As expected, there are no major announcements that have really come in, Gargi, at this particular moment, but certainly to take a resolve on the people-to-people contact and also the boundary issues and the border issues not to become impediments in this entire process of rekindling of the ties that is happening. The reset that we have been talking about. The entire meeting took place here in Tianjin of China. It was over 50 minutes meeting that took place here. And of course, with the gala dinner tonight, the SCO meeting will be really beginning. But the entire country has been waiting and closely monitoring what will happen with China. No major announcements as such when it comes to bilateral ties, but certainly a positive beginning when it comes to Beijing and New Delhi in the last 5 years, particularly on the issues of Galwan and Operation Sindoor, where China was coming to aid Pakistan. There have been some very, very difficult moments. But clearly, right now, the joint statement has not come out, but the Chinese side has come out with a statement clearly indicating that border issues should not become an impediment, and people-to-people contact, including a direct flight between Delhi and Beijing, will be implemented, and that will be a positive message for the people of both India and China. Apart from that, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra that has resumed, and of course, the hydro data that will be shared between the two countries, that is very essential in times of flooding and in times of water sharing also. So clearly, the big news here is that the big tiger and dragon tango has concluded on the sidelines of the SCO, and a positive framework of a message coming out from the Beijing side, indicating that it is willing to engage, it is willing to move ahead an extra step with India to take the relationship forward. This also comes at a time, Kargi, when, of course, we've had the tariffs from Trump, and of course, the US side would be observing every key detail that's happening here on the sidelines of the SCO meeting. So the latest coming in, that the Chinese side has come out with a statement, and the Indian side will be coming out with a statement close to 6:30 or 7 p.m. in the evening, India time. And we are waiting for that press conference most likely by Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary of India, who was also part of this particular meeting.
Right, Aditya, a lot of caution also being expressed, as this meeting, this bilateral taking place, and we're describing it as a resetting of ties. But, we have been burned in the past by China. If we look at the statement that has come from the Chinese side, they say, they talk about strengthening strategic communication, also deepen mutual trust. Trust is something that even Prime Minister Modi emphasized, saying there's a need for mutual, trust and respect.
That's right, Gargi. Mutual respect and mutual trust have been the tenets of the basis and the foundation of the relationship between India and China for decades together. And this is what External Affairs Minister Jaishankar had also emphasized. And this morning when Prime Minister met Xi Jinping, these were the words of the Prime Minister, that we need to have mutual respect and mutual trust, especially in regard to the boundary question, especially when it comes to transgressions and aggression that is shown on the boundary, particularly in eastern Ladakh, the Indian territory. We've seen continuously transgressions over the last decades, from Chumar to, Daulat Beg, Oldie, different areas of the eastern Ladakh. We've also seen the Chinese renaming places in the Indian territory of Arunachal Pradesh into Mandarin. That has not gone too well with India. On Dalai Lama also, there have been significant questions that have been asked, and on the question of Taiwan and Tibet as well. But here, on the bilateral side, I think a positive beginning has been made. It may not be a complete normalization of diplomatic ties. It may not be a complete reset, but this is a baby step that has been taken. And of course, Trump tariffs have played their role in this entire exercise to push India and China closer. And tomorrow, now we are looking up to that big bilateral between Modi and Putin. And perhaps there'll be much more meat in the story, bigger headlines tomorrow when Putin and Modi meet, because this will be the first meeting after 50% tariffs and penalties have been imposed on India, sanctions on India, and strategic dialogue between Modi and Putin in such new international order times.
All right, Aditya, thanks so much for joining us with those details. And Putin, of course, hitting out at the tariffs ahead of the SCO meeting. So that was one statement that came from Vladimir Putin. We'll continue to track all the developments taking place. Earlier today, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping meeting. China coming out with that statement on the meeting, talking about the need to strengthen strategic communication and deepen mutual trust, saying that they should be partners, not rivals, provide development opportunities and not threats for each other, and saying that then the China-India relations will flourish. Analysts being very cautious about all these developments. While the right things are being said, remember that in dealing with China, there is a lot of caution. That is something that is needed, is what most analysts feel. We'll slip into a short break and keep bringing you all those big developments taking place. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Crucial bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and China's Xi Jinping took place on the sidelines of the SCO summit. The Prime Minister talks about the disengagement of India-Chinese forces and the need for mutual trust and respect. Xi Jinping says it's vital to be friends, the dragon and elephant to come together. The bilateral talks taking place amid the tariff war with the US. Can the reset in ties counter Trump? Ahead of the SCO summit, Russian President Vladimir Putin slammed US sanctions as discriminatory.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा टेकिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years,
Covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. Yeah, हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, sir.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That is
sir.
also Indian
Yes,
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे। करेक्ट।
लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पे पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। सर हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन अप। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम फर्स्ट 5 राउंड फायर।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Welcome to the Pagaria JBN Power Conclave, a 3-day landmark event that made a resounding impact in the vibrant city of Colombo. With the theme, Where India's Most Powerful Minds Meet the World, the conclave provided a platform for thought-provoking discussions, strategic collaborations and networking opportunities, cementing its position as a premier business event in its first year. Today, we bring you insights from some of the top voices at the Pagaria JBN Power Conclave who are playing a pivotal role in shaping the country's direction and policies. We begin with Laksharaj Singh Mewar, custodian of the 1,500-year-old House of Mewar and executive director at Historic Resort Hotels, India's only private chain of heritage palace hotels and resorts. A prominent figure known for his dedication to societal service, Laksharaj Singh spoke about his vision of serving the people. His session was titled Virasat aur Parampara.
So we have had the most distinguished and prominent personalities basically gracing and enlightening us on this vibrant platform. But दोस्तों, royalty तो पहली बार हाथ लगी है. So सब कुछ जान कर रहेंगे, छोड़ेंगे नहीं हुकुम. Hukum, Your Highness, you are the 77th custodian to the House of Mewar, and you ascended to the throne this last April, I believe, in the coronation ceremony that happened, and then you basically took a pledge of upholding the legacy of cultural stewardship and services. So, as normal people, we would love to understand everything about royalty. What is royalty all about? And I mean, do you actually even have a darbar with your entourage of ministers? And just help us understand what's royalty all about.
So, ये जो छाती पे जो excess baggage है ना, we need to let that go in a lot of ways. I think our families traditionally as well have shared great relationships, and have been together for many generations. And I think today, being able to set up empires as far as businesses are concerned, to be able to put that mark out there in the world to make sure that not only your families but the entire villages that survive. आज आप लोग जावा हाँ ढाणी में जावा हाँ कस्बा में जावा हाँ अपने गाँव में जावा अतरी खुशी हुए जब आप लोगों ने नाम वटे न कटे स्कूल चाल रहा है वटे आप बच्चा ने जो है वो पढ़ा रहा हो बेटियां ने जो है वो पढ़ावर वो काम कर रही हो यो this has not begun from yesterday or today. Not when people have started to say that this is something that we need to be cautious about. These are things that families from both ends have been doing for generations to come. So that is the beauty and that is the strength of our culture. That is the strength of our relationship. That is the strength of tradition that we still follow in today's day and age. There were conscious decisions made to move out of that city. But we haven't forgotten those roots. कितने लोगों से मैं मिलता हूँ जब वो मेरे को कहा जाता है कि साहब हमारे बेटी की शादी है हमारे बेटे की शादी है हम वापस गांव में जा रहे हैं तो आज हम लोग उस मिट्टी से फिर भी जुड़े हुए हैं आज हम उस संस्कृति से फिर भी जो है वो एक वास्ता रखते हैं तो और ये कोई भी काम कोई भी चीज एक व्यक्ति विशेष नहीं कर सकता जब तक सारे लोग इसके पीछे नहीं लगते सब लोग एक साथ नहीं आते तब मैं इस बात को कहता हूँ कि नियत जिसकी अच्छी है किस्मत उसकी दासी है कर्म जिसके अच्छे हैं उसके घर में मथुरा काशी है तो and these are the actions that help us decide all of that so which is the beauty and I think we are all doing ordinary works but in an extraordinary way तो आज की तारीख में घर की महिलाएं घर की बच्चियां गांव की और ढाणियों की बच्चियां अगर पढ़ेंगी तो जाकर कहीं ना कहीं समाज जो है वो शिक्षित होगा
Post coronation, what was exactly your roadmap towards governance, towards modernization, and towards sustainability? Because you're inheriting such a huge legacy. So I wanted to understand what's your roadmap towards that.
So when India was becoming independent, grandfather also. So he's made the one come up with this roadmap in New India and Independent India. क्योंकि तब हम लोगों को भी नहीं पता था कि क्या करना है देश आज़ाद हो गया हम विलीन हो गए आज़ाद भारत के अंदर अब हमारी दाल रोटी कहाँ से चले पहले शासन हम, सरकार हम, राज हम, देश हम, सब कुछ हम, और उसके बाद में जो है वो अब हम विलीन हो गए आज़ाद भारत में। तो अब क्या करना? अब बिजली पानी का खर्चा देना, जगहों को व्यवस्थित रखना, अपना खुद के खर्चे चलाना, परिवार का ध्यान रखना, और साथ ही साथ जो जिम्मेदारी इतने वर्षों से जो चलती हुई आ रही है उसका फिर भी निरंतर जो है वो निर्वाह करते रहना। तब दादाश्री ने जो है वो इस बात को सोचा कि अब भाई ये सफ़ेद हाथी इतने सारे, इनका करेंगे क्या। तब उन्होंने इस चीज़ की नींव रखी कि भाई आगे बढ़ना है तो व्यापार करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, आगे बढ़ना है तो व्यवसाय करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो तब उन्होंने सोचा कि क्यों नहीं हम लोग टूरिज्म के प्रति जो है वो आगे बढ़ें। तो तब उन्होंने होटल्स की, ढाबों के धंधों की जो है वो नींव रखी, और उस टाइम पे पत्रकारों ने जम के आनंद ली। बड़े बड़े अखबारों के अंदर बड़ी बड़ी हेडलाइन छापी कि अब ये राजे महाराजे झूठे बर्तन धोएंगे। तो आलोचनाओं से, खिल्ली उड़ाने से, हंसने से कि देखो अरे बढ़िया भी हो, हमारी लड़का काट दीदी, अबे ये लोग थामड़ा माजेगा, ये सोच थी सन 60 के अंदर। These were the headlines of the newspapers at that point in time. But it did not deter that man at all. That is the time under those adversities. Today, a place that is much celebrated across the world, celebrated as perhaps the #1 spot in the world, the top 10 places in the world, and that is where a birth to a monument was given, which is today we commonly hear about it and know of it, and a lot of them here have experienced is as called the Lake Palace Hotel. तब वो सोच का जन्म होता है, तब वो चीज जो है वो एक इस दुनिया के अंदर वो सोच के साथ में आती है। और आज आप लोगों को एक खुशी की बात और मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि आज मैं तीसरी और मेरा पुत्र चौथी पीढ़ी है जो टाटास के साथ में डील कर रहा है। It is independent India's longest standing association of over 54 years in a hotel, that any two companies have gone together for over 54 years, the House of Tatas and the House of Mewar. तो तब ये सोच को उन्होंने नींव को रखा था कि भाई इसके अंदर आगे बढ़ाना है, ठीक है। And what is beautiful is that was Tata's first hotel as well, outside their own hotel, that they had ever taken up, of having to run somebody else's business in the late 60s. So it was an unheard of thing कि भाई you are getting into a joint venture with somebody else coming in to do business with you. And the beautiful part is, for the couple of years हाथ मिलाकर काम किया. The late J.R.D. Tata and my grandfather both just shook hands and said कि नहीं भाई चलो धंधा करेंगे. आज जब तक इतने डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं बन जाते, अभी मैंने जब डॉक्यूमेंट्स को साइन किया जब तीसरी पीढ़ी के नाते, तो मैंने उसके अंदर 1162 वाले पन्ने के ऊपर लिखा कि if anybody reaches here, get in touch with me, I will give you $100. अभी तक तो मेरे पास में कोई फोन नहीं आया है. But the beauty of it is that these are the associations that have come ahead, and at that point in time, today we talk about making in India, working with Indian partners. Grandfather was very clear कि अगर काम करेंगे तो किसी भारतीय संस्था के साथ में काम करेंगे, जिसके साथ में हम लोग विश्वास कर सके, जो हमारे साथ में जुड़ी हुई हो, जो हमारी जमीन को, मिट्टी को, सोच को और परिवार के रीति रिवाज को समझती हो. That's where the Tatas came into picture, and then rest is history. My father took that forward to the next level, and today when you ask me, that these responsibilities are being taken forward by great partners put together. So where we are able to concentrate on our foundation, on our trusts, being able to take education, culture, women empowerment, art and architecture to the next level. So yes, responsibilities exist. Foundations were created in the 60s so that we can carry forward our legacy and responsibility through a very democratic manner, and the need can actually reach people that it actually requires for it to go, because the idea is never to prove, the idea is to improve.
The Pagaria JBN Power Conclave was electrified by the presence of actor and former Union Minister Smriti Irani. In a truly captivating session with actor and television show host Manish Paul, she spoke candidly about her career, the comeback of her most popular television show, Indian policy making, and the present government in a session titled "क्योंकि हर हार जीत का रास्ता है."
मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा मैम आप आए, लेकिन जनरली जब भी सुंदर लड़कियां आती हैं, सॉरी मैं आपको सुंदर ही कहता हूँ, मुझे ऐसे ही अच्छा लगता है।
नहीं, लड़की कहा, उससे मुझे थोड़ी हैरानगी हो रही।
अब क्या करूं, अंदर से फ्लर्ट निकलता ही नहीं है बाहर कम वक्त। लेकिन मैं सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, सुंदर लड़कियां आती हैं ना तो सबसे पहले वो आके अपना प्रोफाइल चेक करती हैं। मैं लेफ्ट प्रोफाइल दूंगी, मैं राइट प्रोफाइल। स्मृति जी कॉन्फिडेंट है, मुझे कहीं भी उठा मैं सुंदर ही लगती हूँ। एक बार जोरदार तालियां इस कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए होनी चाहिए पहले।
जिंदगी में अपना प्रोफाइल समाज में ऐसा बनाओ कि शक्ल के प्रोफाइल के फिर कोई मायने न बचे।
मेरे राइटर को आज मैंने यहाँ पे बिठाया हुआ है, हमारी अगली स्क्रिप्ट में हम ये सब यूज करने वाले हैं। अच्छा, अगर मैं आपसे बात करूं कि आपके लिए कौन सा रोल फेवरेट है, पॉलिटिशियन, एक्टर या फिर मदर? अगर इन तीनों में से मैं आपको पूछूं आपका फेवरेट रोल कौन सा है? देखिए हम सब अपनी लाइफ में एक रोल निभाते हैं, तो आपके लिए कौन सा सबसे फेवरेट है?
देखिए, एक्टिंग आपके क्राफ्ट को टेस्ट करती है, पॉलिटिक्स आपके मॉरल्स को टेस्ट करती है, और मदरहुड आपकी सोल को टेस्ट करती है।
क्या बात है यार। तो ये तो आपने इनकी डेफिनेशन दी है, लेकिन इनमें आपका फेवरेट कौन सा है? कोई एक चुनो। देखिए मैम ने जो बात घुमाई है बड़े प्यार से, मुझे पसंद आया, मैं सीख गया। लेकिन
नेता से तो उम्मीद क्या करते हो? घुमाओगे थोड़ा बहुत। आप क्या चुनोगे? क्या मेरे जीवन के अंतिम क्षण में तुलसी काम आएगा? नहीं। क्या मेरे जीवन के अंतिम क्षण में मैं कितनी बड़ी नेता हूँ वो काम आएगा? नहीं। क्या मेरे जीवन के अंतिम क्षण में अगर बच्चों को सही संस्कार के साथ पाला पोसा और अंतिम सांस में उनको देखकर आंख बंद हुई, क्या वो काम आएगा? हाँ।
क्या बात है। आई थिंक दैट एक्सप्लेन्स इट ऑल। एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर, क्रिस्टल क्लियर हो गई ये बात तो। लेकिन देखिए क्या होता है कई बार ना, एक्टर्स, मैम आपने भी फेस किया होगा बहुत बार, कई बार एक्टर्स को ना ऐसी सिचुएशन आ जाती है, दे डोंट नो व्हाट टू डू। लाइक मान लीजिए
People always know what to do.
हाँ,
People always know what to do.
Oh.
Do they choose to do what they know they should do is the issue.
हाँ, तो अब इसी पे मेरा सवाल आधारित है कि मान लीजिए एक हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन है कि आप बहुत मेहनत कर रही हैं, बहुत पैसे जमा करने हैं, घर की EMI जानी है, कल अगर EMI नहीं गई तो बड़ी दिक्कत हो जाएगी। आप पैसे जमा कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एक ब्रांड एंडोर्समेंट आई है ऐसे प्रोडक्ट की जो कई बार एज एन एक्टर आप एथिकल नहीं समझते उसे एंडोर्स करना, लेकिन वो ब्रांड कह रहा है आप जितने पैसे कहेंगे दे देंगे। ऐसी सिचुएशन आए तो आप क्या करेंगी?
मेरी आई थी ऐसी सिचुएशन।
तभी तो मैंने पूछा।
मेरे जीवन का पहला घर खरीदना था, 20 लाख का EMI देना था, मुझे पान मसाले का एड ऑफर हुआ था जो करोड़ों में जा रहा था, लेकिन मैंने उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया। सबने कहा कि अरे EMI भरनी है। मैंने कहा नहीं, लोग जब तुलसी को देखेंगे तब क्या कहेंगे अपने बच्चों को कि आंटी पान मसाला बेचती है। तो मनीष, पैसा तो आप कमा लोगे दोबारा, जमीर कहाँ से कमाओगे?
क्या बात है।
पैसे से सौदा होता है, जमीर का सौदा होता है।
क्या बात कही यार। आई थिंक ये बड़ा मुश्किल होता है पैसे को ना करना एनी सिचुएशन में, लेकिन ऐसी में तो और मुश्किल होता है। लेकिन आपने ये बता के, ट्रस्ट मी,
प्रीच करना आसान है, प्रैक्टिस करना मुश्किल है।
वही है। नहीं, आप तो प्रैक्टिस करी हुई हैं, तभी आप प्रीच भी तभी करी हैं बिकॉज आपने किया है, आप क्रॉस करी हैं ऐसे। लेकिन आई थिंक जितने भी लोग सुन रहे हैं और जहां तक ये बात जाए, आई थिंक थोड़े % लोग भी अगर इस बात को समझे तो आई थिंक अपना काम हो गया, इज व्हाट आई फील।
मैं जिंदगी दूसरों को सिखाने के लिए नहीं जीती, अपने लिए जीती हूँ।
पर अगर कई लोग अपने आप सीखें आपसे, क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत से हैं जो सीख रहे हैं,
वो स्वेच्छा से सीखना चाहें तो सीखें, क्योंकि अगर तुम जिंदगी दूसरों को इम्प्रेस करने या सिखाने के लिए जीते हो तो वो भी कोई जीना हुआ क्या?
क्या बात है भैया। मेरे ख्याल जितना इंस्टाग्राम पे आज मैंने पोस्ट करना है, मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए तो रोक दूंगा।
During her session, the former Union Cabinet Minister interacted with the gathered business community, answering their queries with wit and candor, showcasing her sharp intellect.
Very good evening, ma'am, and welcome to the G2 JBN. Since आप business summit में आई तो एक business question जरूर पूछूंगा on behalf of all the business people.
Please don't ask me about Trump.
No.
But do go ahead.
Ma'am, accountability नहीं है. You are just blame, a notice comes and I run around pillar to post, prove myself innocent. It takes me years and years. I come out clean, I spend lots of money. But what is the accountability of the person who puts a charge sheet? सच में बोल रहा हूँ, ईडी के नाम से, see, we are businessmen, we are not terrorists. Let me be very, there are certain people, I am not blaming, but जो टैक्स देते हैं उन्हीं के ऊपर इतना बर्डन क्यों बढ़ाया जा रहा है? Only that percentage of people, why are they again coming in the bracket again and again, again? The taxation, it was ease of doing business. I can name hundreds of instances where there are so many obstacles, but the basic obstacle is, yeah, there's something which has come out very good, is the faceless and all, they're very nice. But one notice, and it goes on adding up. It takes time. So this is what I want you to convince on our behalf to the ministry, कि कुछ टैक्सेशन वालों को और नहीं बर्डन डालना चाहिए, प्लीज़. बिकॉज देखिए ना हमारे पास रिजर्वेशन है, ना हमारे पास कोई मेडिकल, नो आई हैव अ गवर्नमेंट जॉब, everything, and I have to take care of all the people who are with me. So government should support us. That's my only thing, ma'am.
क्या बात है? Well
So
said.
as somebody,
Okay, let's hear ma'am's answer.
so as somebody whose family is also in business, who recognizes the very poignant way in which you have described tax terrorism, I think I will convey not only your vyatha, but also the essence of what trying to convey to, especially agencies like the ED. So I'm of the opinion, yes, those who are extremely transparent in their business transactions, those who are very efficient in compliances, those who are very efficient and also honest in how they engage with agencies across the country, especially if we want to support the Make in India dream of the Prime Minister, then this is the one root cause that needs to be addressed with alacrity. I completely support what you're saying.
क्या बात है सर, इतना
I
आपका
can only say one thing. I don't know your name, sir, but Sanjay here can be one example. As minister, I used to take all the challenges of my industry with both the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Commerce, including CBDT, including ED and CBI. And each industry, I used to personally walk up to Commerce and Finance to make sure my industry is not harassed. So I've led by that example. I can offer you this on the platform of JBN, that if you have such cases where you need attention of authorities, forget sending your message. I'm happy to be that link person who conveys it to the right desk. Give me the case papers and I'll get it done.
Veteran politician and diplomat Shashi Tharoor was also a part of the Pagadia JBN Power Conclave. He provided his expert perspective on the repercussions of international tariffs and India's manufacturing prowess, emphasizing the crucial need to develop the Indian market by Indians for Indians.
Well, look, I think, frankly, one of the things I always say to our business friends in India is to do more investment in India. And they're not. I mean, let's face it, there is a fair amount of capital being accumulated and not being invested. And this is something that we all have to look at very carefully. I have been very concerned about the fact that so many of our business elite are migrating, taking their wealth, their headquarters to countries like the UAE and elsewhere, complaining, of course, about things that we can fix, like tax harassment or unreasonable behavior by revenue officials, customs officials, and so on. But when you have every year reports of 10,000 millionaires leaving and so on, it becomes a genuine problem for us, because we need Indian capital to stay in India and be invested in India so that we can generate jobs and opportunities here. One thing you can say about Mr. Trump is that he's committed to his own country. I think his economic policies are not particularly well thought through. I don't believe that he's suddenly going to be able to manufacture everything in America that the Americans are used to buying much more cheaply from abroad. Because honestly, American wages are so much higher, right? I mean, nowadays the average American is making on minimum in the neighborhood of a couple of $100 a day. Now, you can't compete when you're dealing with Vietnamese labor at a couple of $100 a month. So how are you going to make any items cheaper? You can tax Vietnam 15%, but their margin is going to be like, very comfortably off, even if you tax them 15%. So I think that the Americans are going to discover that the short-term effect of Mr. Trump's tariffs is to raise prices for American consumers without generating the kind of jobs that Mr. Trump thinks are going to be generated? How many cars, how many more sort of factories in the Rust Belt are going to come on stream? How many of them are going to be hiring large numbers of blue-collar workers? I have very sincere doubts. And therefore, the way in which the world economy was evolving under globalization, where some of the more affluent societies were on the cutting edge of innovation, technology, robotics, now AI, that sort of thing, whereas the hard manufacturing work is being done in countries like China, that kind of division of labor always made more sense. Now, China is becoming more expensive, it's going to Vietnam. Vietnam becomes more expensive, it'll move to Indonesia, Bangladesh, whatever. That's the way the world is. Everyone wants to get the same goods cheaper, and they want to have it manufactured by people more cheaply. But in our case, we have some challenges in developing our manufacturing sector. Our land is expensive, population pressures have ensured that. Our electricity infrastructure, etc., has not been perfect. And on top of all of that, if we now have the tariff thing, no one's going to want to set up factories here. So what we need to do now is focus very heavily on developing our internal market, generating jobs, producing goods by Indians for Indians. And that's something we need to do very much more of in the coming years.
Hosted by Jito International and Jito Chennai Plus, the first of its kind Pagaria JBN Power Conclave was a true convergence of visionaries.
As an expatriate from India working in Sri Lanka, when I saw the energy of these people, my first exposure to JBN, it is, I will say, infectious. So the way you get the energy, joy, the way these people are, looking forward to make an impact in not only in business, in society, really impressive.
So given that, I think this conference itself, we have got the opportunity to associate with people who have reached the highest state in their respective businesses. So would like to invite all the Indian businesses to extend their facilities and arms to Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
The great, fantastic Colombo. I am coming here for the first time. I'm loving the beaches around here and it's so great weather. And the event is fabulously packed. Learned lots of the Smriti Irani's session and the interaction was fab. So it's amazing. Got a chance to meet Akshay Kumar and lots of celebrities, lots of the AI and business tycoons here. So great experience.
In a world shaped by transformation, innovation and resilience, the Pagaria JBN Power Conclave emerged as a signature gathering of visionaries, decision makers, industry leaders and disruptors. Next week, in the final part of our series, we will bring you more insights from the conclave as we continue this celebration of ideas, ingenuity and ambition.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China
to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator, Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Crucial bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and China's President Xi Jinping. A short while back, the meeting lasted 55 minutes.
परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi says disengagement of India and Chinese forces on the border last year has created an atmosphere of peace and stability. Modi-Xi bilateral takes place amid the tariff war with United States. Tomorrow, the SCO summit, Prime Minister to meet Vladimir Putin as well. Monsoon wreaks havoc across North India, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, bearing the brunt. Prime Minister says natural disasters testing the country.
Right, some important breaking news coming in. NDTV has accessed the full statement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi after his meeting, the bilateral meeting with Xi Jinping. The full details of Prime Minister's statement in China. The Prime Minister has said India, China must pursue strategic autonomy. Ties shouldn't be seen with respect to a third country. Prime Minister has also noted that India, China both should pursue strategic autonomy and their relations should not be seen through the eyes of a third country. The two leaders deemed it necessary to expand common ground on bilateral, regional and global issues and challenges like terrorism, fair trade in multilateral platforms as well. Let me go across to my colleague Gauri Dwivedi, who is tracking this very, very important bilateral from China for us. Gauri, all the details accessed here on NDTV, an important statement with respect to America as well, where the Prime Minister said the relations between both countries should not be seen through the eyes of or the lens of another country.
And in fact, may I also add Pakistan to that list? That third country as much also refers and could be read as Pakistan as well. Now, these are very important statements that has been issued by India after that bilateral summit that took place, the bilateral meeting that took place between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. Three very important things out of this. First and foremost, as you rightly pointed out, that the two countries' relations should never be seen through the third country lens. That has ramifications in terms of the India-US relationship and also the China-Pakistan relationship. Both of them are extremely important, and India has expressed that in the past as well and spoken about it at length. The fact that National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was part of these deliberations and the fact that border disengagement did find mention both in Prime Minister Modi's comments as well as this statement by the
External Affairs Ministry indicates that this is an important aspect of the relationship that the government has spoken about and featured during that almost 1 hour long bilateral talk between the two leaders. That's the first point. The second point is it also goes on to say that let differences not be turned into disputes. Another very significant fact. Remember, both sides have been making concerted efforts over the last 12 months, at least since the Kazan summit, where both of them met on the sidelines, to ensure that the deep freeze in which the ties had gone into get recovered from there. The thaw has most certainly come in. People-to-people connect is where you see the maximum amount of progress that has been made. The fact that visas were not being processed even for tourists and business visitors, all that is now set to change, as well as direct connectivity as well. So to that extent, saying that differences should not be turned into disputes is indicative of the intent to move ahead. Now, how soon will that movement be? What are those actionable points? Those will be identified in due course of time. But this is a larger message that's extremely significant in terms of the meeting that took place between the two leaders. And the third and equally important aspect to it is which talked about a long-term perspective. Committed to resolution is another important aspect that was mentioned in it. So in the sense that we were expecting and keeping our expectations fairly tempered going into meeting, it was said that maybe there could be only incremental progress, but the statement indicates, and the statement does reflect, that there's been progress, there's been movement, and all eyes now on the roadmap that will be identified from here on to pick up the trajectory of the recovery of the relationship between India and China.
Gauri, let me also ask you, because, just picking up from this itself, where the two leaders have also deemed it necessary to expand common ground on bilateral, regional, and importantly, issues and challenges like terrorism and fair trade in multilateral platforms. Specifically speaking about terrorism, India has, time and again pointed out how Pakistan is the state sponsor of terror, China being an important partner as far as Pakistan is concerned. Both leaders, finding it fit to be mentioned in their statement does send across a very important message as far as this very important aspect for Indian security is concerned.
Indeed, Ankit, and terrorism was bound to feature. It was a very important aspect of these discussions. And the stage was set essentially when Raksha Mantri did not sign the statement of the SCO defense minister. So the stage was set for this conversation to happen in some form or the other at the larger summit level. And it has happened at the level of the bilateral discussions as well between the two leaders, with the word and that phrase finding mention in the statement by the External Affairs Ministry. Now, terrorism itself is something, and defense and security itself is something that's very core to the SCO. When SCO started, it was largely a security ring, which around which it actually started and then evolved into something bigger. So security and terrorism related issues were expected to find feature at the summit level as well, and in the India-China discussions as well. There is no mention of Pahalgam, but there is terrorism that is mentioned there fair and square. Will that now translate into action being taken with regard to specific intel that India had with regard to Pakistani role during the Pahalgam terror attack? The fact that there was complete collusion between Pakistan and China during Operation Sindoor, those are aspects of our relationship which are the complex and challenging part, which need to be discussed in detail, which I'm sure would have come up, which is why the statement reflects and makes a mention of those in, of course, diplomatic language.
Gauri, stay on with me. Aditya Raj Kaul also joins us at this moment. He's also been in China covering, in fact, this very important visit of Prime Minister of India. Aditya, let me, just get you also on this very important statement that have been accessed by NDTV between both the leaders. Not only does it go, it goes beyond the stated positions as far as both the countries are concerned, but it's important to also note how the Prime Minister has spoken about strategic autonomy, about relations which can't be seen in the lens of third country, as Gauri was saying, whether it's United States or Pakistan in the region.
Well, there are two major factors here, Ankit. One is, of course, the strategic autonomy that you spoke about. It's a direct message from the SCO to United States. This comes at a time when 50% tariffs have been slapped against India. So it's a resounding message from both India and China on strategic autonomy from here at SCO in Tianjin on the entire matter. So apart from that, the rebuilding of the ties, the resetting of the ties that's been spoken on ad nauseum has also been a major issue here. But clearly, this may not be, a complete, return to normalcy of the diplomacy, but this is baby steps being taken, certainly. The trust factor that has been spoken about, mutual trust, mutual respect that has to be there, and that we are not rivals, but we need to be together for economic transformation in this entire region. So I think both these statements that have come out from the Chinese side and the Indian side clearly indicate that we want peace, we want path to progress, and we need a dialogue and a diplomacy that really transforms this relationship into a positive direction. There's been several irritants in this relationship, including that of what happened in Eastern Ladakh, in Galwan in 2020, and thereafter during Operation Sindoor, the entire support that China gave to Pakistan for terrorism against India, and of course shielding the terrorists time and again, and the attack that the military launched against India as well, has been duly noted by New Delhi. But at the same time, there is strategic autonomy. There is also cooperation now building up between Beijing and New Delhi in the form of people-to-people contact, in the form of a direct flight between these two countries. So while there may not be a major earth-shattering transformative statement that has come out, but these statements are indicative of the fact in what trajectory the relationship will really be built up in the next few months. Could we see visits happening in Beijing and New Delhi? Could we see many more dialogues shaping up diplomatically between these two countries? Perhaps yes. Could we also see the working group and the expert committee that has been put in for the boundary question also put some things to implement at Eastern Ladakh and along the line of actual control? Because if there is implementation, if there are changes in status quo which are in the positive direction, that would certainly mean that this is a plus and a win-win situation for both India and China.
Stay on with me, Aditya. Because Gauri, like we were discussing this whole issue, and Aditya is also trying to highlight, it's not been an easy ride as far as India and China is concerned. There has been a lot of, mistrust between both the countries, especially post the Galwan clashes. But at least this is an attempt to take the relationship forward, at least try and see the common grounds, and then also identify the areas where work is needed between both the countries to try and find way to move forward, because both these Asian powerhouses and given the respect, the multipolar world with United States, the kind of meltdown Donald Trump has been having with both China and India, it is going to be an important, if I may say, a re-beginning, a kickstart once again between both the countries.
Indeed, and in fact, the statement also mentions that with India now set to have the presidency of BRICS in 2026, invitation extended to President Xi Jinping. And in fact, the statement does make a mention of the BRICS summit that will be held in New Delhi and the possibility of President Xi Jinping coming for that. Now, what does that show? That shows the intent of both leaders to move ahead and take this momentum of dialogue and discussion forward. Now, Aditya is right about the fact that there may not be any specific tangible outcomes right now because there's a lot of ground to cover and there is a significant trust deficit that exists, more so because of factors related to China-Pakistan nexus and collusion that remains. But the intent to move ahead and take this momentum forward is also is indicative of the fact that both countries are looking to potentially find resolution to these contentious issues. Now, can that happen overnight? Of course, it cannot happen. But given the external factors that are aiding this kind of discussion right now, with Donald Trump's tariff war coming in, the possibility of the dialogue and discussion resumption now, of course, is much higher. Now, what happens next in terms of roadmap remains to be seen. But one must talk about the people-to-people connect simply because that is one of the core aspects of this relationship as well. The fact that Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed, has started, is a huge plus in terms of the cultural connect and the people-to-people ties between the two countries. Processing of visas, it didn't happen for the last 5 years, whether tourists, whether business visitors, all of that will happen now. And direct connectivity, Ankit, when Aditya and I were coming to Tianjin, we spent a lot of time coming because there is no direct connectivity. And so many people, part of the diaspora, have been asking for this, just like we've been saying that, it takes a far longer time to travel. And let's go back to that direct connectivity. That was a core demand of the diaspora and something that both leaders agreed to and have announced. So these are aspects that have moved ahead. As far as the contentious issues are concerned, that will require more dialogue, deliberation, and by the looks of the statement, that is likely to continue.
Aditya, very importantly, and while the significance of both India and China, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, meeting and speaking in the words that they have, would be looked at, and whether it's America or the global stage. But it is also important to dehyphenate or not look at it in that sense, because while President Xi Jinping also spoke about the fact that India and China are neighbors. I mean, they are countries which have been, of course, very old civilizations, and they need to move beyond. Neighbors need to have good relationship. That also sets the ball rolling in a way to, have this bilateral relationship away in isolation from whatever else the messaging could be.
That's right, Ankit. That's a very important and significant point that you're making, that India, in fact, traditionally, if you see India's diplomacy, has had independent ties, independent relations with each and every country. Even in global conflicts, for instance, in the recent times, the Israel-Hamas conflict or the Israel-Palestine developments that are taking place, we are very much strategic partners of Israel, but at the same time, we stand with the people of Palestine, and we believe in a two-state solution, a negotiated two-state solution. Similarly, with Russia and Ukraine, India has stood with Russia. We have historic ties, but we have important diplomatic ties with Ukraine as well, and that's why while Zelensky's patience is being tested, he did not get a major positive headway from White House, even after the Alaska summit. Now he's turning to Modi. Modi is one such leader who has visited Moscow and Kyiv. He is engaged with Putin and Zelensky repeatedly, personally, as well as receiving phone calls. And as in the last 24 hours, we have witnessed Zelensky calling Modi and appealing to him ahead of the SCO summit to speak to Modi, to speak to Putin, and to convey to Putin that peace agreement, a peace ceasefire is the only way forward. So Modi, India's Prime Minister, and India are being trusted to, in fact, negotiate, to help and be that key factor which can build peace, which can actually push this global conflict towards peace as well, which will have a positive ripple effect to the global economy as well. So Prime Minister Modi has concluded the meeting with Xi Jinping. We are looking towards the SCO Gala dinner and the joint statement that will be released subsequently. But tomorrow is that big day, Ankit, when Putin and Modi would be engaging, would be meeting. That's the big headline moment in my understanding, where both would be, talking about the conflict in Ukraine, but will also be talking about enhancing trade between the two countries, because India has said that we have strategic autonomy, and we believe very firmly that the trade, that the oil that's coming in from Russia will only continue, because that's for the people of India. That's in our national interest. Just like US looks at its national interest, it hasn't stopped trade with Russia. So we will also continue to engage in the similar matters.
Absolutely. And yesterday at the NDTV Defense Summit, the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh also said there are no permanent friends or enemies as far as the world stage is concerned. We will have to look for our national interest. That is paramount as far as the new paradigm is concerned. Aditya, thank you. Gauri, thanks for joining us. Like Aditya said, tomorrow the headlining moment will be the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Vladimir Putin. Trust me, there is going to be another meltdown as far as Donald Trump administration is concerned. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Just a short while back, my colleague Aditya Rajkol also had a conversation with China's network CGTN's correspondent Wu Li in China's statement on Modi-Xi Jinping meeting and on the sidelines of the SCO summit, the importance of it and how China is looking at it. Take a look.
Thank you, Ule, for joining us. I want to begin by asking you, what are the key points of the statement from the Chinese on the meeting that has just concluded?
Thank you for having me. Chinese President Xi Jinping just held a bilateral meeting with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and President Xi said both countries are partners, not rivals. We affirm this key message, and both countries are very Asian civilized countries, and they are two of the most populous countries in the world. They are both members of SCO as well as BRICS, so the countries should move forward and to boost their bilateral ties. This year marks the 75th year of diplomatic relations between China and India, and the two countries should boost the collaboration as key members of global South. So this shoulders the responsibility of upholding the multilateralism and global collaboration.
So is there anything on the statement on the boundary question? Do you think such impediments were discussed as well?
Actually, during the meeting last year in Kazan, President Xi Jinping and Modi also met, and this time they also mentioned that the border issue shouldn't affect the bilateral ties.
It should not become an impediment. Yeah.
Exactly, and actually the two countries have already set up a high-level representation mechanism to solve these kind of border problems, and now the two sides have already settled down to move on, and they are going to move on to boost the collaboration.
The bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping lasted for about 55 minutes. Remember, this meeting is taking place or took place on the sidelines of the SCO summit. The Prime Minister's visit to China is taking place after 7 years, and this is the first after the Galwan clashes and also Operation Sindoor. Now, both the leaders spoke about very, very important issues. Prime Minister Modi said, and I'm quoting him here, after the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created and an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding the border management. He also added, committed to taking our relations forward on basis of mutual trust, respect and sensitivity. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping also lauded India and China talks in Kazan and called them successful. Take a look.
हमारे प्यारे दोस्तों के स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कजान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। एफएमसी चीन द्वारा SCO की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू की। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Gala, and the China-India relationship at the reset and the start of the year. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation have since made new progress. The world today is swept by one-centric transformations. The international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We are the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
My colleague Gauri Dwivedi spoke to members of the Azerbaijan and Chinese media on the sidelines of this summit, in SCO summit, and what do they make of the relationship between India and China.
You come from Hong Kong. Tell us, what do you think in terms of this summit this time around, and also the fact that you have the Indian Prime Minister here this time around. How significant do you think that has been?
I think it's very important. I come from Hong Kong, China. My name is Tanny. Actually, it's my first time to join such a big summit, international summit. Because Hong Kong is a very international city, we always promote connectivity between China and the rest of the world. I think it is a very important role of Hong Kong, and also I think this is the same as the summit. So we talk with many volunteers here, and I find that some young people here in Tianjin, they speak very good English. I think this shows our qualities of our young people. I think
this is also the largest SCO summit in terms of the largest number of countries who are. This is also the largest SCO summit in terms of the largest number of countries who are coming either as dialogue partners or as those who have been special invitees. So what's it like covering the biggest SCO summit ever, and also in terms of the presence of India, the presence of the Indian Prime Minister here this time? How significant do you think that is?
Yes, so of course it's important. I think plus 20 leaders.
Yeah.
And our President, Azerbaijan President Ilham Aliyev too. And today we met President of China, Jinping, and these meetings, leaders meetings, so important for our region, for your region, for the world, because they discuss very important topics. And I think we discussed here Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit 2025, and it's important too because we are media and we broadcast true information to the world, to the people. It's so important too, of course.
As the much-awaited, in fact, result of this SCO summit and the talks have now concluded, the bilateral between India and China, Aditya Raj caught up with Chinese journalist Shen Shui on the strategic importance of the meeting of the two leaders.
We are reporting continuously from the SCO summit here in China, and the big handshake between the Chinese President Xi Jinping and, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just concluded. It was more than 50 minutes meeting and some people-to-people contact and an unprecedented way forward between India and China. Who would have thought that 5 years after Galwan, there would be a reset in ties? Thank you to Donald Trump and the White House for making this happen. But joining me right now is a journalist from China, Chen, who is in fact the founder of the China Briefing News, who will speak to us more about the reset in the ties. Thank you very much, Chen, for joining us.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, please tell me, how do journalists in China see the developments between India and China? You know, there is the Trump tariff. It was imposed on China, and now the Maharaja of tariffs, Bob against India, and a lot of anti-India statements coming in from the American side. What are your views?
I think for the U.S. tariff, huge tariffs against India, I think it's beyond everyone's expectation. Previously, we always believed India is an ally of the U.S., but now you have the over 50% of the tariff, and also the U.S. has forced India to open its more market, for example, the sensitive agriculture part. So I think that is a huge shock, and some people even call it kind of a betray. And for the China-India relations, I think as both sides agree that is we are not affected by the third party, but we're also not targeting the third party. I think for Prime Minister Modi's 7 years, the first visit in 7 years to China, I think that is a milestone for the bilateral ties.
Any Bollywood films that you like and you want to speak about?
I think when I was a student, as the Three Idiots, that is quite influential here in China.
Amir Khan.
Yeah, and I met him in Beijing several times when his new films were released here in China, and he's very popular.
What are the songs? Are there any Bollywood songs that you like or enjoy?
I think one of the most influential one that coming to mind is like this. I don't know how to say it in Hindi, but the rhythm is like this. Dun, 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 dun.
They also caught up with a social media influencer in China, Lulu.
We're continuously reporting on NDTV from Tianjin in China on the SCO summit, and joining me is somebody from China who's a social media influencer, has close to 1 million followers, and is also tracking India-China relations very closely. Thank you, Lulu, for joining us. I want to begin by asking you about your thoughts about the SCO meeting and so many countries coming together and meeting Indian journalists. How grand is this event at Tianjin?
Yes, this is actually the largest SCO summit since it was founded. So I'm quite excited and really thrilled to meet all the international friends here. Yes.
And particularly if we speak about India, just a couple of hours ago, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the Chinese President Xi Jinping. And we haven't had that great relations in the last 5 years. So how do you see India-China relations at present? What would you want it to happen in the next few months?
Well, I mean, regardless of nationalities, we are all human beings and we are all looking for a better future and a better life. I mean, peace is not only for one country or one region; it's for entire globe. and also with economic downturns and a lot of turmoils is currently happening in the international sphere. I think that's the interest for almost everybody. So yeah, I hope in the future things will smoothly.
Thank you very much, Lulu, for joining us. That's the latest coming in from the SCO summit, but a lot that is expected in the next 24 hours as well. Aditya Rajkol reporting for NDTV from China.
From lingual humanoid robot at the SCO summit to a robot that serves ice cream in just 30 seconds, delighting visitors at the summit. The Tianjin meet isn't just highlighting geopolitical moves, but also China's technological prowess in full glory. Gauri Dwivedi enjoys a soft serve in a futuristic setting. Take a look.
I'm here at the SCO Summit media venue, and one of the most interesting things here is an AI-enabled robot that is giving you the ice cream preference and the flavor that you want in just 30 seconds. Let's figure this out and see if it actually works. So how does one get the ice cream in 30 seconds?
So it's powered by AI and using the dual robot arm, so making the ice cream. So from you taking the order,
you press that?
Yeah, you press the button. So currently in the summit, we only survive the vanilla flavor.
Okay.
So you press the button to select.
And let's see the robot now. Let's see the robot. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so viewers, that's the robot, and you can see it's actually preparing that ice cream. And all right,
the next order.
Right there. That is how soon you can get your ice cream, your flavor in that soon. Okay, so that is the vanilla ice cream right here from an AI-enabled robot, all in just 30 seconds. Interesting take on how life is set to change with technology. This is Gauri Dwivedi here in Tianjin reporting for NDTV.
All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but two warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I, through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. Yeah, but that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but two ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting two ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
All right, some breaking news coming in at this moment on the Mysuru Dasara controversy, which has only escalated now in Karnataka. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended Banu Mushtaq's invite. The Chief Minister has said Dasara belongs to all Siddaramaiah has also, in fact, said that Dussehra celebrated during the time of Tipu Sultan and Hyder Ali as well. Let's listen in to what the Chief Minister has said.
ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದು. ಈ ಹಬ್ಬನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ವ ದಸರಾನ. ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವಾಗ ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಿರ್ಜಾ ಇಸ್ಮಾಯಿಲು ಜವಾನರಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ವ, ಅವರು ದಸರಾ ವಿಜೃಂಭಣೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ವ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಧರ್ಮಾತೀತವಾದಂಥ ಜಾತ್ಯತೀತವಾದಂಥ ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದು. ಈ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬ್ರೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪ್ರೈಜ್ ವಿನ್ನರು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ಸಾರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಬ್ರೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ವಿಜೇತರು ಭಾಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ.
Let me go across to my colleague Deepak Bopana, who is joining us at this moment. Deepak, the Chief Minister doesn't seem to be backing off from his stand. This is only going to, in fact, escalate this controversy as the BJP has taken this up as a big issue.
Well, yes, as far as the invitation that was sent out by the Chief Minister to Banu Mushtaq is concerned, from various quarters we've seen a defense that has come in from the Congress leaders. Now the Chief Minister himself, of course, responding, going on to say that she was chosen because she won a prestigious award, and more importantly, again, saying that as far as Dussehra is concerned, it's not limited to just one religion. He's even making references to how in the past, when the Maharajas rule didn't exist in Mysuru, during the time of Tipu and Hyder Ali as well, Dussehra was being celebrated. So he's in an all-out defensive mode and saying that unnecessarily politics is being played by the BJP. The BJP, of course, continues to up the ante and questions the decision of the Congress government and calls it an outright move at appeasement.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Deepak reporting from Bengaluru on this story. Moving on to Karnataka, where Maratha quota activist Manoj Charange Patil has announced, remember he's already on an indefinite hunger strike asking for quota for the Marathas. Now Manoj Charange Patil has announced that he will stop drinking water as a part of his ongoing war for quota for the Maratha community. Patil has been on hunger strike protest at Mumbai's Azad Maidan. Patil is continuing his indefinite hunger strike for the third consecutive day after talks with the Maharashtra government remain inconclusive. The Maratha activist has demanded a 10% reservation and a quota benefit, in fact, for the Maratha community under the other backward classes. Patil has vowed not to withdraw his agitation until their demands are met, including granting Kunbi status to the Marathas. As far, remember, this is not the first time that he's on a hunger strike. He did it earlier as well. A massive protest was taken out. That time the government was able to in fact placate him, and it was just before the elections. Now post-elections he's once again asking the government to fulfill the demands that he had made earlier. The government is engaging with the quota protesters, and speaking to NDTV, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said that the government is hopeful for a solution soon.
उद्यापासून मी आता काल आणि आज पाणी पिलो. उद्यापासून पाणी पिणे सगळं उपोषणाचं मी बंद करणार. सरकार मागण्याची अंमलबजावणी करत नाही, त्याच्या लक्षात येत नाहीये. त्यामुळे उद्यापासून मी पाणी बंद करणार आहे. आमरण उपोषण कडक सुरू करणार. उद्यापासून पाणी सुद्धा बंद. आणि पाचवा मुद्दा, मराठा समाजाच्या एकाही पोरांना दगडफेक अमुक तमुक करायचं नाही. समाजाला खाली मान घालावं लागेल असं एकही पाऊल कोणी उचलायचं नाही. सगळ्यांनी शांत राहायचं. त्यांना किती आपल्यावर अन्याय करू द्या, अत्याचार करू द्या, मला तुमच्याकडून शांतता पाहिजे. काही करून तुम्हाला मी आरक्षण देणार आहे, त्याशिवाय मुंबई सोडणार नाही. हे शब्द आहे माझा. फक्त तुम्ही शांत राहा.
गणपती बाप्पा सर्वांना सुबुद्धी देतील आणि सगळे एकमेकाचा विचार करतील असं आपण अपेक्षा व्यक्त करूया. मुळातच आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की 2014 ते 2025 हाच काळ असा आहे की ज्या काळामध्ये 3 वेळा आमचं सरकार आलं आणि 3ही वेळा आमच्याच सरकारने मराठा समाजाकरता अनेक योजना सुरू केल्या, आरक्षण दिलं. त्याच्या आधीच्याही सरकारने काही केलं नाही आणि मध्ये असलेल्या सरकारने काही केलं नाही.
Let me bring in my colleague Anuj Raite, who is joining us from Mumbai for more on this. At one point, the pressure tactic as far as the Maratha community, Manoj Jarange Patil is concerned, continues. But this is also a question this time about the promises that were made before election, which have not been fulfilled after the victory, Anuj.
Well, yes, that is the primary basis of this entire argument, and the protests for Maratha reservation aren't something new. In fact, they've been happening for the longest time, but they've intensified in the last 2 years. I'm standing here outside the CSMT station, which is, and the Azad Maidan, the primary protest spot is also very close to me, and as you can very clearly see, the place has been swelling up with protesters, and this is day 3 of the protests, and this again becomes a very primary location in the city, right? Although the protests which have mostly been concentrated in the southern part of the city haven't really affected the larger movement or functioning of Mumbai city, but because the protests peaked during the weekends, the test or the litmus test will happen tomorrow, because tomorrow is a working day. CSMT is the primary railway station of Mumbai, and this becomes an important commercial area as well. And if the area continues to be blocked because of the protests, and if there is no long-term feasible solution for the protesters, things might get a little tough going ahead, especially as working week starts. Talking about the development on the protests perspective, Jarange Patil, addressing the media a while back, made it very clear that for the first 2 days he did not consume food, but from tomorrow onwards, if there is no solution to this problem, he will stop consuming water as well. And he's hinted towards intensifying the entire protest. While that is happening on one hand, on the other hand, this the cabinet subcommittee which has been named by the Maharashtra government, which has been given all the rights of the cabinet itself, are holding regular meetings. Yesterday we saw that the divisional secretary of the state did hold a meeting with Jarange Patil, where Jarange Patil made it very clear that Hyderabad and the Satara Gazette needs to be implemented as soon as possible. But Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil, who is heading the cabinet subcommittee, addressed us a while back and made it very clear that there are multiple legal hurdles in implementing the Hyderabad and Satara Gazette, which give a direct or which make it clear that the Marathas are Kunbis and hence make them eligible for OBC reservation. This issue, as much as it is executive, is more so over a judicial one, which is why the role of the state government in this entire matter becomes very critical or becomes very limited at the end of the day. More importantly, another meeting will be held by the additional divisional secretary of Maharashtra and the Advocate General of the state, Virendra Saraf, tonight, or rather today evening at around 5 p.m, where further development or update on what is to be done by Maharashtra government when it comes to addressing the questions which have been put forth by Jarange Patil comes into the fray.
Okay, thank you for joining us with all those details. We'll keep a very close eye on this story as well. All right, let's move on now to the flood fury, the monsoon fury that North India is facing, from Jammu to Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, largely all the hill states at this moment, and in the plains, Punjab as well, facing the maximum brunt of the incessant monsoon and the cloudburst related flash floods. Several roads, highway have been cut off, isolating several villages in the region in Jammu. In fact, tourist hubs in Himachal Pradesh, such as Manali too, have not been spared. In fact, Manali has been receiving floods after floods year after year. Meanwhile, speaking on this issue, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in the 125th edition of his Mann Ki Baat radio program, expressed anguish over the natural disasters that have struck the country and has hailed the rescue efforts of the NDRF and the STRF.
मानसून के इस मौसम में प्राकृतिक आपदाएं देश की कसौटी कर रही हैं। पिछले कुछ हफ्तों में हमने बाढ़ और भूस्खलन का बड़ा कहर देखा है। कहीं घर उजड़ गए, कहीं खेत डूब गए, परिवार के परिवार उजड़ गए। पानी के तेज बहाव में कहीं पुल बह गए, सड़कें बह गई, लोगों का जीवन संकट में फंस गया। इन घटनाओं ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को दुखी किया है। जिन परिवारों ने अपने प्रियजन खोए, उनका दर्द हम सबका दर्द है।
Now, my colleague Ravish has continuously been tracking the developments in Himachal Pradesh. He has sent us this ground report. Take a look.
ये पतली कुल गांव की तस्वीर है। ब्यास नदी के किनारे बसा ये गांव और त्रासदी का शिकार हो चुका है। जब यहाँ पर बादल फटा, ये जो पहाड़ आप देख रहे हैं, इसी के ऊपर में बादल फटा था। फिर वहाँ से नालों के ज़रिए एकाएक पानी आया और जब पानी आया तो नदी ने अपना जो रुख है वो 90 डिग्री बदल लिया। यानी अब आप देखिए कि जो ब्यास नदी है वो सबसे पहले यहाँ टकरा रही है इन घरों के पीछे, उसके बाद ऐसे बह रही है। और उसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि तमाम सारे जो घर हैं, जो दुकानें हैं, वो पूरी तरीके से ज़मींदोज़ हो चुकी हैं। अब यहाँ लग ही नहीं रहा है कि कोई दुकान या मकान रहा होगा। आइए आपको चलकर दिखाते हैं वो जो घर है जो गिरा हुआ है, वो घर कैसे गिर गया।
वो सर यहाँ से जो पानी का बहाव आया उसके कारण गिरा सर। पूरा का पूरा बहाव पानी का हमारी तरफ ही था सर, इस गांव की तरफ ही।
तो कितनी भयानक एक तबाही जो है वो देखने को मिल रही है। ये है ब्यास नदी और ब्यास नदी ने ज़बरदस्त तरीके का जो नुकसान है वो यहाँ पर किया है।
Slipping into a very short break at this moment. Coming back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. कि हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is also Indian.
Yes, sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे.
अच्छा.
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे.
करेक्ट. लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पे पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें. बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है.
ओके. आगे सर. हाँ चलिए.
फायर लाइन अप. हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ. फायर भर. चलो सामने टारगेट. अपना टाइम फर्स्ट 5 राउंड फायर.
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
So breaking news coming in, an FIR has now been registered against Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra for her remarks against Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Mahua Moitra hit out at the BJP, attributing her remarks to a Bengal poem, while the BJP has alleged she was advocating violence. The complaint was filed in Raipur, and the police have registered an FIR based on that complaint. Alright, just first let's listen into a reaction.
आज देश के लिए बहुत दुर्भाग्यजनक दिन है जब देश के सर्वोच्च संस्था संसद में चुने हुए एक सांसद श्रीमती महुआ मोइत्रा जो पश्चिम बंगाल के कृष्णनगर से सांसद है, उन्होंने देश के सर्वोच्च प्रधानमंत्री जी के और आदरणीय अमित शाह जी जो गृह मंत्री है, उनके गले को काटकर प्रधानमंत्री जी के मेज पर रखने की बात है। ये असंभव है, ये दुर्दांत है, ये दुस्साहस है। इस देश के गणतंत्र को और इस देश की अखंडता को चोट पहुंचाने का ये कुत्सित प्रयास है। और हम सब उस बंगाली समाज से आते हैं जिस बंगाली समाज को हमेशा स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के नाम से जाना जाता है, कला के नाम से जाना जाता है, इतिहास के नाम से जाना जाता है। और आज उस बंगाली समाज से एक ऐसी नेता पैदा हुई है या एक नेत्री आई है जो पूरे के पूरे बंगाली समाज की मातृशक्ति को बदनाम करने का कुत्सित प्रयास बारंबार करते जा रही है। बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ पर बात करना क्या अपराध हो गया इस देश में? क्या बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ पर बात करने पर आपके प्राण चले जाएंगे? ये कैसा राजनीति है? आज बंगाल वो भूमि है जो विवेकानंद जी के नाम से जाना जाता है। बंगाल वो भूमि है जो नेताजी सुभाष बोस और खुदीराम बोस और न जाने कितने ऐसे ऋषि मुनियों के नाम से जाना जाता है। उस बंगाल की भूमि को बार बार बदनाम करने का टीएमसी का जो प्रयास चल रहा है, हम उसके खिलाफ आए हैं कि उनके खिलाफ FIR हो, भारतीय दंड संहिता के तहत हो और उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले और ऐसी नेत्री का सामाजिक बहिष्कार हो और समाज से उनका नेत्री का टैग हट जाए, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट भी ना रहे। हम उस तरह की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, उस दिन तक लड़ाई लड़ेंगे जब उनको पार्लियामेंट से।
All right, let me go across to my colleague Ritwik Mondal, who's joining me at this moment. All right, before we do that, there is these, in fact, visuals coming in from the SCO summit in China, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting. It's a bilateral meeting which is taking place between Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the sidelines of the SCO summit with the Myanmar junta chief. In fact, Myanmar remains a key partner for India's strategic interest in the region. So these visuals, in fact, were coming in from on the sidelines of the SCO summit, where Prime Minister Modi is meeting the Myanmar junta chief and the delegation there having bilateral talks. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Chinese musicians performed to welcome Prime Minister Modi at the SCO summit. The traditional Indian musical instruments are being used there in the performance.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome to NDTV. Our special focus on the SCO summit. The big bilateral just took place between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping. We'll break it down, the importance and the messaging here on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. These are the headlines. Crucial bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping lasted 55 minutes. Will it be a major reset in ties between the two Asian giants?
परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
Prime Minister Modi says disengagement on India and Chinese forces on the border last year has created an atmosphere of peace and stability. Xi Jinping also says it's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and the elephant to come together. Modi-Xi bilateral takes place amid the tariff war with United States. SCO summit tomorrow. The spotlight is going to be Prime Minister's meeting with Vladimir Putin. Prime Minister's statement on the bilateral with China says ties can't be seen by a third country's lens, must expand common grounds on terrorism. Mysuru Dasara controversy only escalates with Chief Minister Siddaramaiah now hitting out at the critiques as the decision to invite Banu Mushtaq Dasara doesn't belong to one particular committee, it belongs to all. Meetings taking place on the sidelines of the SCO summit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the latest one now between Prime Minister and the Myanmar junta chief, the senior general, in fact, leading the delegation from the Myanmar side. And both the countries have had this bilateral with Prime Minister leading this bilateral. Myanmar remains a key partner for India's strategic interest in the region, and in that context, this becomes an important meeting. These visuals which came out just a short while back of Prime Minister meeting the senior general representing the junta, in fact, in Myanmar, and this also an important meeting with respect to India-Myanmar relations. All right, what we'll do before we start getting into details of that very important bilateral that took place between India and China, let me first go across to my colleague Gauri Dwivedi and Aditya Rajkol, those who are in Tianjin, covering this entire SCO summit for NDTV, bringing us a ringside view of what's happening there. Gauri, the meeting, the bilateral between India and Myanmar, also an important one, given how important Myanmar's role is as far as a strategic partner with India.
There are 2-3 very important aspects with regard to Myanmar, Ankit, and which is the reason why this visit is and this bilateral meeting that is taking place right now is very significant. Now, India is, as far as the instability in Myanmar is concerned, it has a direct impact on our entire northeastern belt. It also has an impact on the Siliguri corridor that connects mainland with the northeast. So to that effect, the political and military instability that has been there in Myanmar for some time now has a direct impact on India. Now, add to it the fact that there has been a lot of political turmoil in Bangladesh in the last 1 year. And the fact that Bangladesh is a key hub in terms of the entire connectivity area between India, Myanmar, and the northeastern region as a whole does mean that India needs to engage more directly with Myanmar going forward, which is the reason why, in fact, there were also reports that were coming in about a potential corridor being created via Bangladesh with regard to Rohingya refugees as well, another area that impacts India very significantly. So this meeting that is taking place right now between India and Myanmar on a bilateral level has two very important objectives. One, and the core objective being to stabilize any potential Rohingya refugees that may come in further from Myanmar through the entire corridor. The second important aspect is to secure our security concerns, terror-related concerns here, given the political turmoil in Bangladesh. And the last and equally important point is that China has been making deep investments in Myanmar. There is a China-Myanmar economic corridor that has got a fresh lease of life and a fresh fillip with more investments and funds coming in. India does not want to not have a play in this because this impacts directly its neighborhood, and which is the reason why this meeting right now gains that much significance.
Aditya, a word from you on this as well, because since 2021, when the military took over, as far as the government in Myanmar is concerned, India has always expressed its concerns and has also said that Myanmar should return to democracy as soon as possible. And this is coupled with the challenges of the border, the smuggling of the drugs, and of course insurgent groups which get backing in Myanmar. Recently we saw an operation by the Indian Army very close to the Myanmari border as well.
Well, that's right. At least there have been 3 to 4 major operations in the last decade around Myanmar, if has to be said. But overall, I would say that security is of paramount significance in the border areas, just like Gauri pointed out. That insurgent groups have been using the territory of Myanmar against India, and that certainly cannot be allowed. So Rohingya issue and the security concerns from insurgent groups that Myanmar land should not be used against India would be the top priority in this particular bilateral that has already begun about 15 minutes ago, in which the top general from Myanmar is meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, India had been the votary of democracy in Myanmar. India had built in great relations with Aung San Suu Kyi, who was the democratic leader, imprisoned for a very long time. And she, in fact, had studied from the Delhi University. So clearly, there were very deepening, strong democratic ties between India and Myanmar. And that needs to be continued. There needs to be continuity. There needs to be trade as well. India also has come to the rescue as a disaster relief force, has helped Myanmar in a great way. And overall, in the Act East policy of India, Myanmar plays a very, very significant role as a neighbor. And, the entire Northeast is connected with Myanmar. And therefore, the refugee crisis and the Rohingya elements can play a security nightmare for India, even though we have a very robust mechanism at the border. But that would be discussed threadbare.
I request both of you to stay on with me. Let's now shift our focus to the big meeting that took place today. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in China after 7 years, and the first time after the Galwan clashes and what happened in Operation Sindoor, the kind of support that China, in fact, gave to Pakistan at that moment. NDTV has accessed full details of Prime Minister's statement after the bilateral between him and the Chinese President Xi Jinping. The Prime Minister, in fact, went on to say, and he noted that India and China both pursue strategic autonomy and their relations should not be seen through the lens of a third country. The two leaders deemed it necessary to expand common ground on bilateral, regional and global issues and challenges like terrorism, fair trade in multilateral platforms. My colleagues have been tracking this very, very important story from China. Let me bring you in, Gauri, to begin with the statement that came out after the meeting between both the leaders. Many are calling this beginning of the thaw with what happened in the relationships post the Galwan crisis. We have seen disengagement on the border, which possibly has led way to what we are seeing today at the SCO summit, the bilateral, so on and so forth. And also, given the context, the global context, a message sent across to both the countries, their domestic audience, and to the world, particularly United States of America as well.
It's a very strong message. It's a message of intent. It's a message of direction. It's a message of roadmap. It comes 5 years after Galwan conflict. You rightly pointed out, Ankit, some of the milestones in the India-China relationship in the last couple of years have seen more freeze and more, the relationship going under in a complete downturn of a direction. That has changed now. Kazan was the turning point, but today is yet another inflection point in the relationship. The statements that have come out from both sides, in fact, the Chinese statement also that has come out indicates a very clear push towards normalization. Again, we've been very cautious about the fact that one must be optimistic, but also pragmatic, given that there are deep concerns that lie on both sides. The Indian statement also very categorically mentioned a third party, third nation, and there's a reason for that. While America is an important stakeholder, so is Pakistan as far as the Pakistani-China nexus is concerned. So all those are extremely important aspects of the India-China relationship. But in the backdrop of the very fast-paced developments that have taken place in the last couple of months itself, and today's meeting actually marks a very significant inflection point. Now, what happens from here on is a roadmap that will be decided by both countries to identify areas where they feel they will be able to move fast and make greater progress, even as some of the other contentious issues will be discussed to be able to thrash out a mutually acceptable decision and a mutually accepted final solution. Now, when that happens remains to be seen, but those talks are currently on, the special representative ones, the border talks, all of those are currently on, and they have the momentum right now. It's all eyes now on how soon there will be more concrete progress on any of those fronts.
Aditya, but while many would say that it's great to see both the leaders, talking, having these bilaterals, and of course, coming back to some sort of an understanding. Not the first time that Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi have had conversations, but the relationship does not come bereft of challenges. And despite an attempt between both the countries to move forward from what happened in 2020, recently what happened during Operation Sindoor, China's support to Pakistan, all of those things will have to be looked very, very carefully and recalibrated as far as the future between both the countries is concerned.
That's right, Ankit. In fact, in many ways, this bilateral has been blown out of proportion. It almost feels like Modi is here for a bilateral visit. That's clearly not. The reality is that this is an SCO meeting, and this is merely a bilateral meeting on the sidelines. So the meat of the story is the SCO summit, and of course, global issues just like Ukraine and other connectivity issues and terrorism gains prominence because of the SCO structure, which was based, the foundation was based on the security alliances and security cooperation and to counter terrorism. But I must say here that we need to tread very, very cautiously because there's been a trust deficit. There have been some actions that China has been engaged in, including supporting Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, giving them intelligence, giving them live updates on India through satellite imagery and other intelligence. Apart from that, the Galwan crisis, for the first time in 40 years, such violent clashes taking place, many deaths on both sides. We lost 20 of our brave hearts in the line of duty, and China lost many more, but they never admitted that. That's another story. But the reality of the matter here is that this is not, the reset of the ties 100%. This is a careful beginning, a cautious beginning that has been made after Wang Yi visited New Delhi and he met Ajit Doval. There were 5 important pillars that were agreed upon, including a working structure, a working group, and an expert committee on the boundary question. And there, apart from that, the people-to-people ties that need to be restored, including a direct flight between Delhi and Beijing, and hydro-related statistics to be shared between these two countries. And finally, of course, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra that has begun, and there was a journalist delegation that was invited by China to visit the Mansarovar as well. So as of now, these are careful, important beginnings that have been made. And it's interesting that a third country has been mentioned by China in that statement without naming that particular country. It could be US, the tariff situation. It could be Pakistan of the terrorism linkages that have erupted. And of course, we see China from the Pakistani lens because of the continuous support that Pakistan gets through China. So as of now, the first bilateral has concluded. The second bilateral is underway. And tomorrow is the day, Ankit, when the big bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and Putin will take place. This will happen just about 24 to 36 hours after Zelensky made that SOS call to Modi to intervene and to convey to Putin that ceasefire should be agreed upon and a peace agreement should really be a reality. And that's interesting because Trump has failed over the last 6 months to bring peace. And now they are looking towards Modi to make some maneuvering so that peace is restored.
Right, Aditya, thank you for joining us. Gauri, thanks to you as well. Tomorrow also is going to be a very, very busy and important day for my colleagues. And of course, make no mistake about that, there will be a lot of talk around, this summit, especially the bilaterals between Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin as well. There will be a lot of signaling when it comes to all these countries coming together at the time when United States meltdown, Donald Trump's meltdown is taking place on that tariff issue. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping held a crucial bilateral meeting, as we've been speaking about it. It lasted for over 55 minutes. This is the first visit of Prime Minister to China in 7 years. After the Galwan clashes, it presumes more importance. Will this help in a way start or restart of a major reset in ties between both the countries at a time when India is facing sanctions from the United States? Remember, China has come out in support of India when it comes to the tariff talks between India and United States is concerned, and they've said that, you have to stand up to a bully. Let's listen in to some reactions after that bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping.
मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कजान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई थी। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। एफएमसी चीन द्वारा SCO की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू की। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again, this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Gala, and the China-India relationship has reset and started anew. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation have since made new progress. The world today is swept by one-century transformations. The international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We are the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
Short break at this moment. News and updates continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but two warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I, through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. But that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but two ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting two ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all the, not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon.
So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right?
I've handled weapons. कि हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon.
The controversy around the invitation to Banu Mushtaq for the Dussehra celebrations in Karnataka and Mysuru specifically has only escalated, with the Chief Minister defending the decision of the government. The Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said Dussehra belongs to all and has also cited Tipu Sultan and Hyder Ali. The Chief Minister has said that Dussehra was celebrated during the time of Tipu Sultan and Hyder Ali as well. This festival is for the people from all religions in the past. And didn't Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan also celebrate Dussehra? When Mirza Ismail was the Diwan, didn't he hold Dussehra with grandeur? Therefore, the Chief Minister said, I want to say this is not a festival of just one religion or caste. I decided to choose Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtaq to inaugurate the festival because the number of people who have won this award are very, very less.
ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದು. ಈ ಹಬ್ಬನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ವ ದಸರಾನ? ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವಾಗ ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಿರ್ಜಾ ಇಸ್ಮಾಯಿಲು ಜವಾನರಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ವ, ಅವರು ದಸರಾ ವಿಜೃಂಭಣೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ವ? ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಧರ್ಮಾತೀತವಾದಂಥ ಜಾತ್ಯತೀತವಾದಂಥ ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದು. ಈ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬ್ರೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪ್ರೈಜ್ ವಿನ್ನರು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ಸಾರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬ್ರೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ವಿಜೇತರು ಭಾಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has visited NDTV's Mumbai Bureau and participated in the Ganesh Puja at our Marathi channel. In fact, at the NDTV office in Mumbai, Devendra Fadnavis performed the Aarti at the Ganesh Puja organized by the NDTV office. Take a look. Time for a short break at this moment. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Vanakkam Chamalgaru.
Well, the
started for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon.
As the country pushes forward on its clean energy goals, biofuels are emerging as a powerful solution, not just for reducing emissions, but also for enhancing energy security, boosting the rural economy, and promoting sustainable growth. Our penultimate conversation of Green Rev 2025, in a sense, sums up what this day has been about. A look at how India's biofuel strategy is shaping a resilient future across all three pillars: energy, economy, and the environment. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Shri Sanjeev Chopra, Secretary, Department of Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. And on the stage at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, for the conversation with him is my colleague Vasudha Venugopal.
Mr. Chopra, also when you talk about second generation biofuels, are we also looking at fuels, ethanol from other sources, and how is the industry and the farming community preparing for this?
You know, this question is often asked that is the ethanol blending program sustainable? You know, because sugarcane has its limitations. Maybe in case we say on an average about 40 lakh tons, 30 to 40 lakh tons of sugar can be used every year, can be diverted for the purpose of ethanol. Now, where does the balance feedstock come from? So you mentioned about 2G, to which I'll come a little later. Before that, let me mention that the plan the government has to ensure that the ethanol blending program becomes self-sustainable. So there are other feedstock which the government is thinking about. So I would say the first one would be the broken rice. So while we have a surplus of stocks with us, with the Food Corporation of India, of the rice stocks, and they have been given in the past years for the purpose of making ethanol, but maybe it is something that we need to revisit. So what we are doing now, beginning this year, the milling of rice that takes place, the fair average quality which is delivered by the rice millers to the government, that mentions 25% broken rice as permissible, up to 25% broken. Now what we are trying to do this year for the first time is that we are going to reduce the broken percentage to 10%. That means we get 15% extra brokens, and in case I was to extract 15% additional brokens from this quantity, I would say around 50 to 60 lakh tons of brokens would be available for the purpose of ethanol. So this is one major feedstock that would become available. The second is maize, which has been incentivized by the government. Higher rate is being given for maize. The third is sweet sorghum, which we are trying.
Do you look at India as being the world's largest large-scale biofuel integrated economy in the coming years? Would you put a timeline to something like that?
I wouldn't put a timeline to it, but then yes, integrated biofuel economy, yes, because these sugar mills are getting converted to biorefineries. And sugarcane actually is such a wonderful crop. And as I always say that sugar industry itself is the torchbearer of the circular economy. I think everything in the sugarcane crop is being used, whether it is for the purpose of sugar or it is for the purpose of, let's say, biofuel or now bioplastics, green hydrogen, potash derived from molasses. So I think it's a wonder crop, and I think the potential for the sugar mills to become biorefineries and integrated biofuel complex, I think it's very much within our reach.
So Mr. Chopra there laying out his vision. Any questions from the audience members? My questions are done, so anyone?
Hi, sir. I have one question related to sustainable aviation fuel. Now that we have been talking about biofuel for green energy transition, and when we talk about sustainable aviation fuel, again, ethanol is being considered as an active feedstock. So my question here is that, two questions actually. First, where are we in terms of roadmap? We have international mandates of meeting 1% by 2027 and 2% by following years. But as far as ethanol is concerned, will we have sufficient stock for sustainable aviation fuel, given that we are blending ethanol with petrol in a green energy transition? And second being, where are we in terms of our roadmap for sustainable aviation fuel? Thank you.
So in terms of the availability of the production capacity, I think that's not a constraint, because the requirement for 20% blending is about 1,700 crore liter of production capacity. We already have a production capacity of about 1,825 crore liters, and 250 crore liters additional capacity is in the pipeline. As I mentioned, the cooperative sector has been given another interest subvention scheme to create more capacity. So in terms of capacity, we are not having any issue. The feedstock availability needs to be ensured. That is something being worked out. With regard to the SAF, so the standards are still being worked out. They are still not in place. The government is working on those standards. Those standards are in place. I'm hopeful that by the 2030, that 5% blending that we are talking about should be possible.
Thank you so much for joining.
We will now focus on the future of sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, and its pivotal role in decarbonizing air travel. With India now the world's third largest domestic aviation market, the urgency for cleaner, greener skies has never been greater. We have with us Vijay Nirani, MD True Alt, and Ranjit Kulkarni, VP Honeywell Energy. Well, first and foremost, let's talk about, the economics and price sensitivity, given that it's 3 to 5 times more expensive SAF. So how do we get the industry to really adopt it?
How are we doing to manage some of this price sensitivity? Price sensitivity comes from volatility, uncertainty. So where we are looking into is how do we make sure the sustainable aviation fuel is available in a predictable quantity, in a timely quantity, and a substantial quantity that gives sufficient volumes to the market. So those are the things. More and more volume becomes available. It's a demand supply, correct? As the demand or the supply becomes more, price parity comes down. So that is where we are looking into bringing in the cost parity of it.
All right, Mr. Nirani, True Alt Bioenergy is now a key player in India's bioenergy transition with one of the country's largest intended SAF facilities. So if you could tell us, what are the gaps in the startups ecosystem, pre-treatment tech, enzymatic solutions that need funding to make SAF cost competitive?
I think SAF is a very exciting program, or it's a phenomenal opportunity for us in the biofuels umbrella. So what we have is the potential to power aircrafts flying continents, which is actually produced by farmers. And of course, there will be certain technology challenges for which people like Mr. Ranjit Kulkarni are working very hard. And I'm sure him and his team will find solutions in the very near term. And in fact, we have sort of having the capacity for ethanol going through the alcohol to jet route have plans to set up one of the largest capacities in the country. The technology really to convert ethanol to ethylene has been there, and people have been using that since many ages already. So it's only bringing together all of that and making a compound out of it, which Mr. Kulkarni and his team are set to achieve. And companies like us and country like ours is set to benefit from.
All right, so Mr. Kulkarni, that brings me to the question with Honeywell's ethanol to jet fuel process, cutting aviation greenhouse gas emissions by 80%. So how do you optimize this for India's diverse feedstocks, sugarcane, molasses versus agri-waste to maintain cost parity?
First thing I'm again proud to say is this ethanol to jet technology has been developed by us in India and it's gone global.
Okay, wonderful.
So that's a fantastic achievement for us.
That's quite an achievement. I think that deserves a round of applause, yes. And
the second, we believe in two fundamentals. Waste is a misplaced resource, which means every molecule we harness, make sure we use it wisely. And just because I can do something doesn't mean I should do it. I have to be responsible. Let's talk about biomass. It's how we utilize that carbon, hydrogen, reject oxygen, reject other contaminants, and make the molecule I want, whether it is green plastic, whether it is green fuels, or green chemicals. How do I make it in lesser and lesser number of steps? If you look at agri-residue, biomass, ethanol, they all have different characteristics. Understanding these characteristics is very key in how we take it to the next step of SAF or biochemicals. That is where innovation comes into the picture. That is where we now try to do it. If I can do it instead of 4 steps, can I do it in 3 steps? Can I do it in 2 steps? Every step I reduces the carbon intensity, reduces the heat, reduces the energy, and thereby reduces the carbon footprint of that product. This is the philosophy we drive.
Mr. Nirani, to you now, how can airlines be encouraged to commit to long-term SAF procurement contracts, given, as we discussed, the cost premium, and should India mandate blending targets similar to what's happening in the European Union?
So I think the mandate is already announced, but the roadmap to achieving the mandate is what we are looking to hear from the policymakers. So there's a mandate to already start blending 1% by 27, 2% by 2028, and up to 5% by 2030. And again, CORSIA, the body that regulates emissions, has already given global emission mandates as well. So be it the US or the European Union, they chose different pathways to achieving those mandates. What I would say is, because the ethanol program became a big success for 2 reasons. One, there was incentives to the manufacturers, and again, there was a penalty if you don't consume or blend ethanol in petrol. There was a 2 rupee penalty that was levied. Right? In the European Union, they straightforward have carbon taxing. If you're not going to reduce your carbon emissions, there are taxes that are levied. And multiple companies have either shut down or sold out because of the carbon tax implications. So one thing is, India is a very cost-sensitive economy.
Yes.
We are a very fast-growing economy. So, and again, as compared to per capita flying with the developed countries, we still are much, much lower than anybody else. Now, government is giving subsidies. There are capital subsidies available. There intend to be carbon credits that is coming up. There are a lot of global capital which is sort of allocated to SAF. We just need to tap on the right doors for us to make sure this project is up and running. So I think what the government or the policymakers are already doing, we just need them to come out with the right push a little more quicker. And then we get to use that and turn them into projects.
Mr. Nirani, if you can talk about, beyond decarbonization, as you were just elaborating, how can SAF drive rural employment as well as waste to wealth opportunities?
So it's a tremendous socio-economic sector by large. Right? So just to give our company, so one operate sugar mills, of course, one of our group companies, and TrueAlt does biofuels. Just one company or one group that is ours works with closely 350,000 farmer families. Let's say a family has 4 people. That's close to 1 million people that we work closely with. So that's the kind of impact one company probably can generate. And there are multiple companies like ours. So that said, all of what we consume come typically from all the farmers, the 1 million people that are directly employed or rather tied up with us. Once we take in the product, I'm just stepping a little behind, going beyond SAF and say, what exactly is the products that we take? We take the sugars that come in, we make one sugar for human body, that's one energy. We make cogen, we make power, we make ethanol. Now ethanol gets converted into SAF. The byproduct is biodiesel or bio-naphtha or other special chemicals. Or let's say the ethanol could get converted into malolactonic acid or multiple opportunities. So all in all, the whole value chain has the potential to create unimaginable level of employment. So that's a humongous socio-economic impact that we carry, not just on employment, but the allied support that the biofuel sector carries.
All right, well, on that very optimistic note, I'd like to end it here. Thank you so much both for joining us.
India's journey towards green mobility is at an inflection point. While EVs are at the center stage of the conversation, the road to sustainability is not a single lane. It's a multi-lane highway that includes flex fuel vehicles, hybrids, hydrogen, and other clean technologies. To dive into this, we have with us Mr. Mohan Savarkar, Chief Product Officer and VP Tata Motors. We are also joined by Mr. R.S. Sachdeva, Deputy CEO and Chief Transformation Officer, BECV. Mr. Sachdeva, first question to you is, in this day and age when there are so many technologies being talked about, there is EV, there is FFVs, there is hydrogen, there is hybrid, how are you finding the balance in making sure that these technologies, you get the best technology that is ready for the future?
Today, auto industry is a very, very complex stage where auto industry is also having the different of technologies to balance. And today, 6 technologies are there on which auto industry is working today. Diesel is there, then biodiesels, biofuels. There you have got the gas technology, you have got the ethanol technology, you have got the biodiesel technology. After that, CNG and LNG, and then of course EV is there, and then hydrogen internal combustion engine. Out of this six technology, I'm very happy to share that being part of the auto industry. Today, auto industry is very alert, and almost 60 to 70% of the investment is going toward the alternate technologies today. And how do we make the balance in that? Each technology has got its own complexity. CNG and LNG, there is some sort of balance is there. That for the shorter distance vehicle, you can go for CNG, and the longer distance heavy commercial vehicle, you can go for the LNG. But LNG, again, quality of fuel, 26 stations are there across the country today, against 17,000 stations in CNG today across the country. That means that range anxiety for the drivers and the consumer is very high today at this point of time. So that balance also need to be maintained in terms of CNG, LNG, and ensuring that customer should get a reliable product, which is cost effective. Total cost of ownership is very optimal. But again, he shouldn't have the range anxiety in that thing. But one thing we can see that thing, if we have to see the balance with the optimal investment and optimal result in terms of the emissions, probably biofuels is the very good example, followed by CNG and LNG. So if I see that across the spectrum, I see that diesel will continue to rule for the next couple of years. And after that, you have got EV and hydrogen, where you see that total cost of acquisition as well as the complexity is high. But mid-plane, if you see that thing, CNG, LNG, biofuel, that is the route to go. All the aspects we look at that thing, we are just moving with the wave. We are just going with the flow and making sure that we invest on each of the technology, and any of the technology become relevant for any of the segment.
Yeah.
That's where we stand today at this point.
Actually, the path is, as we said, it's a multi-lane highway. Mr. Savarkar, I want to ask you, what is the biggest challenge that you see in a widespread adoption of FFVs on Indian roads?
So first of all, I mean, there's a difference in the supply chain between how, let's say, gasoline reaches our cars to how ethanol would reach our cars. Let's say there would be just about 20, 30 odd refineries that make all the fuel for India, and it may be comparatively easy to ensure quality standards are maintained across these manufacturers. When it comes to alcohol, or ethanol, it is going to be spread all over India in every area that produces raw material or feedstock that can get converted to ethanol. One other thing that matters is that the vapor pressure of ethanol is much less than gasoline. So what it means is that it doesn't catch fire so easily. So if we want ethanol adoption to move in the right direction, there needs to be a policy support to ensure that the fuel is available at an appropriate cost.
All right, Mr. Sachdev and Mr. Savarkar, thank you so much for taking time out for us today and joining us today in Green Rev 2025.
In conversation today with Adani Total Gas CEO Suresh Manglani, we're going to explore flagship projects, partnerships and renewable fuel investments. And first and foremost, I'd like to ask you this view or this vision that we have of 15% is very ambitious. Already, India has in fact gone from 6.5% to 6% in terms of the share that gas has in our energy mix. So, what are your comments on that?
I think it's I'm glad that you asked this very important question. But if you see on the absolute terms, our share of natural gas in absolute numbers has significantly increased. But because energy basket also has gone up, our GDP is growing. India is growing at 6.5%, 6%. So naturally, energy basket is growing, and in that, natural gas has increased. Now, whether it can go further, absolutely it will go further. There are several policy initiatives which government has already taken across value chain, whether it is upstream for enhancing domestic gas production, or midstream, building up the national gas grid across the country, or building the RLNG terminals at various strategic locations.
What this means for cleaner emissions and air quality in our cities, in our industrial areas.
As compared to other fuels which is being used today, whether in the industrial units they use liquid fuels or solid fuels. At homes we use LPG. Likewise, commercial establishments are also using LPG and several other fuels. So as compared to those fuels, natural gas is far cleaner. Almost 30 to 40% you save on carbon dioxide. Then similarly you save on sulfur dioxide and many other NOx levels. So naturally, natural gas is far cleaner, and it is the government policy. The government has been promoting usage of natural gas. And you have seen in NCR itself, when there was a lot of pollution was happening, this Honorable Supreme Court itself took the PIL and they started promoting CNG as a fuel even for a transport. So it is an undisputed fact that adoption of a natural gas will bring relief for the all the cities, urban areas, and also the rural areas for breathing the fresh air and clean air.
If you could tell us what role is ATGL playing in terms of our self-sufficiency and getting to that goal as well as decarbonization.
So Adani Total Gas is a city gas distribution company to the core. We have a license for 34 geographical areas. Geographical area could be multiple districts. So if I translate this geographical area into districts, we also have a 50-50 JV with Indian Oil Corporation. And as I'm speaking to you, we'll have around, put together, if I add IOGPL and ATGL, we'll have roughly 1.2 million homes connected on piped gas. We'll have roughly 12,000 industrial commercial consumers. We'll have more than 1,000 CNG stations operating currently in India. We supply natural gas. So as we said to you in the beginning, as I said, that it is actually a catalyst for the climate change.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Suresh Manglani, for joining us.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire dabba trading scam.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but two warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I, through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. But that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but two ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting two ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all the, not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer.
Prime Minister Modi and China President Xi Jinping hold a bilateral meeting in China. The Prime Minister's first China visit in 7 years. Say India and partners, not rivals. Xi Jinping says the right choice to be friends. The Modi-Xi bilateral takes place amid the tariff war with the United States. Tomorrow, the SCO summit. Vladimir Putin, can the reset in ties counter Trump? The Prime Minister's statement on Kashmir Uttarakhand bear the brunt. The Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat address says natural disasters are testing the country. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Our top story, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today met with Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the two-day SCO summit. That's the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. This is in China's Tianjin. The Prime Minister's first visit to China after 7 years, and this is the first visit after the Galwan clashes that took place along the LAC in Ladakh, in which 20 Indian soldiers were killed. Now, the Prime Minister, in his opening address before the bilateral, said that he is committed to taking India-China relations forward based on mutual trust, respect and sensitivity. Also talking of how the situation has settled along the LAC, creating this conducive atmosphere of peace. He said that atmosphere of peace and stability has been created after the disengagement on the border. Now, Xi Jinping on his part said that it is important for India and China to be friends and good neighbors. The Chinese president also emphasized both countries need to handle our relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective. So many, welcome statements there made. Though this meeting comes as both nations are facing stiff US tariffs under President Donald Trump's global trade war, as well as Western scrutiny over their relationships with Russia.
हमारे गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कयान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। एथेंस चीन द्वारा SCO की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू की। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए हैं। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Gala, and the China-India relationship at the reset and the start of the year. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation have since made new progress. The world today is swept by one-single-centric transformations. The international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We are the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
And NDTV has accessed the full details of the Prime Minister's statement in Tianjin during his meeting with Xi Jinping, where he noted that India and China both pursue strategic autonomy and that their relations should not be seen through a third country lens. The two leaders also deemed it necessary to expand common ground on bilateral, regional and global issues and challenges like terrorism and fair trade in multilateral platforms. So as this much-awaited bilateral meeting took place, NDTV's reporters are there in Tianjin getting us all the latest of the SCO summit. Aditya Rajkal spoke to Chinese journalist Shen Shiwai on the strategic importance of the meeting.
We are reporting continuously from the SCO summit here in China, and the big handshake between the Chinese President Xi Jinping and, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just concluded. It was more than 50 minutes meeting and some people-to-people contact and an unprecedented way forward between India and China. Who would have thought that 5 years after Galwan, there would be a reset in ties? Thank you to Donald Trump and the White House for making this happen. But joining me right now is a journalist from China, Chen, who is in fact the founder of the China Briefing News, who will speak to us more about the reset in the ties. Thank you very much, Chen, for joining us.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, please tell me, how do journalists in China see the developments between India and China? You know, there is the Trump tariff. It was imposed on China, and now the Maharaja of tariffs barb against India, and a lot of anti-India statements coming in from the American side. What are your views?
I think for the U.S. tariff, huge tariffs against India, I think it's beyond everyone's expectation. Previously, we always believed India is an ally of the U.S., but now you have the over 50% of the tariff, and also the U.S. has forced India to open its more market, for example, the sensitive agriculture part. So I think that is a huge shock, and some people even call it kind of a betray. And for the China-India relations, I think as both sides agree that we are not affected by the third party, but we're also not targeting the third party. I think for Prime Minister Modi's 7 years, the first visit in 7 years to China, I think that is a milestone for the bilateral ties.
Any Bollywood films that you like and you want to speak about?
I think when I was a student, as the Three Idiots, that is quite influential here in China.
Amir Khan.
And I met him in Beijing several times when his new films were released here in China, and he's very popular.
What are the songs? Are there any Bollywood songs that you like or enjoy?
I think one of the most influential ones that come to mind is like this. I don't know how to say it in Hindi, but the rhythm is like this. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, a musical note there in Tianjin, but let's now go across to Aditya for more. And Aditya, give us more highlights of this meeting, the significance of the Xi Jinping-Modi meeting, as well as, the statements that have come from both sides. We are also expecting a press conference later today.
Well, Gargi, the Chinese journalist might be singing an Indian Bollywood song, but the Chinese are known for their long game. Clearly, and that's what India is keenly observing after the bilateral that really happened today. There was some positive shift and clearly important message both in the Indian statement and the Chinese statement saying that we are not rivals, we need to work together because we are neighbors. It referred to a third country as well, that China does not want to be seen from the prison of a third country. It could be the US that it is indicating, because of the tariffs that have been slapped against India. It could be even Pakistan, because terrorism is a huge issue for India. India being a victim of Pakistan-sponsored cross-border terrorism for a very long time. And China and Pakistan enjoy a very, very robust relationship. Here, in fact, at the SCO summit, we have the Pakistani Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, along with a huge delegation of at least 2 to 3 ministers who are accompanying him. So clearly, as of now, there seems to be at least a beginning to think of a reset in the ties with the people-to-people contacts that are being established in the form of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra or the forthcoming Delhi-Beijing direct flight that will be, implemented very soon. The Prime Minister also spoke about it, but they also spoke about the mutual trust and mutual respect. That should be the basic tenet and the foundation of the India-China relationship. There's been a lot of trust deficit because of the Galwan clashes, first violent clashes between India and China in 40 years, and thereafter China's continuous support during Operation Sindoor to Pakistan against India. That has been duly noted by New Delhi and conveyed to China as well. So China does not want India to see China from the lens of Pakistan or any other country. But the reality is that security and sovereignty is of paramount importance to New Delhi. And New Delhi will not make any compromises when it comes to land, when it comes to sovereignty, when it comes to the boundary question, or even Pakistan's interference in the internal affairs of India. So as of now, there is a beginning of the reset that's happening. No major announcement really from the bilateral, but we are looking towards a major bilateral that will happen tomorrow, Kargi, when Putin and Modi meet, just about 36 hours after Zelensky made an appeal to Prime Minister Modi while he was in China, making a phone call and asking him to intervene and convey to Putin that peace agreement was the only solution that can end this war now.
That's right. Thanks so much, Aditya. Tomorrow will be another, blockbuster day in a sense, and we're also waiting for that reaction from Donald Trump. Perhaps that too will only come tomorrow. But let's talk about the body language that has really been scrutinized as the two leaders met and that handshake took place. It was firm. There was but some sort of stiffness also. As you can see, it's not very exuberant or warm. The Prime Minister smiling. Xi Jinping's expression, as always, inscrutable.
A powerful handshake, silent yet thunderous on the world stage. Part of a carefully choreographed diplomatic dance, watched by keen-eyed observers across power corridors, some even in the White House. After 7 years of frosty silence, the ice has cracked. The moment India and China stepped out of the hostility, captured in a single searing image. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping locking hands in a rare and riveting display of diplomacy. Both leaders extending their hands to meet the others, a signal of willingness to work together in the face of global challenges. The body language, far from the days of swinging in front of the Sabarmati in Ahmedabad, but firm, respectful and calculated. This wasn't camaraderie, but strategic power play. PM Modi, known for his warm hugs, chose formality, and President Xi, equally guarded, matched his stance, a sign of cautious cooperation. At stakes, nothing less than regional stability and global order. The tiger and dragon, once locked in confrontation, are now choosing optics of peace over echoes of past conflict. While actions may speak louder than words, the two leaders' words were just as measured.
हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए हैं। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We are the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
One handshake, 1,000 messages. In the great game of global power, Tianjin wasn't just a meeting. It was a chess move. For now, the world waits with bated breath to see what happens next.
In diplomacy, body language is almost as important as written statements. Going by the body language of the two leaders today, they exchanged a warm handshake, a firm and a warm handshake, indicating, many say, an intent to move forward, provided the contentious issues are addressed. Will that happen remains to be seen. A roadmap for that has to be identified. China needs to walk the talk as well. But one thing is for certain, from the body language, the cold shoulder that the two leaders gave each other for the time between the Galwan clash till now has now made for firm handshakes. Will there be warmer greetings soon? Only time will tell. In Tianjin, this is Gauri Dwivedi for NDTV.
All right, so that was all about the body language and the handshake. But let's now talk about the gains. What does this really mean now for India and China? And it's all about the economy after all, isn't it? So let's first talk about India's EV sector and the benefits it could have from these improved ties with China. We could access cheaper batteries, advanced EV technology from China, and this would help accelerate domestic EV adoption and also reducing the costs for consumers. So that's a big benefit for India. Now for China, India's EV market offers room for Chinese companies to grow, because remember, they too are very concerned about the economy. They'll get a vast new market as India will scale up its green mobility push. There could be joint ventures. Local manufacturing could also deepen economic linkages. China's economy stands to benefit from greater access to India's markets. This, of course, is something that one has spoken of in the past about how there is, it's very skewed in favor of China. The trade, opening India's consumer market, will offer relief to China's slowing economy and will provide new demand for Chinese goods, services and investment. So that is what China could gain. China, remember, has assured India it will address the need for rare earth minerals, and that is something that India is looking forward to. India's clean energy, electronics industries depend on rare earths, and China's assurances eases those supply concerns and to support India's ambition, tech ambition there. Now, both sides have also agreed to reopen border trade. Resuming cross-border trade revives local economies in Himalayan regions. It also signals a thaw in ties after years of strained relations. And of course, the Prime Minister, in his opening remarks before the bilateral, announced the direct flights from India to China set to resume. And this restored air connectivity will help boost tourism, business travel, as well as people-to-people ties. It aids smoother supply chains also between the two Asian giants. So these are some of the early gains that one can expect from this improvement in relationships between India and China. Now let's talk more about the Prime Minister's visit there. And what has been very interesting to see is that he is riding in style. He's been seen riding in the red flag, the Hongqi L5 car. That's the Chinese President Xi Jinping's preferred car. A diplomatic gesture not to be missed when, it's all about symbolisms and reading into little gestures like this, known as the red flag. The Hongqi L5 is a high-end luxury vehicle and a symbol of China's domestic automotive industry. Hongqi, a symbol of made in China, was first manufactured way back in 1958 by the state-owned First Automotive Works, that's FAW, for the elite of the Communist Party of China. And the Prime Minister, during this visit, his first visit in 7 years to China, has in a gesture chosen to ride in this car. Well, let's get you more from Tianjin, and while there are many reporters who are there, there are also social media influencers who are there, where the SCO is happening, and Aditya Rajkol spoke to one such social media influencer, Lulu.
We're continuously reporting on NDTV from Tianjin in China on the SCO summit, and joining me is somebody from China who's a social media influencer, has close to 1 million followers, and is also tracking India-China relations very closely. Thank you, Lulu, for joining us. I want to begin by asking you about your thoughts about the SCO meeting and so many countries coming together and meeting Indian journalists. How grand is this event at Tianjin?
Yes, this is actually the largest SCO summit since it was founded. So I'm quite excited and really thrilled to meet all the international friends here. Yes.
And particularly if we speak about India, just a couple of hours ago, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the Chinese President Xi Jinping. And we haven't had that great relations in the last 5 years. So how do you see India-China relations at present? What would you want it to happen in the next few months?
Well, I mean, regardless of nationalities, we're all human beings and we are all looking for a better future and a better life. I mean, peace is not only for one country or one region; it's for entire globe. And also with economic downturns and a lot of turmoils is currently happening in the international sphere. I think that's the interest for almost everybody. So yeah, I hope in the future things will go smoothly.
Thank you very much, Lulu, for joining us. That's the latest coming in from the SCO summit, but a lot that is expected in the next 24 hours as well. Aditya Rajkol reporting for NDTV from China.
All right, more now from the SCO summit and what's happening there at that location. So from trilingual humanoid robot at the SCO to a robot that is serving ice cream in just 30 seconds, delighting visitors at the summit. So it's the Tianjin meet is not just highlighting geopolitical moves, but also China's technological advancements. Gauri Dwivedi enjoys a soft serve in a futuristic manner. Take a look.
I'm here at the SCO summit media venue, and one of the most interesting things here is an AI-enabled robot that is giving you the ice cream preference and the flavor that you want in just 30 seconds. Let's figure this out and see if it actually works. So how does one get the ice cream in 30 seconds?
So it's powered by AI and using the dual robot arm, so making the ice cream. So from you taking the order,
you press that?
Yeah, you press the button. Currently in the summit, we only survive the vanilla flavor.
Okay.
So you press the button to select
and let's
the
see the
flavor.
robot now. Let's see the robot. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so viewers, that's the robot, and you can see it's actually preparing that ice cream. And all right,
the next order.
Right there. That is how soon you can get your ice cream, your flavor in that soon. Okay, so that is the vanilla ice cream right here from an AI-enabled robot, all in just 30 seconds. Interesting take on how life is set to change with technology. This is Gauri Dwivedi here in Tianjin reporting for NDTV.
Let's now bring you the Congress's reaction to the developments in China and the Prime Minister's meeting with Xi Jinping, the bilateral that took place, and the Congress has hit out at the Prime Minister, saying that after my dear friend Donald Trump, it is my dear friend Xi Jinping, questioning the central government, saying, tell me, did we get justice for Galwan? Is the status quo of April 2020 in place?
शी जिनपिंग ने कहा कि ड्रैगन और एलिफेंट दोनों एक साथ रह सकता है, हम दुश्मन नहीं है, दोस्त हैं। माय डियर फ्रेंड डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प के बाद अब माय डियर फ्रेंड शी जिनपिंग हो गए इनके। अब हाथी पे चढ़ के मोदी जी थोड़े दिन घूमेंगे, फिर देखते हैं क्या होता है। पहले ही बताइए, क्या गलवान का न्याय मिला? क्या अप्रैल 2020 का जो स्टेटस को एंटी था वो फिर से स्थापित हुआ है? क्या हमारी सेनाएं, हमारे सुरक्षा बल वहां गश्त लगा पा रहे हैं जहां अप्रैल 2020 से पहले लगा पाते थे? इन सब का जवाब प्रधानमंत्री लेकर आएंगे या नहीं आएंगे? दोस्त बदलते रहते हैं, फिर दिल टूट जाता है, फिर नए दोस्त ढूंढते हैं। देश की तो हालत आपने देख ही ली, अर्थव्यवस्था की हालत देख ली, विदेश नीति की हालत देख ली। कल ऐसा लगा कि तेजस्वी को लेकर शी जिनपिंग।
All right, so the Congress party questioning the bilateral, questioning whether we got justice for the deaths that took place in the Galwan clash. Remember, 20 Indian soldiers died. And also in terms of territory, whether status quo of April 2020 is in place. Pawan Khera there questioning the government. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping hold a bilateral meeting in China. Say India, China and partners, not rivals. Xi Jinping says right choice to be friends. The bilateral taking place amid the tariff war with the US. Tomorrow at the SCO summit with Putin. Can the reset in ties counter Trump? The Prime Minister's statement on the bilateral says ties can't be seen via third country lens, must expand common ground on terrorism. Karnataka Chief Minister hits out at critics over the Dasera Rao, over the invitation to Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtaq, says that Dasera belongs to all.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Before we began this episode, Vishnu was walking around this gun right now and having a really good time. Vishnu, the weapons. Let's talk about the weapons right now.
No, I think the weapons are absolutely incredible. And Commodore, why don't you come in on this? This is an upgraded gun mount. Eventually, all of the ships of this class will have this upgraded gun mount. She carries BrahMos missiles, MR SAMs as well. How does this represent one of the most formidable capabilities for ships of this class, not just in the region, but anywhere in the world?
So Vishnu, I would like to highlight one very important aspect in this class of ships, and that is the indigenous fire punch that we pack with us. Yeah. So weapons, sensors are very complex systems, and very few countries across the world have this capability to have very potent and very credible weapon and sensor package. So what the P-17 Alpha class of ship gets to the table is the fact that the larger majority of our weapons are indigenous. They are built, designed and operated and maintained thereafter throughout their life cycle by the companies and the wherewithal of India. And that's a really proud moment for us to have this opportunity and this capability with us that today we showcase. So if we take this, the Super Rapid gun mount, which is there in front of us, an amazingly formidable weapon capable of deploying ammunition across multi-domains for multi-role, multi-tasks. So the SRGM is one of the best weapons in the world, and we proudly host this on board our class of ship. Addition to this is also the BrahMos, which you spoke of. It's proven its mettle, its battle worthiness, and we feel amazingly proud to be today here having this capability with us. Again, an indigenous capability. What you see thereafter is also the integrated rocket launcher. So whilst we are very formidable in the above water warfare, the underwater warfare itself is also a very challenging domain that we face today. And in that also, if you see the package that we have with us, the integrated rocket launchers, 2 of them, they are again indigenous in nature and give us great capability. When I speak of the sensors also, the sonar, it's a Hamsa Mark III sonar that we are operating.
Indian sonar.
It's an Indian sonar. So that gives us the immense pride of hosting the entire capability which we are hosting is of indigenous nature. This AK-630 gun that we have, which has got huge firepower, is again something which is indigenous, made in Indian product, very reliable, and battle hardened. So I would say over and all, the key takeaway of this platform would be that how we have grown as a Navy, of having made huge investments in indigenization, and this is not a product of I would say a decade's investment. It has been a investment of a long time, a vision of the Indian Navy to have our indigenous products, and we today very proudly showcase them to the entire world and to the Navy.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Welcome back. We're returning to news from Tianjin in China, where the SCO summit will be taking place. Now, the Prime Minister earlier today met with Xi Jinping. This was, remember, a bilateral being held on the sidelines of the SCO summit. And now, after that, the Prime Minister also met with Myanmar's junta chief, as Myanmar remains a key partner for India's strategic interests in the region. This is the second meeting between the two leaders. The focus for India and Myanmar are the Kaladan Transit Project and border to disaster relief. These are some of the issues between the two countries. And from the tiger-dragon handshake to the titan huddle, Prime Minister Narendra Modi now prepares for the high-stakes meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Tianjin that will be taking place tomorrow. It will be watched very, very closely around the world as global power equations shift. The West watching very closely as India signals its intent loud and clear. It will engage with all and bow to none. Remember, the West has been critical of India for purchasing oil from Russia, and that is the reason that Donald Trump has doubled the tariff and on India at an all-time high of 50% over the import of crude oil from Russia. But interestingly, ahead of that engagement, which will take place tomorrow with Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Modi had a telephone conversation on Saturday with Ukrainian President Zelensky ahead of the SCO summit. They discussed the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict and expressed India's full support for efforts to restore peace and stability. In his statement, President Zelensky shared details which also covered talks with President Trump and Ukraine's ongoing efforts to engage in peace discussions with Russia. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates and more highlights coming in from China after that. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं, एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बार को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Welcome back. Let's now focus on Maharashtra and Mumbai. Maratha quota activist Manoj Arange Patil has announced he will stop drinking water as part of his ongoing fast for quotas for the Maratha community. Patil has been on a hunger strike protest at Mumbai's Azad Maidan, and the activist has demanded a 10% reservation in quota benefits for the Maratha community under other backward classes. Speaking to NDTV, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said the government is hopeful of a solution. Deputy Chief Ministers Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, who were away for scheduled events in Pune and Daregaon respectively, have called off their programs and are returning to Mumbai.
उद्यापासून मी आता काल आणि आज पाणी पिलो. उद्यापासून पाणी पिणे सगळं उपोषणाचं मी बंद करणार. सरकार मागण्याची अंमलबजावणी करत नाही, त्याच्या लक्षात येत नाहीये. त्यामुळे उद्यापासून मी पाणी बंद करणार आहे. आमरण उपोषण कडक सुरू करणार. उद्यापासून पाणी सुद्धा बंद आणि पाचवा मुद्दा, मराठा समाजाच्या एकाही पोरानं दगडफेक अमुक तमुक करायचं नाही. समाजाला खाली मान घालावं लागेल असं एकही पाऊल कोणी उचलायचं नाही. सगळ्यांनी शांत राहायचं. त्यांना किती आपल्यावर अन्याय करू द्या, अत्याचार करू द्या, मला तुमच्याकडून शांतता पाहिजे. काही करून तुम्हाला मी आरक्षण देणार आहे, त्याशिवाय मुंबई सोडणार नाही. हे शब्द आहे माझा. फक्त तुम्ही शांत राहा.
गणपती बाप्पा सर्वांना सुबुद्धी देतील आणि सगळे एकमेकाचा विचार करतील असं आपण अपेक्षा व्यक्त करूया. मुळातच आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की 2014 ते 2025 हाच काळ असा आहे की ज्या काळामध्ये 3 वेळा आमचं सरकार आलं आणि 3ही वेळा आमच्याच सरकारने मराठा समाजाकरता अनेक योजना सुरू केल्या, आरक्षण दिलं. त्याच्या आधीच्याही सरकारने काही केलं नाही आणि मध्ये असलेल्या सरकारने काही केलं नाही.
Meanwhile, NCP, SCP MP Supriya Sule met with Manoj Arange Patil at the protest site at Azad Maidan. Sharad Pawar is also expected to arrive in the city tonight, and there is a possibility of him too meeting with Patil. Notably, yesterday Pawar had suggested that similar to Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra too could consider an amendment to cross the 50% reservation cap. And as Supriya Sule was leaving the protest site, however, demonstrators did surround her, and they could be heard saying that Sharad Pawar betrayed them.
मेरी पहले दिन से मांग है कि ये लोकतंत्र में चर्चा होनी चाहिए. इतना बड़ा मैंडेट सरकार को मिला है. मेरी बड़ी विनम्रता से मेरी महाराष्ट्र के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री और दोनों उप मुख्यमंत्री से विनती है कि आप चर्चा करवाइए, अर्जेंटली निर्णय लीजिए. और अगर सबका साथ है तो इन्हीं का लाइन है ना, सबका साथ सबका विकास, तो सबका विकास करिए.
Well, let's go across to Anuj now, who joins us from there. And Anuj, so fresh, pressure now on the administration, given that Arange Patil has now said he's not going to drink water. Also, a big challenge in terms of crowd management as well in this, very key part of Mumbai.
Well, yes, you see the political activity has definitely picked up pace here in Mumbai. And as you can around me, this is day 3 of the protest, as we've been covering it quite extensively since morning, and the number of protesters isn't going down. Important to note that the protesters came here to Mumbai on 29th of August, which was a Friday, a working day, and the number of protesters was very high back then. And after that, Arange Patil made an open appeal to people to go back to their villages, because they have come mostly from the hinterlands, villages in Vidarbha and Marathwada region of Maharashtra mostly. But as you can clearly see, that no one is ready to leave the city. What is more important for us to understand is that the protest has peaked during weekends, and the real litmus test of the authorities and the police administration will happen tomorrow, because it's a Monday and a lot of people will be using the CSMT railway station that you see on your screen, and this entire circle, which is considered to be an important point here in Mumbai when you talk about the movement, right? But the number of protesters, as I said earlier, has been increasing. Now, when you talk about Arange Patil's demands, his demands stay very clear. He wants the immediate implementation of the Hyderabad and the Satara Gazette, which will include Marathas in the OBC community directly, and he wants a direct inclusion of the Marathas from the Marathwada district as Kunbis as soon as possible, even if that requires taking a special session of Maharashtra Assembly. The Maharashtra government, on the other hand, is holding continuous meetings with its subcommittee. A meeting was held yesterday. Today morning, a delegation also met Arange Patil, and just in a short while from now onwards, another meeting will be held with the Advocate General of Maharashtra, Dr. Virendra Saraf, where the legalities of this entire implementation of Hyderabad and Satara Gazette will be discussed elaborately. Back to the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Anuj, for joining us with all those details. So there you can see the third day of the fast by Arange Patil. They're a huge challenge really for the administration as well. And these are visuals from earlier when Supriya Sule had come and met with him. News now from Karnataka, where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has defended his government's decision to invite Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtaq for the Mysuru Dasara inaugurations. Remember, this has been criticized by the BJP over her religion. He said that earlier KS Nisar Ahmed had inaugurated Dasara, people are ignorant of this. He also said that Tipu Sultan and Hyder Ali have all celebrated Dasara in Karnataka.
ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದು. ಈ ಹಬ್ಬನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ವ ದಸರಾನ? ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುವಾಗ ಹೈದರಾಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಶ್ರೀಲಂಕಾ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಿರ್ಜಾ ಇಸ್ಮಾಯಿಲು ದಿವಾನರಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ವ, ಅವರು ದಸರಾ ವಿಜೃಂಭಣೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ವ? ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಧರ್ಮಾತೀತವಾದಂಥ ಜಾತ್ಯತೀತವಾದಂಥ ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದು. ಈ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬ್ರೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪ್ರೈಜ್ ವಿನ್ನರು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ಸಾರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬ್ರೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ವಿಜೇತರು ಭಾಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ.
In other news now, the BJP is targeting Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra once again, this time over what it calls or describes as casteist and anti-Hindu comments that the parliamentarian made. BJP's IT cell has described her comments as anti-Hindu and casteist hate speech and said there can be no forgiveness for such communal venom, is how they've described what Mahua Moitra said. However, is it a case of lost in translation? The MP hit out at the BJP as the BJP attacked her over her comments on Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and then she had quoted from a noted poet Sukumar Ray to drive home her point. An FIR has also been registered against Moitra in Raipur for her comments against Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Senior TMC Minister Sovandeb Chattopadhyay defended Mahua Moitra's comments, saying Mahua did not disrespect any community and it is the BJP who is disrespecting Bengalis, as the BJP targeted her for these comments.
এটা কি অঙ্ক ভাই? এক একটা এসসি বুথে আমরা 1000 টাকা লক্ষ্মীর ভান্ডার পেরে এসসি মহিলারা 1200 টাকা পায়, অথচ প্রত্যেকটা এসসি বুথে, নমশূদ্র বুথে, মতুয়া বুথে 100টা ভোট খুললে 85টা বিজেপি, 15টা অন্যান্য পার্টি। বাপ রে বাপ রে বাপ! কাদের সময় মমতা, রাস্তার সময় মমতা, কাঠের মালা করে সব তো চলে আসেন ভাই ভাতা নিতে, তখন কি হয়? তখন কি হয়? বাস্তব কথা বলছি আমি, শুনতে খারাপ লাগে, বাস্তব কথা বলছি আমি। যখন কথা বলি সেগুলো খুব টিভি ভিডিও হয়, আমার কিছু জয় আসে না এটা নিয়ে, সত্যি কথা বলছি কি না? তাহলে স্বাস্থ্যসাথীর সময় মমতা ভাই, প্রত্যেকটা দাসপাড়ায় স্বাস্থ্যসাথীর কার্ড আছে, লক্ষ্মীর ভান্ডার 3টা করে প্রত্যেকটা বাড়িতে ঢুকছে, আর ভোটের সময়
Mahua Moitra is not such a fool that she will condemn a certain community in our state, in our country. That is a fabricated word. I think that what Narendra Modi is, they are actually hatred about the Bengalis. That is amply proved. Not even a single caste. They are hating the Bengali as a whole. So those who are hating the Bengali as a whole, they are the main person who are hating the people of West Bengal, irrespective of caste, creed and religion.
आज देश के लिए बहुत दुर्भाग्यजनक दिन है जब देश के सर्वोच्च संस्था संसद में चुने हुए एक सांसद श्रीमती महुआ मोइत्रा, जो पश्चिम बंगाल के कृष्णनगर से सांसद है, उन्होंने देश के सर्वोच्च प्रधानमंत्री जी के और आदरणीय अमित शाह जी जो गृह मंत्री है, उनके गले को काटकर प्रधानमंत्री जी के मेज पर रखने की बात की। ये असंभव है, ये दुर्दांत है, ये दुस्साहस है। इस देश के गणतंत्र को और इस देश की अखंडता को चोट पहुंचाने का ये कुत्सित प्रयास है कि उनके खिलाफ FIR हो, भारतीय दंड संहिता के तहत हो और उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले और ऐसी नेत्री का सामाजिक बहिष्कार हो।
टीएमसी की एक सांसद द्वारा गृह मंत्री जी के सर काटने की बात कहकर शर्मसार की हद पार कर दी। गाली गलौज, सर काटकर मेज पर रख देना चाहिए, कभी मौत का सौदागर, तो न जाने कौन कौन अपशब्दों से, जिसको कहना भी हम लोग के लिए हिम्मत नहीं जुटा पाते हैं, वैसे वैसे शब्दों का प्रयोग प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए किया गया है।
Now, FIR has been registered against TMC MP Moha Moitra for her controversial remarks against Home Minister Amit Shah. The FIR has been lodged at a police station in Raipur. What we are given to understand earlier, several complaints were lodged with the police here in Bengal by several BJP leaders against Moha Moitra for her controversial comment. On the other hand, Moha Moitra freshly engaged herself in a controversy in which a video has surfaced and being posted by BJP leader Amit Malviya attacking Moha Moitra, in which can be seen that Moha Moitra has came down heavily against the Motua community voters. She can be heard that while addressing a workers meeting in Krishnanagar. What we consider is a recent video in which Moha Moitra accused communities of Namasutra caste. They are being benefited by Mamta scheme but casting vote for Bharatiya Janata Party. Moha said when votes are being counted, it can be seen that these people belongs to Motua community or Namasudra caste. They are casting votes in favor of BJP, but they are being benefited by Mamata scheme. They are supporting TMC the entire year, but voting for Bharatiya Janata Party. That has triggered a row. Now BJP has started attacking Moha Moitra, though TMC has decided to defend Moha Moitra. They are saying that Moha is being targeted by BJP leaders as she is one of the loudest voice against BJP inside Parliament. With camera person Anirudh Tripathi, this is Riktik for NDTV.
In other news, North India is facing monsoon fury from Jammu's Varwan, which was hit by a cloudburst to rivers in Himachal and Uttarakhand overflowing. Several roads and highways have been cut off, isolating villages in the region and causing heavy damage to houses and roads. Tourist hubs such as Manali too haven't been spared, and authorities have advised residents in low-lying areas to move to safety. And Punjab, of course, one has been seeing inundation, villages completely submerged and rescues taking place. Many people being rescued from their homes as the entire villages and areas have been submerged. Prime Minister Modi in his Mann Ki Baat today, it was the 125th edition, he expressed anguish over the natural disasters that have struck and hailed the rescue efforts of the NDRF and the SDRF. NDTV's Ravish gets us a ground report from Manali.
मानसून के इस मौसम में प्राकृतिक आपदाएं देश की कसौटी कर रही है। पिछले कुछ हफ्तों में हमने बाढ़ और भूस्खलन का बड़ा कहर देखा है। कहीं घर उजड़ गए, कहीं खेत डूब गए, परिवार के परिवार उजड़ गए। पानी के तेज बहाव में कहीं पुल बह गए, सड़कें बह गई, लोगों का जीवन संकट में फंस गया। इन घटनाओं ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को दुखी किया है। जिन परिवारों ने अपने प्रियजन खोए, उनका दर्द हम सबका दर्द है।
गांव की तस्वीर है, ब्यास नदी के किनारे बसा ये गांव और त्रासदी का शिकार हो चुका है। जब यहाँ पर बादल फटा, ये जो पहाड़ आप देख रहे हैं, इसी के ऊपर में बादल फटा था, फिर वहाँ से नालों के जरिए एकाएक पानी आया और जब पानी आया तो नदी ने अपना जो रुख है वो 90 डिग्री बदल लिया। यानी अब आप देखिए कि जो ब्यास नदी है वो सबसे पहले यहाँ टकरा रही है इन घरों के पीछे, उसके बाद ऐसे बह रही है और उसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि तमाम सारे जो घर हैं, जो दुकानें हैं, वो पूरी तरीके से ज़मींदोज़ हो चुकी हैं। अब यहाँ लग ही नहीं रहा है कि कोई दुकान या मकान रहा होगा। आइए आपको चलकर दिखाते हैं वो जो घर है जो गिरा हुआ है, वो घर कैसे गिर गया।
वो सर यहाँ से जो पानी का बहाव आया उसके कारण गिरा सर। पूरा का पूरा बहाव पानी का हमारी तरफ ही था सर, इस गांव की तरफ ही।
तो कितनी भयानक एक तबाही जो है वो देखने को मिल रही है। ये है ब्यास नदी और ब्यास नदी ने ज़बरदस्त तरीके का जो नुकसान है वो यहाँ पर किया है।
All right, that was a ground report from Himachal. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but two warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I, through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. But that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but two ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting two ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all the, not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Our big focus is the Prime Minister's China visit coming after a gap of 7 years. Also a bilateral with Xi Jinping. We'll get you all the highlights. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping hold a bilateral meeting in China, a step towards improving relations between the two countries as well as strong optics in the wake of Washington's hefty tariffs. India says India-China partners, not rivals. Prime Minister's statement on the bilateral meeting with Xi Jinping says ties can't be seen via a third country's lens. Also says must expand common ground on terrorism. The Congress questions the bilateral meeting with Xi Jinping and says, after my dear friend Donald Trump, it's my dear friend Xi Jinping. Tell us, did we get justice for Galwan? Is the status quo of April 2020 in place? Karnataka Chief Minister hits out at the criticism over the invitation to Booker Prize winner Rabbanu Mushtaq for the Dasra festivities. He says that Dasra belongs to all communities. The BJP has been critical of the move. And rained havoc across North India, Punjab, Himachal, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand bearing the brunt as there's flooding, landslides, rivers in spate. The Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat address said natural disasters are testing the country. Our big focus today, Prime Minister Modi met with Chinese President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the two-day SCO summit, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in China's Tianjin. It is the Prime Minister's first visit to China after 7 years and the first visit after the Galwan clashes along the LAC in Ladakh, where India lost 20 soldiers. Now, Prime Minister Modi, in his opening remarks ahead of this bilateral, said he is committed to taking India-China relations forward based on mutual trust, respect and sensitivity. During the meeting, he also said atmosphere of peace and stability has been created after the disengagement on the border. Xi Jinping, on his part, said it is important for India and China to be friends and good neighbors. The Chinese president also emphasizing how both countries need to handle our relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective. Now, this meeting does come at a time when both nations are facing stiff U.S. tariffs under President Donald Trump's global trade war, as well as Western scrutiny over their relationship with Russia. And tomorrow will be the meeting with Vladimir Putin as well. Let's just take a look at those opening remarks. In fact, these visuals now coming in as the SCO summit has formally begun. Remember, earlier was the bilateral on the sidelines. However, now, as you can see, it is the red carpet there for all the leaders who have arrived for the SCO summit, and there was a reception as well where all of them were greeted. There will be a gala dinner event also. So there will be Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there'll be Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping at the leaders' dinner, which is going to be taking place. And this meeting will be very closely watched, of course, by the Western world, by the United States. There has been no comment yet from Donald Trump, but the SCO summit in Tianjin, where the Prime Minister has visited China after a gap of 7 years. There was that formal handshake between the two leaders, but also a lot of speculation over what this meeting will now bring for India and China, and in terms of normalizing relationships, though there is always, remember, a lot of wariness when it comes to relations with China. So there you can see that photo op taking place currently at the SCO summit as it will formally begin. Before that, we have seen today the focus has been on the bilateral meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Gauri Dwivedi, who joins us from Tianjin there. And Gauri, we can see that photo of all the leaders there lined up. Earlier, they were all greeted formally as the SCO will now, begin. There is the gala dinner, which is going to see, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, all there.
Indeed, that's your SCO family photo that's right there on our screens. First coming on NDTV, what we are putting out, that's the SCO family photograph, the official one that's come out right now, Gargi. And interestingly, you have world leaders there in a huddle that is likely to decide which way the larger message goes as far as the global south is concerned. You have President Putin there, you have President Jinping, Prime Minister Modi there, right, and several other leaders. Let's also remember that this is the largest grouping of leaders as far as SCO summit is concerned. This is the most expansive format of the SCO so far. You have the permanent members, then in addition, there are dialogue partners, there are those who are special invitees. This is the largest grouping where you now have this year where you have 20 world leaders congregating. So that's the official photo, the family photo of the SCO 2025 that we are putting out first on NDTV. Now, Gargi, this image itself is something that is going to be very significant because this is likely to elicit some sort of a response from Donald Trump. It comes in the wake of some very sharp and shrill rhetoric coming in from the Trump administration. It also comes in the backdrop of a very crucial bilateral meeting that has taken place between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping, where some very significant messaging has come out from both sides, which relates to how they feel they should now look at the relationship going forward, both from a trade point of view and the larger issue with regards to disengagement and continued progress, hopefully, with regard to contentious issues related to border. But on your screens right now is that first official visit, first official photograph, beg your pardon, of the SCO family of 2025.
Right, and Gauri, as you said, very significant, especially, this grouping and what it means for the global south and the relevance given the fraught situation right now in geopolitics. And this will review 25 years of the organization's achievements. They'll also have a roadmap going into the future. If we take a look at, the larger SCO summit that is taking place.
Indeed, Gargi, this was a summit that started as the Shanghai Five. It started 25 years back, yes, by China and Russia, security being the undercurrent that really tied these countries together. The other aspect of it is connectivity. Connectivity in Central Asia, which is a key objective for Russia and China. And that's the premise of the grouping. Over the years, it's become much bigger and expansive in its scope. And with more countries coming together, India joined formally and became a full-time member of the SCO in 2017. This also has some other countries, which includes Turkey and Azerbaijan and Pakistan as well. Those leaders are also there. So this is now a grouping that has become much bigger than Shanghai Five when it started. Security is going to be significant, but over the years, trade has also become a very important aspect. As I said, connectivity, linkages for Central Asia, and upwards from Central Asia further ahead are important aspects of this summit of SCO itself. And that is likely to feature in the discussions and even possibly in the summit declaration that will come up at the official statement that will be adopted by all member nations at the end of the deliberations.
All right. And Gauri, let's also talk about, what has taken place so far, which is, of course, the bilateral meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi. This is the Prime Minister's first visit to China in 7 years. A lot of significant statements made. Of course, we're very, cautiously optimistic over, going forward, the relation between India and China. And lots of, very positive things have been said and emphasis on both the countries and friendship and mutual trust and respect.
Indeed, some very important phrases and words in the statement need to be highlighted, Gargi. And three of those, which are very, very significant. One is that India and China are not rivals but partners. That's a new coinage that has come to light. And that's the Indian statement I'm talking. And that's indicative of how the two sides want to approach several of their common issues that they are facing with regard to economic warfare led by Donald Trump. And at the same time, also look at their contentious issues bilaterally. That's the first thing. The second thing is they've also talked about how their relations should not be viewed through a third party or third country lens. And this needs to be read in greater detail. Now, on one end, you have the China-Pakistan nexus that India has all along called out.
Interrupt you there, we're just seeing
Operation Sindhu.
Right, we're just seeing some, visuals also just to, tell our viewers this is the, when the leaders earlier arrived and all of them are being greeted by Xi Jinping and his wife. So they're one by one, all those 20 leaders that Gauri was talking about who are in Tianjin for the SCO summit, they're being greeted by Xi Jinping personally. And there you can see one by one, each of the leaders is arriving there. We also brought you that group photograph, which Gauri is describing as the the first family photograph there on NDTV. So there you can see visuals coming in right now from Tianjin, China. There is going to be a gala dinner as well shortly after this, and you're going to have all these key leaders, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi are going to be together for that dinner. And tomorrow, of course, will be the big meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin as well. Today, the bilateral with Xi Jinping. So yes, Gauri, sorry, returning to you for more on what the significance of the SCO summit, especially coming at this time, as it does at a fraught time when India and China are facing tariffs from President Donald Trump and this global trade war that he is undertaken. Also criticism from the West over our relations with Russia and import of crude oil, etc. So yes, at a time like this, the SCO summit gaining more significance.
Indeed, getting more significance, Gargi, and those visuals really do tell the story. You have the Chinese president and the first lady of China receiving all world leaders, and this is the first formal reception, so to say, of the world leaders being received by President Xi and the First Lady in China. We were talking about the larger messaging in terms of the India-China bilateral, and the one thing that we spoke about was the third nation reference that was made, and that's significant because India has called out the China-Pakistan nexus. We did so even during Operation Sindoor. Parallelly, China has been raising and voicing how it feels that there should be with regard to Quad. It has said that in the past. So that is what they have been calling out in terms of how India is part of the Quad. Now, and that the interesting phrase that has come to light about the third country part, that I think is something that is going to be deliberated, discussed in greater detail, and would probably be one thing that will shape up the roadmap from here on between India and China. But one thing is for certain, the mention of BRICS, where India is the host country next year, an invitation to the Chinese president being extended, indicates that the two leaders want to pick up and continue the momentum in terms of discussions. How far will that go? How soon will those lead to significant breakthroughs? Is really the question that we wait for an answer from over a period of time.
Right, Gauri, and earlier we were talking about the US watching this closely, the West watching this closely, and what has taken place has been that article in the New York Times which talks about how President Donald Trump will not be coming for the Quad summit, and it's very curious because there's really been no talk of that Quad summit as such and when it's to take place. So just ahead of the SCO summit, this story being put out there by the New York Times.
This is optics, and one could even say this is Donald Trump jumping the gun, because unless there is a formal invitation that is being extended by the host country, how can anybody else talk about not coming? So this is India as the host country needs to extend that formal invitation. It hasn't done so, but with US jumping the gun and saying it's essentially optics and putting that out on a day when these developments are taking place here in China, in Tianjin. So it is meant to send out that message in terms of how Donald Trump and his administration is viewing these latest set of developments. Or one could say these are yet another, pressure tactics, so to say, being deployed by Donald Trump because he wants that trade deal. And yes, he wants that to both of which India has resisted, continues to do so, because it feels whatever decision has to be taken has to be on its merit and keeping India's national interests in mind. Having said that, Gargi, I feel even tonight, India time, and maybe tomorrow as well, you will see more reactions coming in from the Trump administration, because tomorrow, remember, is that all-important bilateral between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. And my sense is Donald Trump is going to be furiously working on Truth Social, if nothing else, to come out with yet another set of expletives, because that's what he is reducing his presidency and his Trump administration today. And President Xi.
That's right. So there you can see that formal reception is taking place as all the leaders who are participating in this SCO summit, 20 of them arrive for that gala dinner that is to take place, and Xi Jinping and the First Lady there greeting all of the leaders. We're waiting to see, Gauri, when the Prime Minister Modi will arrive. There's been so much scrutiny of the handshake and the body language and how it was, firm handshake, but there's not much exuberance. There was a sense of formality. Xi Jinping, always this inscrutable expression, not really smiling as such, though we have seen him in the past smiling when, he meets Putin. So all that has been really looked at. And again, coming back to that phrase I used earlier, this cautious optimism on India-China ties and a lot being read into the formality of that handshake, and also how Xi Jinping was wearing black, Prime Minister Modi was wearing white.
Yes, indeed. And Gargi, whatever worded statements don't say in diplomacy, body language is supposed to communicate, right? So to that extent, a lot has been read and must be seen in terms of the body language as well between the two leaders. One, of course, goes back in time to the time when the two leaders...
Gauri, sorry to talk over you. The Prime Minister has arrived. And yes, another handshake. It does seem a more happy, picture this time rather than, the earlier formal sort of photograph we saw. And Xi Jinping does seem to be smiling there. So yes, there you just had it. The Prime Minister there formally welcomed to the SCO summit. Yes, Gauri.
Indeed, those were visuals of Prime Minister Modi being formally welcomed to the SCO summit. Seconds ago, President Xi and the First Lady welcoming Prime Minister Modi to SCO 2025 being held in Tianjin, where we are doing and coming this broadcast from. Gargi, we were speaking about body language. Even now, you saw that warm handshake between the two leaders. It's really done a lot of... there's a departure in terms of how this body language played out in the last couple of months itself. Last year, when the two leaders met at Kazan. Since then, there has been a major thaw in their relations, and now there is a warm handshake. Now, will that lead to warmer ties, warmer greetings? That remains to be seen. But yes, it's indicative of the fact that the two leaders are now speaking, communicating, and deliberating on issues that define the relationship of their countries. So to that extent, you're seeing those visuals on your screen, a warm greeting there, a warm handshake, and may I add, smiles as well. How should one read that is the key question. But in diplomacy, whatever worded statements leave out, reading of the body language fills in several of those gaps and several of those questions. So I leave it to our viewers as well to see how they read these warm greetings between the Prime Minister and President Xi.
Right, Gauri. Now we've also had a reaction from the Congress, over the meeting with Xi Jinping, and they've questioned. They're saying after my friend Donald, is it now my friend Xi Jinping? And also a question: have we got justice for Galwan, where we lost 20 soldiers? And has there has there been a reset of April, the status quo of April 2020 in place? And this is some of the questions that many analysts too have been pointing out.
And those questions remain, Gargi, because at no point of time in either of the two statements, whether you see the Indian readout or you see the Chinese readout, these questions still remain. And as far as those issues are concerned, they still are those that need to be worked out. And India has been very categorically saying that. The readout very clearly says that mutual trust and sensitivity needs to be maintained. And as far as border talks are concerned, they're still going to continue. And there is expectation that there could be some progress. Now, one needs to keep in mind that these are contentious issues that define the bilateral relationship. It's not trade that defines it. It's not people to people. It is these most contentious issues that actually define the bilateral relationship. And to that extent, there is a huge trust deficit that exists. Something that the Prime Minister made a reference to when he said there should be mutual trust. Now, that mutual trust needs to be the premise of being able to identify and find solutions to these issues.
Sorry again to interrupt you, Gauri. Now we can see Vladimir Putin there meeting with Xi Jinping, and some sort of interaction. Two aides or I don't know, officials have also arrived there so Xi Jinping taking longer there with his meeting with Vladimir Putin. So interesting to see that perhaps their interpreters or something who have arrived there, and there seems to be a longer conversation there taking place. I think this is also as all the leaders line up for that photograph that NDTV showed you of all the leaders of the SCO all together. So yes, you know, Xi Jinping meeting, there you can see the earlier welcoming of Prime Minister Modi, and then we saw the last leader to come out was Vladimir Putin, and that meeting and that interaction was much longer. And there you can see that photograph that we brought to you first of all the leaders lined up ahead of the gala dinner. And that's it. That's the program for today, isn't it, Gauri? After this, there is going to be just the dinner, and tomorrow is when the summit will get underway.
Absolutely. This is the starting of the summit, the formal dinner, the formal welcome of all the leaders. This is the most expansive format of the SCO this year in 2025. All world leaders who are attending the summit being formally welcomed by the host, which is the Chinese president and the First Lady of China. There you can see those visuals of the huddle, the first huddle of all the leaders for SCO summit. Now, what happens tomorrow is when there will be first the deliberations, the SCO of heads of state meeting that will take place. There will also be adoption of the formal statement, the declaration, the Tianjin declaration, I beg your pardon, of SCO Summit 2025. And what references will that make to cross-border terror, to trade, to Donald Trump? All that will be very significant, and that messaging will be watched closely around the world. Will there be a solid and a strong message with regard to a concerted push by the global south? That could be another issue. So all that is likely to come up tomorrow after the heads of state meeting that takes place in the formal adoption of the statement of the SCO formal statement. And post that will be that all-important bilateral meeting that will take place between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. That will be extremely significant, comes in the backdrop of everything that Trump's bully-in-chief, Peter Navarro, could think of, has said and hit out at India. That is going to take place tomorrow as well. But first, all eyes on the SCO deliberations at the heads of state level and the adoption of the formal statement. What will that entail? Will there be reference to cross-border terrorism? Remember, Pakistan is also a full-time member of the SCO. India has called out Pahalgam. It wants that there should be a reference to cross-border terror in the strongest possible terms. This SCO also comes in the wake of India adopting a new normal, where it says that any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Now, that's the backdrop in which several of these deliberations will take place. It's going to be tomorrow after these visuals of bonhomie, these visuals of welcome and greeting that you are seeing on your screens right now, and the big huddle of the 20 world leaders at the SCO summit right here in Tianjin in China.
Right, Gauri, you spoke about, you know, this sort of delicate balancing that India has to do, given that Pakistan Prime Minister is also there, and Prime Minister Modi had also said in his statement on the bilateral meeting that ties can't be seen via third countries' lens. He also said must expand common ground on terrorism. So that was a significant, you know, point, and that is something that India will have to, you know, very delicately and diplomatically ensure that our concerns are also voiced at SCO Summit.
Absolutely, Gargi, and that will be the primary focus. Turkey is also a member here, so is Azerbaijan, along with Pakistan. So there are some members here who've been very vocal during Operation Sindoor, Turkey being the other one. It supplied the drones to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. And you have Erdogan coming out with his harshest terms in terms of talking about India. India also took a very strong measure during Operation Sindoor when it blocked the Turkish company in aviation, which was working in the aviation maintenance. So those measures were taken, which is why all that sets the context for how New Delhi views these deliberations, these discussions that will take place tomorrow. As I said, defense, cross-border terrorism, security are likely to be one key pillar of these deliberations. The second being a message to Donald Trump. All these 20 countries together have been at the receiving end of Donald Trump's tariff war. Some more, some less, but all are being faced with these increasing tariff that have been leveled by the Trump administration, because that's the economic warfare that Trump administration feels is the best way that they can bring, they can leverage their heft. But in the backdrop of those, if these countries come together, send out a single message of solidarity with regard to economic bullying that Donald Trump is doing, then I think that will be also a very significant aspect of these deliberations. So two major pillars, the economic part of it, security part of it. So trade, connectivity on one end, security, cross-border terrorism on the other end. Those are going to be the two key pillars as far as these deliberations that will kickstart tomorrow at the SCO summit right here.
That's right. And, if we just talk about how Xi Jinping greeted, Vladimir Putin there, we once saw, we're talking about how he's put out his hand and he's shaking it. With Vladimir Putin, it was a much warmer handshake. He brought out his other hand and, patted his hand as well. So that was very interesting to see and something that I assume would also be looked at closely given this sort of, special relationship or, this very much warmer sort of greeting that Xi Jinping has had for Vladimir Putin. Both the men are watched very, very closely by the West and, India, of course, being criticized by the West for importing crude oil from Russia. So it, very significant, as Gauri has been, emphasizing here. All this will be watched very, very closely as it comes in the shadow of the Trump tariffs that India is facing and China too is facing, and criticism from the West. Just ahead of this, Gauri, Vladimir Putin also in an interview hit out at what the US is doing at these, tariffs that have been brought out, and he spoke about the unfairness of this as well.
He did, and he's going to use this platform as well to hit out even more at the Trump administration. He spoke about the sanctions as well, and look at it from the US side of it. You have President Xi and President Putin coming together on a platform. There will also be a military parade where both of them will be together along with the North Korean dictator. So the three of them together will be there on the 2nd, and look at the messaging that they will send to Donald Trump. And ahead of that, you have the sharp message coming in from Vladimir Putin, which is around the fact that these secondary sanctions, this economic warfare that Donald Trump and his administration are doing is not going to go down well. Let's also not forget that out of the Alaska summit, Vladimir Putin got everything that he wanted. No ceasefire, no halt, continuing of the war, no sanctions at that time. But Donald Trump walked out with absolutely nothing. And that also is something that many people know in terms of where things stand, in terms of where the power scales may be tilting between Putin and Trump. And Vladimir Putin understands that, which is why Russian president came out with that very sharp, solid message to Donald Trump in terms of the economic warfare that he's unleashing in the name of these tariffs.
All right. Gauri, you can also, let's talk about the bilateral for viewers who, may not have followed the news earlier today. Today, there was the significant bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. And a lot of positive statements were made during that, emphasizing the friendship, emphasizing also, Gauri, the benefit that friendship and, partnership between the two countries could bring to their population of billions.
Indeed, and in fact, the statement also mentions just that. Prime Minister Modi's statement also mentioned that, and his comments also, which said that the two of them, that is India, China, coming together would actually help large part of humanity. And that is something that he also said that this will be something that will impact humanity at large. So, one also needs to keep in mind that these are also the biggest growth engines in the world. India clocked in 7.8% growth rate in the last quarter. China is an economic heavyweight. The two of them coming together will also have a huge impact from an economic point of view against the world at large. And also the statement that came in from Prime Minister Modi in that bilateral meeting, that the two of them together would mean 2.8 billion people around in the world being impacted, really sends out the message to the world that you take away India and China from any equation, then it falls apart. That's the larger message here.
All right, and as we said, being watched very, very closely by the West, Gauri, whether this is, some kind of a new world order emerging from the global South, especially at a time of such chaos with Donald Trump, the upending of, relationships, especially given so many years and effort was put into the India-US relationship, and all that has currently, been upended with Donald Trump's tariffs and restrictions, these sanctions also that he has declared. And given that situation right now, this relationship between India, China, Russia, really, the emergence possibly of a new global world order.
So the Russia-India-China grouping is not something that New Delhi is interested in, because that's a very formal anti-Western stance, something that India is
not a formal grouping, but a friendship or cooperation now between all the three countries.
I think that is already building up, Gargi, these two bilaterals that the Prime Minister has scheduled, one that has already happened, one that will happen tomorrow, is indicative of just that, India's stance when it hedges its geopolitical bets in a very turbulent global trading environment and a very uncertain political environment because of the US. Now, in the backdrop of that, India is looking to hedge several of our geopolitical bets right now. And this is pragmatic diplomacy 101 that is on play here, where you try and see that what best can be done in terms of ensuring some certainty, stability, in a very uncertain global environment, which is why the relationship between India and Russia is also going to be extremely significant tomorrow when that comes up for discussions between the two leaders, from defense to energy. There is going to be a lot of focus there as well. Donald Trump has been talking about how he wants that that American weapon companies should be prioritized when it comes to India, which is one of the world's largest defense spenders in the world. But can that really happen in the backdrop of those really nasty, personal, undiplomatic comments that have come in from the Trump administration? The answer to that is unlikely at best, no, maybe, in all possibility. Which means that Russia, which has stood by India all along, and S-400, which played a very crucial role during Operation Sindoor, is likely to feature in those discussions as well. So that brings us to the larger point of Russia-India relationship, along with India-China relationship. There is also picking up momentum, as though it is yet to sort of revive completely, but definitely momentum is picking up in talks between India and China as well.
That's right. Something that you described, as incremental gains. We've had this bilateral today. However, many of the analysts and China watchers are very wary. Gauri, again, just to tell our viewers, because of course we have this baggage of history. So much has happened in the past with China, and that is something that which is why there's so much caution also being spoken of by the analysts.
Indeed, that's why there is a lot of focus as far as how this relationship is likely to go from here on, and a lot of focus on how the India-Russia relationship will play out. India has all along said that as far as our energy security is concerned, we don't need to be lectured, we don't need to, we certainly not need to be talked down. And we will take the decision that is best suited for us. More so because India is not the largest importer of Russian oil, that is China, and EU, which is the largest importer of Russian natural gas. So in the backdrop of that, and this sharp rhetoric, the India-Russia relationship, which has energy and defense as its cornerstone, may also have more trade. Because, if these American tariffs come into play, there will be alternate markets that will have to be identified. And that could be Russia as well. Russian ambassador has already spoken about it, saying that if Indian products are more than welcome in the Russian market. So, and could that be more Russian rupee-ruble trade, which is trade being undertaken in local currencies for India and Russia. All those are dynamics that are likely to shape up the relationship from here on.